Welcome to Alexander the Great, Endless Horizon. The summer of 356 BC arrived in Macedonia, the way all great summers do, without ceremony, without warning, without any outward sign that the world was about to change. The mountains to the north stood ancient and indifferent, cutting hard edges against an unreal blue sky, while the plains of Emathia stretched wide and golden below. To those who later remembered it, it felt like the last ordinary season the world would ever know. Before he was an empire builder, before he was a living myth, he was simply Alexander, a young prince born into a court simmering with political instability, sharp ambitions, and deep familial fractures. This is the definitive chronicle of his meteoric rise and the psychological depths of a man who refused to accept the concept of impossibility. Following the sudden, violent power vacuum left by the assassination of his father, King Philip II, a 20-year-old Alexander inherits not just a throne, but an unyielding mandate to push past the edges of the mapped world. Across 10 detailed chapters, we will follow history's most restless mind on an unprecedented decade-long campaign across Europe, Asia, and Africa. We will step onto the blood-slicked banks of the Granicus, scale the impossible walls of Tyre, and witness the precise tactical geometry of Gaugamela. But beneath the armor, we will also explore the heavy human toll of an endless march, the deep dynastic intrigue, the creeping paranoia, and the devastating personal grief that shadowed his steps. Open your mind to the endless horizon. The march begins now. Chapter 1. Bloodline of Macedon. The summer of 356 BC arrives in Macedonia, the way all great summers do, without ceremony, without warning, without any outward sign that the world is about to change. The mountains to the north stand as they have always stood, ancient and indifferent, their ridgelines cutting hard edges against a sky so blue it seems almost unreal. The Aegean breathes to the south. The plains of Emathia stretch wide and golden between them, dusted with the heat of a season that feels, to those who later remember it, like the last ordinary season the world would ever know. In the royal palace at Pella, the capital city of the Macedonian kingdom, a woman labors in a chamber hung with linen and shadow. Her name is Olympias, and she is not an ordinary woman. She has never been ordinary. She is a princess of the Molossian tribe from Epirus, a land to the west where the mountains are steeper and the old gods still feel close, where women dance with sacred serpents in torchlit rituals and believe, with complete and unironic sincerity, that the divine moves through them like current through water. She arrived in Pella as a young bride, given in marriage to Philip II of Macedon, a king whose ambitions are already reshaping the known world. But Olympias does not think of herself as something given. She has never thought of herself as something given to anyone. She labors through the long hours, and the women around her, attendants, midwives, the older women who know what to do with their hands and their silence, work quietly at the edge of the room. Outside, the palace carries on its business. Philip is not there. Philip is almost never entirely there, even when he is standing in the same room. He is always partly somewhere else, partly on some campaign or at some negotiation, partly already thinking about the next thing. This is what it means to be Philip of Macedon. And this is one of the many reasons why Olympias has learned to build her own world, dense and self-sufficient, within the larger world of the palace. The child arrives in the full heat of the day. A boy. He is small, as all newborns are small and red, and loud with a cry that seems to those who hear it, almost too large for a body so new. The midwives wrap him. The attendants bring word to the king. And somewhere in the annals of a civilization that will spend centuries trying to understand what this moment means, a birth is recorded. His name will be Alexander. They call him Alexander III of Macedon, though no one calls him that yet. Right now, he is simply the infant, the heir, the boy in the linen, the child whose eyes, already opened and scanning the dim chamber as though searching for something specific, are an unusual gray-violet, the color of storm water, the color of a sky that cannot decide between rain and clarity. Olympias holds him, and she does not look at him the way ordinary mothers look at their children. She looks at him the way a person looks at something they have been expecting, something they knew was coming. She has had dreams. She has had signs. On the night she conceived, she later tells anyone who will listen, she dreamed that her womb was struck by a thunderbolt, that a great fire leapt from her body and spread across the world. She takes this seriously. She has always taken her dreams seriously, and she is not wrong to, because her dreams have a way of insisting on themselves long after the waking world has tried to argue them away. Outside the palace, on the same day, a messenger arrives from the east bearing word that Philip's general Parmenion has won a great victory against the Illyrians. Another messenger comes from Olympia to the south, bearing word that the Macedonian horses have won at the Olympic Games. 3 pieces of great news in one day. The omens keepers, the seers who cluster around kings the way shadows cluster around flame, begin to murmur. 3 victories at once, they say. 3 signs of greatness. The child, the battle, the race. They weave the signs together into a pattern that feels inevitable in retrospect, as all patterns do. Philip holds his son, and reportedly remarks that he worries about a boy born on a day of such extraordinary omens. A child for whom greatness is predicted, before he has done anything at all, must spend his life either fulfilling that prediction or being crushed beneath its weight. Philip is a practical man, a man of iron nerves and broken noses and political genius, and even he feels, holding this particular child, something he cannot quite name. Something that is not entirely comfortable. The child grows. In the palace at Pella, in the years that follow, Alexander's childhood takes shape against a backdrop of constant, exhilarating instability. Macedonia under Philip is not a quiet kingdom. It is a kingdom in motion, always expanding, always absorbing new territories and new peoples and new problems. Philip himself is a force of nature, brilliant, charming, brutal when necessary, and possessed of a strategic intelligence that his contemporaries compare to the gods and his enemies compare to something else entirely. He is reshaping Macedonia from a semi-barbaric fringe state, looked down upon by the city-states of southern Greece, into a power that can threaten and eventually dominate the entire Hellenic world. Alexander watches all of this. He watches the way other children his age do not watch things, not passively, not with simple curiosity, but with a kind of hungry attention, as though he is filing everything away, as though he understands even as a small child that information is a form of power, and that the world is a puzzle whose solution lies in understanding the nature of things. He is small for his first several years, quick and sharp-boned, and he moves through the palace with a purposefulness that makes the older attendants uncomfortable in ways they struggle to articulate. There is something in his eyes, they say to each other. There is something in the way he looks at you, as though he can see slightly further than you can, as though the distance between where he is standing and where you are standing is not the distance you think it is. His mother shapes him. This cannot be overstated. The influence of Olympias on Alexander is one of the great underexamined forces in the history of the ancient world, a river that runs beneath the surface of every recorded event and feeds everything that grows above. She is his first and most constant teacher, and what she teaches him is not what Philip teaches him, though both educations are essential. Philip teaches him how the world works. Olympias teaches him who he is. She tells him, from very early on, that he is not entirely human. She says this not as metaphor, not as the kind of inspirational exaggeration a mother might deploy to bolster a timid child's confidence. She says it as fact. She tells Alexander that his true father is not Philip of Macedon but Zeus himself, the king of the gods, the lord of the thunderbolt, the father of Heracles and Perseus and all the great heroes who walk the border between the mortal and the divine. She tells him this with the calm certainty of someone reporting something they witnessed personally. She is, after all, a woman who has spent years in close communion with the divine, who has handled sacred serpents without flinching, who has danced in the ecstatic rites of Dionysus and felt the god move through her body like a second heartbeat. Alexander listens. He is 4, 5, 6 years old, and he listens, and he does not dismiss what he hears. He cannot dismiss it, not entirely, because his mother is the most certain person he has ever encountered, and her certainty has a way of becoming other people's certainty too. It seeps through the walls of skepticism the way water seeps through stone, slowly, thoroughly, and in the end completely. He becomes, as a result, a child who believes he is descended from Heracles on his father's side and from Achilles on his mother's side. The Molossian royal family traces its lineage to Achilles' son Neoptolemus, and Olympias is proud of this lineage with a fierceness that borders on the sacred. She keeps a copy of the Iliad in the palace, and she reads it with Alexander the way other mothers might read simpler stories. The Iliad is not, in the hands of Olympias, a poem about the distant past. It is a manual. It is a map of how greatness behaves, of what it costs, of the particular loneliness that attaches itself to those who are set apart from ordinary human experience by the magnitude of what they are called to do. Achilles is the figure who lodges deepest in Alexander's imagination. Achilles, who chose a short glorious life over a long obscure one. Achilles, who loved his companion Patroclus with a love so consuming it bent the whole arc of the war. Achilles, who knew he would die young and went forward anyway, who wept for his own mortality and then got up and fought. Alexander reads these passages, and something in him recognizes them, the way you recognize a landscape you have dreamed about before you have ever seen it. He tells his companions in childhood that he envies Achilles one thing above all others. Achilles had Homer to immortalize him. Who will immortalize Alexander? It is a remarkable thing for a child to say. It is a remarkable thing for anyone to say. But this is the kind of child Alexander is, shaped by his mother, into a creature of mythological self-awareness, a boy who already understands that the story of his life and the life itself are not separate things. Olympias has given him this. She has given him the understanding that greatness is not something that happens to you. It is something you aim at, something you pursue with the full force of everything you have, and the first condition for achieving it is believing, in the bone-deep, unargued way that she herself believes things, that you are meant for it. Philip, to his credit, is not blind to what his son is becoming. He watches Alexander with the same attention that Alexander watches the world. And he does not always like what he sees, not because the boy lacks promise. The boy is extraordinary, everyone can see it, but because extraordinary children are dangerous in ways that ordinary children are not. An extraordinary child, who is also the heir to a kingdom, is a political fact as well as a personal one, and Philip is always, inescapably, a political man. He arranges Alexander's education with characteristic thoroughness. The boy has tutors from an early age, men of learning and accomplishment who teach him rhetoric and philosophy and mathematics and the arts of war in their theoretical dimensions. Alexander is a willing student when the material interests him, and he has the gift, the terrible, wonderful gift, of absolute absorption. When he cares about something, he cares about it completely. When he loves a subject, he loves it the way he will later love battle, the way he will later love geography, the way he will later love the idea of the horizon, with a full-bodied, forward-leaning ardor that leaves nothing in reserve. He is particularly drawn to medicine, which surprises some people who expect a king's son to prefer more martial pursuits. But medicine makes sense for a mind like Alexander's, because medicine is the study of how things actually work beneath the surface, how the body's hidden mechanisms produce visible effects, how understanding the invisible makes you more effective in the visible world. He reads medical texts. He discusses symptoms and treatments with the physicians of the palace. He will carry this interest his entire life, prescribing treatments to his companions with a confidence that sometimes alarms them and is sometimes entirely correct. He loves music and plays the lyre with genuine competence, though he is characteristically impatient with the more disciplined technical exercises that music teachers favor. He wants to know what music is for, what it does to the listener, how it moves through the body and changes the temperature of the room. He wants to understand the mechanism of beauty. He asks questions that his tutors do not always know how to answer, which both delights and frustrates them. But it is the question of his body, his physical self, that most occupies the early years of his childhood. He is fast. Even among the sons of nobles who train beside him in the palace courtyards, he is noticeably embarrassingly fast, the kind of fast that makes other boys reevaluate what they thought speed was. He is also, beneath the quickness, extraordinarily strong for his size, with a compact solidity that running and wrestling and daily physical training are already beginning to make manifest. He wins at foot races. He wins at wrestling. He has his mother's intensity and his father's physical toughness, and the combination produces something that his training partners approach with a certain wariness, even when they are older and larger than he is. He does not lose well. This is noted. He is gracious in victory, genuinely gracious, not performatively so, but losing produces in him a kind of still internal fury that is more frightening than rage would be, because it is quiet and controlled and clearly being catalogued for future reference. He does not throw fits. He does not weep. He goes very still, and his strange gray-violet eyes get a particular quality to them, distant and precise. And then he goes away, and you know, without being told, that he is working on whatever just beat him, turning it over and over in his mind until he understands it well enough to defeat it. This quality, the refusal to accept defeat as a permanent condition, the insistence on understanding failure so thoroughly that it cannot be repeated, is perhaps the most Olympia's thing about him. She has never accepted the world's verdict on what she can do. She has never allowed herself to be defined by other people's assessment of her limits. And she has transferred this quality to her son with the focused intentionality of a teacher who understands that the most important things cannot be taught from texts. The relationship between them is one of the great intensities of the ancient world. And like all great intensities, it contains both extraordinary warmth and extraordinary danger. Olympias loves Alexander with a passion that has no equivalent in the conventional vocabulary of maternal feeling. She loves him the way she loves her gods, absolutely without conditions, without the moderating influence of doubt. But this love is not entirely without agenda. Olympias is a woman of immense political intelligence operating in a world that provides women almost no legitimate outlet for political intelligence, and Alexander is, among other things, her primary instrument. She is his champion in the court. She defends him against the factions that gather around Philip's other children and his other wives. Philip is a man of prodigious matrimonial energy, collecting wives the way other men collect territories, and each wife comes with her own family and her own ambitions and her own set of complicated loyalties. Olympias watches all of this with an eagle's attention and positions Alexander within it with a strategic precision that Philip himself might admire if it were directed anywhere other than at his household's internal power dynamics. She also tells him things. In private, in the lamplight, in the hours when the palace is quiet, and the corridor outside his chamber is empty of ears, she tells him things about Philip, about the court, about who can be trusted and who cannot, about the nature of power and the price of weakness. She instills in him a wariness toward his father that coexists in Alexander's complicated interior with a genuine and sometimes agonized admiration for everything Philip has accomplished. He loves his father. He is also afraid of his father's shadow in a specific way, afraid not of Philip himself, but of being subsumed by Philip's legend, of spending his life as Philip's son rather than as himself. Olympias understands this fear because it is partly her own. She feeds it carefully, the way you feed a fire you need for warmth but must not allow to burn out of control. And then, in the autumn of a year that Alexander is perhaps 9 or 10 years old, a horse arrives at the palace of Pella, and the entire course of the world shifts almost imperceptibly on its axis. The horse's name is Bucephalus. He is brought to Philip's court by a trader named Philonichus of Thessaly, who asks an enormous sum for him, 13 talents, a price that causes raised eyebrows even among men accustomed to royal extravagance. He is a massive animal, dark as midnight, with a wide white blaze on his forehead and a bill that speaks of extraordinary speed and even more extraordinary power. He is, by every measure, a magnificent animal. He is also, by every demonstration, completely unmanageable. Philip's grooms try him. They are experienced men, horsemen of skill and long practice, and the horse throws them. He rears and plunges and wheels with a violence that sends men scattering from the paddock. He is not merely spirited, he is genuinely dangerous, a beautiful catastrophe, and Philip watches the attempts from a distance with the expression of a man calculating value against cost, and the cost is rising. He is about to send the horse away, when Alexander, standing at the edge of the paddock with the other observers, says something. He says that the men are losing the horse because they lack the understanding to handle him. He says this without insolence, or with as little insolence as someone saying such a thing in the presence of a king can manage, which is to say, some insolence, carefully calibrated. He is 10 years old, perhaps, or close to it, and he is watching the horse with that particular quality of attention that his face acquires when something has genuinely engaged him. Philip turns to look at his son. He asks, with the dry irony that is one of his defining traits, whether Alexander thinks he could do better than trained men. Alexander says yes. He says it simply, without elaboration, the way he says things he is certain of. Philip offers a wager. If Alexander cannot ride the horse, he will pay the asking price himself. It is the kind of wager only a king can make, generous, slightly contemptuous, entirely willing to be wrong, because being wrong will cost him only money, and money is something he has in quantities that make it a fairly abstract concern. Alexander moves toward the horse. What happens next is one of those moments that ancient sources describe in loving detail, because what happens next is one of those moments that explains something essential about who Alexander is, about the way his mind works, about the gap between his understanding and ordinary understanding. He has noticed, watching the handlers struggle, that the horse is frightened of his own shadow. Every time the handlers try to turn him toward the paddock, toward the watching crowd, the movement of shadows in his peripheral vision sends him into panic. He is not a bad horse. He is a frightened horse. And the difference matters enormously. Alexander takes the horse by the bridle. He turns him to face the sun. The horse's shadow falls behind him. The shadow, which has been following and frightening him, disappears from his field of vision. And Alexander, still holding the bridle, begins to talk to him, quietly, steadily, a low continuous murmur that the observers cannot quite hear but can see the effect of in the settling of the horse's breath, in the gradual stilling of those massive, trembling hindquarters. He strokes the horse's neck. He keeps him facing the light. He waits. Then he runs alongside the horse for a few steps, and in a movement that happens so quickly the observers almost miss it, he is up. He is on the horse's back, settled, and the horse is moving, not in panic, not in the wild, uncontrolled lunge of an animal in crisis, but in a full gallop that speaks of genuine power channeled at last in a genuine direction. Alexander does not pull back on the reins. He leans forward. He gives the horse his head, trusting the animal's power, trusting himself, trusting the relationship they have established in the space of a few minutes beside a fence post in the afternoon sun. The observers watch in silence. Philip watches his son gallop to the end of the paddock and back, the horse running with an openness, an unencumbered joy that it has shown no one else. When Alexander returns and slides from the horse's back, The gathered men break into cheering. Philip walks forward, and his face, which is not often a face that shows emotion it has not chosen to display, shows something now that is not calculated. He looks at his son, and his eyes are bright. He says to Alexander, and this is recorded, this is one of the moments the sources agree on, one of the shining facts that has passed from historian to historian across 2.5 millennia. He says, Macedonia is too small for you. You must find a kingdom equal to yourself. There are fathers who define their children by their expectations, and there are fathers who define their children by their achievements, and there are very few fathers who can look at their own child and understand with clear, unsentimental eyes that what they are looking at is something that exceeds them. Philip, in this moment, is that rare kind. He is not diminished by the recognition. He is, if anything, enlarged by it, because it takes a certain greatness to recognize greatness accurately and respond to it without flinching. Alexander names the horse Bucephalus, ox-head, for the shape of the white blaze. He will ride this horse for the rest of the animal's life, which will extend far longer and further than anyone standing in that paddock can imagine. Bucephalus will carry Alexander into battles in Greece and Persia and Egypt and India. He will cross the Hellespont. He will traverse the Hindu Kush. He will carry his rider through the burning plains of the Persian Empire and the monsoon valleys of the subcontinent, and when he finally dies in what is now Pakistan, Alexander will mourn him with the extravagance of grief he reserves for the things he has loved most completely, and he will found a city in the horse's name. But that is the future, and the future has not yet happened. Right now, there is only the paddock and the afternoon light, and a boy of perhaps 10 standing beside a dark horse, breathing the horse's breath, one hand resting on the animal's neck in a gesture of ownership that is also a gesture of partnership. He has understood something that the experienced handlers could not understand, not because he has more technical knowledge, but because he has a different quality of attention, a willingness to see the animal as it actually is rather than as the problem it represents. He has solved the horse by understanding the horse. And this is the same method he will spend his entire life applying to every problem he encounters, human and geographical and military and political. In the years between the taming of Bucephalus and the full arrival of his adolescence, Alexander's education is supplemented by Philip's most important pedagogical decision, the decision to hire, as his son's primary tutor, the philosopher Aristotle of Stagira. This is not a small thing. Aristotle is, at this point in the ancient world, something unprecedented in intellectual history, a mind of such comprehensive range and analytical power that the centuries after him will simply take for granted that one person can know everything, because Aristotle has demonstrated that this is possible. He has studied biology, physics, metaphysics, ethics, politics, rhetoric, poetics, and the philosophy of mind. And he has not studied these things superficially as a gentleman's accomplishment. He has studied them with the systematic ferocity of someone who intends to understand how the universe actually works, at every level, from the structure of constitutions down to the internal organs of fish. Philip persuades him to come to Macedonia with the promise of support for his work and the restoration of his home city of Stagira, which Philip had previously destroyed. Aristotle comes and establishes a school at a place called Mieza in a garden shaded by walking paths. And here Alexander begins an education that will shape everything that follows in ways that are both obvious and entirely invisible. He studies with Aristotle for approximately 3 years, until he is 16. The older man gives him Homer in a new edition, personally annotated, which Alexander carries for the rest of his life, and keeps under his pillow alongside a dagger. He gives Alexander an understanding of the natural world that will make Alexander a genuinely curious observer of the lands he passes through. He will send plant and animal specimens back to Aristotle from Persia, from Egypt, from India, collecting the world's biological curiosities the way other conquerors collect gold. He gives Alexander an introduction to medicine and ethics and politics that will inform, in complicated and not always comfortable ways, every decision Alexander makes as a king. But perhaps most importantly, Aristotle gives Alexander a model of intellectual seriousness, the idea that the world is worth understanding for its own sake, that curiosity is not merely a pleasant trait but a moral obligation, that the examined life is the only life that can claim to be fully human. Alexander does not become a philosopher. He becomes a warrior and a king. But he carries the philosophical habit, the insistence on asking what things are and why they work the way they do, through every campaign and every court, and every night spent at the edge of an unknown territory, looking into the dark and wondering what lies beyond. The boy who was born in the heat of a Macedonian summer, in a palace hung with linen and shadow, in the arms of a mother who already knew he was destined for something enormous, this boy is becoming, slowly and with tremendous force, the person who will later be called the Great. He does not know this yet. He suspects it. His mother has told him. His own dreams have told him, and his dreams, like his mother's, have a way of insisting on themselves. He stands in the garden at Mieza, in the long afternoons, listening to Aristotle describe the nature of the soul, and the light falls through the leaves in the particular way it falls through leaves in Macedonia in autumn, golden and slightly sad, the light of a season that knows it is ending. He is perhaps 13 years old. His gray-violet eyes are focused on something past Aristotle's shoulder, past the garden's edge, past the mountains to the north and the sea to the south, past everything that can be seen from this particular hillside in this particular kingdom. He is looking at the horizon. He is always looking at the horizon. And the horizon, being what it is, being the thing that moves away from you at exactly the rate at which you approach it, being the perfect symbol of an ambition that can never be finally satisfied, is looking back. Chapter 2. The Mind of a Conqueror. The summer heat settles over the green hills of Macedonia, like a warm hand pressed gently against the earth. The grasses bend. The olive trees hold their silver leaves perfectly still. And in a place called Mieza, carved into the gentle slope of a hill not far from the royal city of Pella, a young prince sits in the open air and listens. He is 16 years old. His hair catches the light the way bronze does, warm, almost luminous, somewhere between gold and amber. His eyes are mismatched, one pale gray, one dark brown, and they move quickly, absorbing everything around him. He sits not with the restless fidgeting of a typical boy his age, but with a strange, coiled stillness, as though his body has learned to be quiet so that his mind can run free. His name is Alexander, and the man speaking to him is the greatest thinker the ancient world has ever produced. Aristotle of Stagira walks slowly beneath the covered walkways of the Nymphaeum, the sanctuary Philip of Macedon has offered him as a school. The building is modest by palace standards, open colonnades, small gardens, stone benches worn smooth by weather. But what happens inside these colonnades is anything but modest. Aristotle does not simply recite knowledge. He interrogates the world. He holds ideas up to the light and turns them slowly, the way a jeweler examines a gem for flaws. And Alexander, seated among a small handful of companions, boys who will one day become his generals, his rivals, and his closest friends, absorbs every word with an intensity that borders on hunger. The education Philip has arranged for his son is no accident. Philip is a man of extraordinary political intelligence, a king who understands that the future of Macedonia depends not just on the strength of its army, but on the quality of the mind that commands it. He has sent to Athens, reached across the political and cultural distance between the Macedonian court and the intellectual heartland of Greece, and drawn Aristotle north with promises of support, resources, and respect. The philosopher arrives in Macedonia around 343 BC, and within 2 years, a relationship forms between teacher and student that neither man will ever fully escape. What does Aristotle teach Alexander? everything. The word is not an exaggeration. In the gardens of Mieza, the curriculum breathes wide and deep. There is philosophy, of course, the careful, methodical examination of what it means to live a good life, what justice requires of a ruler, what the nature of virtue actually is. Aristotle does not hand, Alexander answers. He hands him questions. Why does a man act bravely? Is it because he fears shame more than death, or because he genuinely does not fear death, or because he has trained his soul to hold fear at a distance the way a skilled horseman holds a nervous animal? Alexander listens. He argues. He pushes back with a quickness that surprises even Aristotle, who has taught many students in his years at Plato's Academy in Athens. There is also rhetoric, the art of speaking, of building an argument from the ground up, of choosing words not just for their meaning but for their music. Aristotle teaches Alexander that language is a form of power, that a well-chosen sentence can move an army more decisively than a sharpened sword. Alexander listens to this with particular attention. He already knows instinctively that words move people. He has watched his father address troops, and watched them surge forward into danger with something close to joy in their faces. He wants to understand the mechanics of that transformation. Then there is medicine. Aristotle is, among many other things, the son of a physician, and his understanding of the human body is detailed, practical, and deeply serious. He teaches Alexander the principles of anatomy, the relationship between diet and strength, the importance of understanding injury and healing, not as matters to be left entirely to physicians, but as knowledge a commander must carry himself. Years later, on campaign at the edge of the known world, Alexander will diagnose wounds, recommend treatments, and sit with dying men and speak to them of their bodies with a calm authority that his officers cannot quite explain. They will not know that it was taught to him on a warm afternoon in Mieza by a man walking slowly beneath stone columns with dust on his sandals. But of all the things Aristotle gives Alexander, perhaps the most lasting is an introduction to literature. Specifically, to Homer. The Iliad, that vast, thundering poem of war and grief and heroic glory, has been part of Alexander's life since before he could fully understand the words. His mother, Olympias, a woman of ferocious intelligence and mythological imagination, raised him on stories of Achilles. She told him that he was descended from that great hero through her own lineage, and she pressed the idea into him the way a seal is pressed into warm wax, deep and permanent. But under Aristotle, Alexander encounters Homer not as mythology but as moral philosophy, as a guide to living. Aristotle gives Alexander a copy of the Iliad, annotated, corrected, refined through the philosopher's own careful reading. Alexander receives it as though it is a sacred object. He carries it everywhere. He keeps it with him on campaign, eventually storing it in a golden casket taken from the treasury of the Persian king Darius, because he believes that no container less worthy than gold is appropriate for the greatest poem ever composed. He reads and rereads it. He knows long passages by heart. When he lies awake in his tent at night, years from now, in the heart of Persia or on the banks of distant rivers, he recites Homer in the dark the way other men might recite a prayer. The reason for this devotion is not simply aesthetic. Achilles is not merely a literary hero for Alexander. He is a template, a standard, a mirror in which Alexander examines himself and measures the distance between who he is and who he intends to become. Achilles chose a short life of extraordinary glory over a long life of comfortable obscurity. Achilles burned. He burned so brightly and so completely that the light of it never fully died. Alexander understands this choice not as a myth, but as a real option, a door that stands open for a man willing to pay its price. He intends to walk through it. Aristotle watches this particular intensity in his student and is not entirely comfortable with it. The philosopher is, at his core, a man of moderation. His ethical philosophy rests on the idea of the mean, that virtue lies between extremes, that wisdom is found in balance, that the best life is one lived with proportion and measure. He can see clearly that Alexander is not a man of the mean. He is a man of the absolute. And while Aristotle shapes him, disciplines him, gives him tools and frameworks and bodies of knowledge, he cannot fundamentally alter this about his student. Alexander will absorb everything Aristotle offers and use it, but he will use it in pursuit of ends that no philosopher would endorse. There is a particular conversation, reconstructed from fragments preserved in later accounts, that illuminates this tension. Aristotle, in discussing the nature of political community, tells Alexander that there is a fundamental difference between how a ruler should govern Greeks and how a ruler might govern barbarians, non-Greeks, who are by nature less suited to self-governance and political life. This is standard Greek philosophical thinking of the period. Alexander listens. He considers. And then, in his characteristically direct way, he disagrees. Not rudely, not dismissively, but firmly. He tells Aristotle, in effect, that the difference between men lies not in their blood or their ethnicity, but in their character, in whether they are brave or cowardly, wise or foolish, noble or base. He will carry this conviction to Persia, to Egypt, to the edge of India, and it will shape the kind of empire he builds, something altogether stranger and more genuinely transformative than anything Aristotle could have anticipated. The other boys at Mieza are worth pausing to consider because they are not ordinary. Philip has chosen them carefully, the sons of noble Macedonian families, young men who will grow up alongside Alexander, form bonds with him, and one day constitute the inner circle of his command. There is Hephaestion, tall and dark-haired, a boy of such quiet intelligence and personal warmth that he becomes, within a few years, the single most important person in Alexander's life. The two of them develop the kind of friendship that ancient observers will later compare to Achilles and Patroclus, deep, complete, and so total in its intimacy that it defies ordinary categorization. When Alexander and Hephaestion sit together in the evenings after lessons, speaking in low voices as the light fails, they are already constructing the private world they will carry with them for the rest of their lives. There is also Ptolemy, sharp-minded and politically astute, a boy who will one day become a king in Egypt and write a memoir of Alexander's campaigns that later historians will mine for generations. And Cassander, the son of Philip's trusted general Antipater, an intelligent but deeply proud young man who does not take well to Alexander's natural dominance and stores his resentment quietly, the way a man might store a weapon he does not yet intend to use. The dynamics playing out among these boys in the gardens of Mieza, the alliances forming, the competitions sharpening, the loyalties deepening, and the jealousies smoldering, are the foundations of everything that will come later. Empires are not made only by kings. They are made by the relationships between kings and the people who surround them. The Nymphaeum at Mieza becomes, over the 2 years that Aristotle teaches there, a kind of enchanted interval. It is a place outside ordinary time, sheltered from the immediate pressures of the court and the army, where Alexander is permitted to grow fully into his mind before he is asked to grow fully into his role. Years later, former students and visitors will speak of the place with a quality of nostalgia that seems to carry a faint note of grief, as though they understand, even in memory, that those years represented something irreplaceable. A lightness, a freedom, a space between the world as it was and the world as it would become. But Macedonia, in 340 BC, is not a place that allows its princes to remain in sanctuaries forever. Philip is moving. He is always moving, across the Greek peninsula, threading alliances together, applying military pressure here, diplomatic pressure there, drawing the web of Macedonian influence tighter around the city-states of Greece until the moment comes when that web can be drawn closed. He is not yet ready to close it. But he is getting close. And increasingly, he looks at his 16-year-old son not as a student to be protected, but as an instrument that must begin to be tested. In the summer of 340 BC, Philip prepares for a military campaign against the city of Perinthus on the northern coast of the Propontis. He needs to manage the strategic situation in Thrace, and a siege is necessary. He leaves Pella. He leaves behind a regent. And the regent he chooses, in a decision that carries within it both paternal confidence and cold political calculation, is Alexander. The appointment is not ceremonial. Philip's absence is extended, and his attention fully committed to the siege. Real decisions will need to be made. Real problems will arise. The administration of the kingdom, the management of correspondence, the oversight of the court, all of it falls to the 16-year-old prince who, just weeks before, was sitting in Aristotle's garden discussing the nature of virtue. Alexander does not hesitate. He settles into the role with a composure that surprises even experienced court officials. He holds audiences. He reviews correspondence. He makes decisions. He moves through the palace at Pella with a physical presence that seems to have expanded, as though the weight of responsibility has added something to him, filled out a shape that was always there but needed this pressure to become fully visible. And then, within months, the Medi rebel. The Medi are a Thracian tribe on Macedonia's northeastern border, a group that has been restless and intermittently troublesome for years, and who evidently calculate that with Philip occupied at Perinthus, the moment is favorable for a rising. They are wrong. Alexander responds with a speed and decision that no one, not even those who have watched him closely, not even Aristotle, not even Philip, fully anticipated. He raises a Macedonian force. He moves against the Medi with a directness that leaves them no time to organize a genuine resistance. He defeats them. He takes their principal settlement. And then, in a gesture that is both practical and deeply symbolic, a gesture that reveals something essential about the particular nature of Alexander's ambition, he does not simply pacify the territory and return home. He founds a city. He renames the captured settlement Alexandria after himself. It is the first Alexandria. There will be many more. The act of naming a city after oneself is not a casual one. It is a declaration, a statement about permanence and legacy, about the desire not merely to conquer but to transform, to leave a mark on the landscape so fundamental that even the names of places carry you forward through time. Alexander is 16 years old, and he is already thinking in terms of geological time, already measuring his life not in years but in centuries. Philip hears the news of his son's campaign from Perinthus and feels, one imagines, a complex emotion. Pride certainly, deep and real, but perhaps also something more complicated. Something that men who have built kingdoms and then produced extraordinary sons sometimes feel when the son proves to be, without question, larger than the father anticipated. The future is arriving faster than expected. The following year brings Alexander back to the side of his father, but now in a different capacity. He rides with Philip's army. He trains alongside the companion cavalry, the elite horsemen who form the sharpest edge of Macedonian military power. He listens to the planning of campaigns. He absorbs the logistics of sieges, the mathematics of supply lines, the human calculus of morale and fatigue and fear. He is no longer simply a student of philosophy. He is becoming a student of war. Macedonia's relationship with the Greek city-states is approaching its decisive moment. Athens and Thebes, the two most powerful remaining independent Greek powers, have looked at Philip's steady expansion and understood at last that the question is no longer whether Macedonian power will limit their autonomy, but whether their autonomy will survive at all. They form an alliance. They begin to raise forces. And in the summer of 338 BC, the opposing armies converge on a place in Boeotia called Chaeronea. The plain of Chaeronea is wide and flat, bordered by hills, cut through by the small river Cephisus. In early August the grain has been harvested, and the fields are open and dry, the earth pale under a sky of hard, brilliant blue. Philip arrays his army with the care of a man who has been thinking about this moment for years. He has roughly 30,000 infantry and 2,000 cavalry. The combined Athenian and Theban force is comparable in size, drawn up in a long line across the plain. On the Macedonian right flank, Philip places Alexander. He gives him command of the companion cavalry. The prince is 18 years old. This is not a token appointment. The companions are the decisive arm of Macedonian military power. Fast, disciplined, lethal when deployed correctly, capable of breaking infantry formations that have held against everything else. Philip trusts their command to his son, not because he wishes to give Alexander a moment of glory, but because he needs them commanded well, and he believes, with the hard-edged confidence of a man who has watched this boy become something extraordinary, that Alexander is the man to do it. The battle begins in the way that ancient battles so often begin, with a long, tense approach across open ground, the two armies walking toward each other with the slow inevitability of something that cannot be stopped. The Athenians are on the Greek left, facing Philip's right where Alexander waits. The sacred band of Thebes, the elite unit of 150 pairs of paired soldiers, lovers who fight side by side and are therefore, in theory, incapable of the cowardice that comes from not wishing to appear shameful before strangers, holds the Greek right. Philip executes a planned withdrawal on his left flank. His infantry steps back in good order, maintaining formation, drawing the Athenians forward. The Athenians, reading the withdrawal as a genuine retreat or a sign of cracking Macedonian morale, advance eagerly. Their line stretches. A gap opens between the advancing Athenian contingent and the Theban contingent, holding its position on the right. Alexander sees the gap. He moves. The companion cavalry drives into the opening between the Athenian and Theban formations with the force and coherence of a single tremendous body, and the effect is catastrophic. The sacred band, isolated, is surrounded. Philip's infantry, reversing from their feigned withdrawal, crashes into the disordered Athenian line. The battle, which has taken time and careful preparation to arrange, resolves itself in minutes of concentrated violence. The sacred band fights to the last man. This is not a figure of speech. When the battle is over, and the Macedonian forces walk the field, they find the sacred band exactly as they stood, still in formation, still facing the enemy, every single one of them dead in the places where they fell. Philip himself comes to look at them. He stands over the bodies of these Theban soldiers and weeps. A man watching him makes a cynical comment, something to the effect that it is strange for a man who did such a thing to them to weep over them now. Philip does not answer. He simply goes on weeping. He understands what he has destroyed. He understands that the sacred band represents something about the Greek world, a particular kind of human excellence, a particular commitment that will not be recovered. Alexander does not weep. He walks the battlefield with that quality of clear-eyed, total attention that those around him have come to recognize and find slightly unsettling. He examines what happened. He runs the mechanics of the engagement through his mind. He notes what worked and what might have worked better. He is filing information, cataloging it, adding it to the already formidable collection of understanding he is building about how armies break and how battles are won. He has just helped win the most important battle in a generation. He is 18 years old. He is not yet finished thinking about it. The victory at Chaeronea changes everything. Philip is now the undisputed master of Greece. He does not destroy Athens, as some feared he might. He is too sophisticated a politician for that, too aware of the value of Athenian cultural prestige, and too conscious of the need to maintain some legitimacy within the Greek world rather than simply impose domination. Instead, he organizes a congress at Corinth, where representatives of the Greek city-states acknowledge Macedonian leadership and commit to a shared military enterprise. The enemy Philip has in mind for this enterprise is Persia. The campaign he envisions is one of pan-Hellenic vengeance for the Persian invasion of Greece a century and a half before. Alexander attends the Congress at Corinth as his father's son. He moves among the Greek representatives with a composure and a presence that Greek observers find remarkable. The Greeks, many of whom have regarded Macedonians with a combination of political resentment and cultural condescension, encounter in Alexander something that complicates their assumptions. He speaks their language without accent, quotes Homer with the fluency of a scholar, discusses philosophy with the precision of a man genuinely educated in it. He is, in every way that the Greeks value, Greek. And yet he is not Greek. He is something else, something not yet fully defined, standing at the edge of a world that is about to become fundamentally different from anything that has existed before. Aristotle has returned to Athens by now to establish his own school, the Lyceum. But the two men maintain a correspondence. Alexander sends his teacher specimens from distant places, animals, plants, geological samples, feeding Aristotle's voracious scientific curiosity with material from regions Greek science has never directly examined. Aristotle sends Alexander books, advice, occasionally philosophical commentary on the political situations Alexander encounters. The relationship is warm, but increasingly asymmetrical. Aristotle is the great mind of his age, but Alexander is becoming the great force of his age, and forces eventually outpace the frameworks that were built to contain them. There is a moment, recorded in various ancient sources, though the details shift between tellings, when Alexander, at some point during this period, encounters the philosopher Diogenes of Sinope. Diogenes is the founder of Cynicism, a man who has deliberately rejected every conventional comfort and social convention, who lives in a large ceramic jar in Corinth, who owns nothing, wants nothing, and treats the claims of kings with a magnificent and thoroughgoing contempt. Alexander, hearing of this man, goes to see him. He finds Diogenes lying in the sun outside his jar, doing nothing in particular. Alexander greets him. He tells him he is Alexander, king of Macedon. Diogenes acknowledges this without obvious interest. Alexander asks if there is anything he can do for him. Diogenes considers the question for a moment, and then says, "Yes, actually." Could Alexander step slightly to the side? He is blocking the sun. Alexander's companions find this response outrageous. Alexander himself laughs. And then he says something that reveals the particular quality of his imagination, the genuine depth of his self-knowledge. If he were not Alexander, he says, he would want to be Diogenes. He means it. He can see, with complete clarity, the internal freedom of the man lying in the sun with nothing and needing nothing. He understands the philosophical coherence of that life. He simply cannot choose it. He is too much himself, too driven by the specific hunger that has been built into him, or that he has built into himself, to step outside it. He will have the sun blocked, and he will know it, and he will continue anyway. It is 337 BC. Philip is planning the Persian campaign. He has arranged the political architecture of Greek cooperation, assembled a military force of considerable size, and sent an advance guard across the Hellespont into Asia Minor to begin preparing the ground. Everything is in order. Everything is moving toward the enormous, world-altering enterprise that Philip has spent his entire reign making possible. And then, at a wedding feast in Pella, something goes wrong. Something so personal and so violent that it tears at the very foundations of the Macedonian royal house and sends Alexander into exile. Philip is marrying again. The woman is Cleopatra, not the Ptolemaic queen of Egypt, but a Macedonian noblewoman. And the marriage carries political implications that go beyond the personal. Cleopatra is a Macedonian of pure lineage, and her uncle Attalus, a powerful court figure, makes a toast at the wedding banquet that is either deliberately provocative or catastrophically careless. He calls on the assembled Macedonians to pray that this union produces a legitimate heir for Macedonia, implying, with deliberate or unconscious cruelty, that Alexander, born of the foreign and allegedly exotic Olympias, is something other than legitimate, something other than Macedonian. Alexander stands up from his place at the table. He throws his cup at Attalus. The cup strikes the man. Philip, who has been drinking, stands up as well and draws his sword. He moves toward Alexander. He stumbles. He falls. He is, in this terrible moment, drunk enough that his legs will not hold him. Alexander looks at his father lying on the floor of his own banquet hall, sword drawn, having just moved to attack his own son, and says something that cuts like a blade. "Look, men," he says. "Here is the man who is preparing to cross from Europe into Asia, and he cannot make it from one couch to the next. He leaves. He takes Olympias to Epirus, her homeland. He goes on to Illyria. He is in exile, and the heir to Macedonia's extraordinary moment of power is standing in a foreign country, looking south toward a kingdom that may or may not be his, wondering what comes next. The reconciliation, when it comes, is arranged through intermediaries. Philip sends men to his son. Words are exchanged. Assurances are given. Alexander returns to Pella. The family holds together after a fashion, though the fractures beneath the surface are deep and not quite healed, and everyone involved knows it. Olympias is a force of nature in her own right, brilliant, passionate, devoted to Alexander with a ferocity that sometimes serves him and sometimes complicates his life enormously. She is the daughter of the king of Epirus, a woman raised at the intersection of Greek culture and the older, stranger religious traditions of the Northwest, traditions involving ecstatic worship, snake handling, the particular kind of religious intensity that Philip, for all his political sophistication, found deeply unsettling. She has told Alexander from his earliest years that his true father is not Philip but Zeus, that he was conceived divinely, that he is of a different order from other men. Alexander has absorbed this. He is not sure what he believes about it, and he is careful for now about how openly he expresses these ideas. But the seed is there, planted deep. Philip's murder comes in the summer of 336 BC, at Ag, the ancient ceremonial capital of Macedonia. Philip is to attend the wedding of his daughter Cleopatra to the king of Epirus, a political arrangement designed to consolidate relationships. The Macedonian court has gathered. There is festival in the air. Philip, in a gesture of deliberate confidence and political theater, enters the theater at Ag without his bodyguard. He wants to be seen walking among his people as one of them, unprotected, trusting. A man named Pausanias steps forward from the crowd. He carries a knife. He drives it into Philip's body. Philip falls. Pausanias runs. He nearly makes it to the horses waiting at the edge of the theater grounds. Nearly. He trips. He goes down. Philip's bodyguards reach him before he can rise, and they kill him there, beside the horses, before he can speak another word. What Pausanias' full motivation was, whether he acted alone, driven by a private grievance involving a deeply personal humiliation he had suffered, and for which he blamed Philip and Attalus, or whether he was part of something larger, whether hands behind the scene moved him forward, remains one of the great unresolved questions of ancient history. Ancient sources point in multiple directions. Some implicate Olympias. Some suggest Persian gold. Some suggest that the intrigue within the Macedonian court itself was sufficient to produce a murder without requiring any foreign architecture. The question will never be fully answered. but the consequence is immediate and absolute. Philip II of Macedon is dead. Alexander is 20 years old. And everything, the army, the plan, the unfinished Persian campaign, the loyalty of the Macedonian nobility, the restless Greek city-states already beginning to calculate what a king's death might mean for their own freedom. Everything now depends on what happens in the next hours and days. Alexander does not hesitate. He moves with the speed and decisiveness that will become the signature of his life, the quality that separates him most fundamentally from the men around him, the ability to act cleanly and completely in moments when other people are still deciding what to feel. He presents himself to the Macedonian army. He speaks to them. He is Philip's son. He is their king. The army, which is trained under Philip, and which knows Alexander from campaigns and from the plain of Chaeronea, does not hesitate either. They raise their spears. They cheer. The king is dead. Long live the king. And somewhere in the mind of the young man standing before the raised spears, beneath the grief that is real and beneath the composure that is equally real, a calculation is already running, silent, constant, cold, and brilliant. The Persian campaign is waiting. The world is waiting. The horizon, as always with Alexander, is the only direction worth looking. He has not yet crossed it, but he will. He will. Chapter 3. Crowning a Young King. The summer heat of 336 BC had settled over the ancient city of Ag like a warm and heavy blanket, draping itself across the limestone colonnades and the broad ceremonial avenues that led to the theater. It was a city of memory, of tradition, the old capital of Macedonia where kings were crowned and kings were buried, where the bones of dynasties lay beneath floors of mosaic and stone. On this particular morning, the streets were alive in a way that only great occasions could produce. A restless, celebratory energy that moved through the gathered crowd like a current passing through still water. Garlands of flowers had been strung between columns. Trumpeters stood at attention near the theater entrance. Merchants had come from as far as Thessaly and Thrace to witness what was being proclaimed across the Greek world as a moment of Macedonian triumph. Philip II, King of Kings, Father of Nations, conqueror of the Greek city-states, was about to celebrate the wedding of his daughter Cleopatra, not the famous Egyptian queen, but his own child, named in that old Macedonian fashion that kept certain names alive across generations, to Alexander of Epirus, her own uncle, in the complex and politically calculated way that royalty so often arranged its most intimate affairs. Philip had planned this celebration with the same meticulous precision he brought to military campaigns. He understood that theater, real theater, the theater of spectacle and symbol, was as powerful a weapon as the sarissa, the long pike his infantry carried into battle. And so the festivities had been arranged over several days, with processions and feasts and sacrifices to the gods, with athletes competing and poets reciting, with ambassadors from Athens and Corinth and Sparta, seated in places of honor watching and taking careful note of the power and confidence of the Macedonian king. Philip wanted the world to see that Macedonia was not merely a northern kingdom of rough warriors and cold mountains. It was a civilization. It was an empire in waiting. And yet, beneath the pageantry, the court of Philip II was not a peaceful place. It had never truly been peaceful, because courts built upon conquest and ambition rarely are. Philip had been married 7 times by some accounts, and each marriage had produced its own alliances, its own jealousies, its own quiet wars of succession fought not with spears but with whispers and proximity to the king's ear. His most recent marriage, to Cleopatra Eurydice, a Macedonian noblewoman of pure blood, had produced particular tension. At the wedding feast for that marriage, Cleopatra's uncle Attalus had made a toast, drunken and arrogant, and precisely calculated to wound, in which he had suggested that this new union might at last produce a legitimate heir for Macedonia, one of pure Macedonian blood rather than mixed lineage. The insult was directed at Alexander, Philip's son, by Olympias, the fierce and formidable queen from Epirus. Alexander, young and proud and possessed of a temper that burned as bright as his ambition, had thrown his cup at Attalus and demanded to know what exactly the man was calling him. Philip, also drunk, had lurched to his feet and drawn his sword, only to trip and fall, his leg weakened by old battle wounds, collapsing on the floor. And Alexander, standing over his fallen father, had looked at the assembled guests and said with a coldness that made grown men uncomfortable, that here was the man who was preparing to cross from Europe into Asia, and he could not even cross a banquet table without falling. That moment had passed. Philip and Alexander had been reconciled, as fathers and sons reconcile when the alternative is dynastic catastrophe. But the reconciliation had not healed the deeper wound. Something had changed between them. Philip's new marriage, his new son, an infant barely capable of surviving the brutal first years of life, but an infant of pure Macedonian blood, had altered the arithmetic of succession. Not dramatically, not obviously, but enough that those who studied the mathematics of power could feel the shift. Alexander was still the crown prince. He was still the man who had governed Macedonia, in his father's absence at the age of 16, who had led cavalry charges that broke Theban formations at Chaeronea, who had ridden Bucephalus when no other man could tame the great black horse. He was still, in almost every practical sense, his father's heir. But the word almost had entered the equation, and in the courts of kings, almost is the most dangerous word in any language. So on this morning of celebration and flowers and golden sunlight, Alexander walked behind his father in the grand procession toward the theater at Ag. And his face was composed and careful, the way a man's face is when he has learned to let nothing of what he truly feels rise into the light. He was 20 years old. He was lean and quick, with that famous slight tilt of the head, to the left, always to the left, that his portraits would capture for centuries. His eyes were mismatched, one darker than the other, and there was an intensity in them that people found both magnetic and unsettling, as though he were already seeing something just beyond the horizon that no one else could make out. He wore the clothing of ceremony, fine Macedonian wool, dyed in the purple that wealth and status demanded. He walked, and he watched, and he thought the thoughts that young men on the edge of great destinies always think, thoughts that move too quickly and too darkly to be easily articulated, thoughts that circle the questions of fate and time and what it means to wait. Philip walked ahead of his son, and his walk was the walk of a man who had survived more than most men survive. He was in his mid-40s, which in the ancient world was not old exactly, but was a body's reckoning with decades of war. He had lost an eye to an arrow at the siege of Methone. His leg had been shattered by a lance thrust and had healed imperfectly, leaving him with a limp that he carried as unconsciously as other men carried their names. He had been wounded in the shoulder, the thigh, the hand. His body was a map of the campaigns that had made Macedonia great, and he wore its damages with the unself-conscious pride of a man who considers scars to be credentials. On this morning, he was flanked by his bodyguard, but he had made a decision that was itself a form of theater, a form of message to the watching ambassadors and dignitaries, that he would enter the theater without them. He would walk alone, or nearly alone, into the theater at Ag. He would show the world that Philip of Macedon had nothing to fear. It was inside the theater, in that brief and vulnerable space between the entrance and the seat of honor, that the world changed. A young man named Pausanias moved through the crowd with the particular purposefulness of someone who has made a decision and passed beyond the reach of doubt. He was one of Philip's own bodyguards, a member of the elite corps known as the somatophilax, the body protectors, who were drawn from the Macedonian nobility and served the king in the most intimate capacity that military service allowed. He was young, and he had a grievance. The nature of that grievance was the kind that polite historians have sometimes softened with euphemism, and ancient sources record it in more direct terms. Pausanias had been brutalized, violated, humiliated by men close to the court, And when he had brought his complaint to Philip, the king had not acted with the decisive protection that Pausanias believed he deserved. He had been dismissed. He had been given gifts and military honors, as though gifts and honors could fill the space where justice had failed to arrive. And in the months since that failure, something inside Pausanias had reorganized itself around a single fixed point of intention. He had a short blade concealed beneath his cloak. He had horses waiting at the city's edge, held by Confederates who may or may not have known the full extent of what they were enabling. He moved forward through the procession's edge as Philip walked, unguarded, through the theater entrance, and he drove the blade into the king. Philip II of Macedon, who had unified the Greek world under Macedonian hegemony, who had invented or perfected the military formation that his son would use to conquer the known world, who had dreamed of crossing into Persia and had sent advance forces ahead to prepare the way, Philip fell. The wound was mortal. He was dead before his bodyguards could cross the distance between them and him. Pausanias ran. He ran toward the horses, toward the possibility of escape, toward the continuation of a life that the assassination was supposed to liberate rather than destroy. He was fast, and for a moment it seemed possible that he might reach the horses before anyone caught him. But he stumbled, some accounts say on a vine root, one of those absurd, impartial interventions of the physical world in the grandest dramas of history, and in that stumble the pursuing guards were upon him. He did not survive the encounter. He was killed there, at the edge of the city, by the men who had dedicated their lives to the protection of the king he had just murdered. What Pausanias took with him into death was the one thing that historians across 23 centuries have been unable to fully recover: the truth of who sent him. That he acted with personal motivation is clear. That a man's personal motivation is always sufficient explanation for an act that changes the course of civilization is rather less clear. The ancient sources themselves were divided. Aristotle, who had been Alexander's teacher and was not a careless thinker, mentioned the deed without elaborating on its full architecture. Diodorus Siculus, writing centuries later, recorded that some blamed Olympias, Alexander's mother, for encouraging the assassin, or at minimum for failing to discourage him, for she had her own enormous interest in seeing Philip's new marriage produce no rival heir. Some historians in the ancient world and in the modern one have allowed their gaze to rest on Alexander himself, noting that a young man who found himself increasingly marginal in his father's affections and increasingly threatened by the politics of succession might have had reason to want the situation resolved. There is no proof. There has never been proof. What there is, instead, is the shape of what happened next, the remarkable speed with which Alexander moved in the hours and days after his father's death, a speed that suggests either extraordinary presence of mind in a young man responding to a crisis or something more deliberate. Within hours of Philip's assassination, Alexander was moving through the palace and the court of AG with the focused economy of a man who has already thought through each necessary step. He was 20 years old. His father had just been murdered. Around him, the celebrations of a royal wedding had become a scene of shock and mourning and political uncertainty, the kind of moment when kingdoms fracture and rivals emerge, and the careful structures of succession discover exactly how solid or how fragile they truly are. In another young man, this moment might have produced paralysis or grief, or the particular frozen helplessness that trauma inflicts on those it catches unprepared. In Alexander, it produced action. He went first to the Macedonian army. This was not accidental. Philip had built the Macedonian military into something unprecedented, a professional, paid, highly trained fighting force whose loyalty was to the king who led and paid and fed and honored them. Philip had been their king. Now Philip was dead, and the question of who would be their king next was not a question that required the slow deliberation of constitutional process. It required immediate, physical, present assertion. Alexander went before the soldiers and spoke to them. We do not have his exact words, but we know their effect. The army declared for Alexander. They acknowledged him as king. The Macedonian nobility followed, because the army's declaration made the political calculus straightforward for those who understood political calculus. There were those who did not immediately follow, who had other candidates in mind. Philip's nephew Amyntas, who had a genealogical claim, or the infant son of Cleopatra Eurydice, who represented a different dynastic line. But these alternatives found themselves without the one thing that always matters most in moments of contested succession: military support. The army was with Alexander. The army had chosen its king. What followed was swift and terrible, and entirely consistent with how succession crises were resolved in the ancient world. Amyntas, the rival claimant, was killed. The infant son of Cleopatra Eurydice was killed. Cleopatra Eurydice herself, Philip's last queen, was killed, some accounts attributing her death directly to the agency of Olympias, who was said to have sent the execution order with a speed that suggested she had been waiting for precisely this opportunity. Attalus, the man who had made the insulting toast at Philip's wedding, who was also the uncle of Cleopatra Eurydice, and thus a potential center of resistance, was commanding Macedonian advance forces in Asia Minor. He was recalled and executed. The circle of potential rivals was closed one by one, with a thoroughness that left no ambiguity about what was being accomplished. Alexander was king. He was 20 years old, and he was king of Macedonia and the world that stretched out beyond the borders of that kingdom, the Greek city-states to the south, the vast Persian Empire to the east, the wild tribes to the north, was a world that had not yet adjusted its understanding of what this new king intended to do with the power he had just inherited. The Greek city-states adjusted their understanding first, and in the wrong direction. News of Philip's death spread south with the speed that significant news always travels, which is to say much faster than the physical conditions of the ancient world should theoretically allow. In Athens, where Philip had been deeply admired by some and deeply resented by others, the news was received by certain quarters with something close to celebration. Demosthenes, the great orator, the man who had dedicated his rhetorical life to warning Athens of the Macedonian threat and rallying the city-states to resist it, appeared in the assembly wearing a white garland of celebration, even though his own daughter had recently died. A decision that history has recorded as a piece of political theater that was also a piece of political miscalculation. Athens was not the only city-state to sense an opportunity in the chaos of Philip's death. Thebes, whose famous sacred band had been shattered at Chaeronea, began to stir. Across the Peloponnese, cities that had chafed under the terms of Philip's League of Corinth began to discuss the possibility that those terms might be renegotiated under a new and presumably less formidable king. What they did not yet understand, what almost no one south of the Macedonian border yet understood, was that the new king was not less formidable. He was differently formidable, which is to say that he was formidable in ways that Philip had never quite been, and that these ways were about to become apparent with a clarity that would leave no room for misunderstanding. Alexander's response to the Greek city's stirrings was to move south with his army so quickly that the cities in question barely had time to complete their discussions before Macedonian forces were appearing at their borders. This was the first demonstration of something that would become one of Alexander's most characteristic military attributes: speed. Not recklessness, not the impulsive charging forward of a man who values boldness over calculation. Something more deliberate than that. Alexander had an instinctive grasp of the relationship between time and political reality, of the fact that a situation which seems fluid and negotiable in one moment can be foreclosed entirely by the arrival of an army in the next moment. He moved before his opponents could fully articulate what they were doing, and in moving first, he changed what was possible for them. Thessaly was the first region he addressed. The Thessalians had been allied with Philip through a combination of genuine affinity and political necessity, but the death of Philip had raised questions about whether that alliance extended to his son. Alexander did not approach Thessaly with demands. He approached it with a gesture of extraordinary physical confidence. Rather than march through the narrow coastal passes where a defending force could have made his army's progress difficult, he ordered his men to cut steps directly into the rock face of Mount Ossa, allowing the Macedonian army to bypass the natural defensive geography entirely and appear on Thessalian soil from a direction the Thessalians had not anticipated. It was a military maneuver, yes, but it was also a message. The young king of Macedonia was not going to be slowed by geography. He was not going to negotiate with terrain. He was going to find another way. The Thessalians confirmed him as leader of the Thessalian League, the position his father had held. He moved south. At Thermopylae, that narrow pass of legendary significance, Alexander summoned the representatives of the Greek states to a meeting of the Amphictyonic League, the ancient religious and political body that bound the Greek world together through shared sanctuaries and shared laws. He was confirmed there as well. He continued south. Corinth was where the formal encounter with the Greek world took place. It was here that the city-states, recognizing with each day's news of Alexander's southward progress, that the situation was not, after all, negotiating itself in their favor, began to come forward to treat with the young king. Representatives arrived. Ambassadors made appropriate statements. The League of Corinth, which Philip had established after Chaeronea as the institutional architecture of Macedonian hegemony over Greece, was reconvened. Alexander was named hegemon, supreme commander, of the League, just as Philip had been. He was also named, following the plans that Philip had already set in motion, as the leader of the Pan-Hellenic campaign against Persia, the campaign of vengeance for the Persian Wars of a century and a half ago, the campaign that was supposed to unite the fractious Greek world in common purpose under Macedonian direction. There is a story associated with Alexander's time in Corinth that may or may not be literally true, but is too perfectly symbolic to omit. Diogenes the Cynic philosopher was living at this time in Corinth, famously having rejected conventional society in favor of a life of radical simplicity, sleeping in a large ceramic jar, owning almost nothing, challenging the assumptions of civilized life with a consistent and deliberate perversity that had made him famous throughout the Greek world. Every dignitary in Greece was coming to pay respects to Alexander. Diogenes did not come. Alexander, curious and perhaps a little amused, went to Diogenes instead. He found the philosopher lying in the sun, doing nothing in particular. Alexander stood before him, with all the confidence and power of the new master of the Greek world, and asked Diogenes if there was anything he, Alexander, could do for him. Diogenes looked up at the young king and asked him to stand aside because he was blocking the sunlight. Alexander reportedly turned to his companions, who were struggling to conceal their indignation, and said that if he were not Alexander, he would wish to be Diogenes. What this story captures, whether or not its precise details are historical, is something true about Alexander at this moment in his life: his genuine interest in the world of the mind, his capacity to appreciate a man who refused to be impressed by him, his awareness that power and the things power cannot provide are two separate categories of human experience. He had been educated by Aristotle for 3 years in the gardens at Mieza, and whatever else those years had done to him, they had given him a framework for understanding that the conquest of territory and the conquest of understanding were different enterprises, and that the second was in some ways the more interesting of the two. He was still only 20 years old. He had secured the throne. He had secured Greece. And he had done both of these things with a speed and competence that had left his potential rivals with no time to organize themselves into effective opposition. But the North was not yet settled. The northern borders of Macedonia, where Thracian tribes and Illyrian confederacies and the various peoples of the Danube basin had long tested Macedonian power, and who now, with a new and young king on the throne, were doing so again, required his attention before he could look east toward the great campaign that was the real object of his ambition. He turned north in the spring of 335 BC, and what followed was a campaign of such compressed and ferocious efficiency that it remains one of the most impressive pieces of military planning in the ancient record. The Triballians, a Thracian people of considerable power, had been raiding into Macedonian territory and had refused to acknowledge the new king's authority. Alexander moved against them along the Danube corridor with an army that was learning, march by march and battle by battle, the rhythms of its new commander's style. Philip had built this army. Alexander was making it his. The Triballians retreated to an island in the Danube, believing that the river itself would serve as their protection. They were wrong. Alexander ordered his forces to cross the river, not with a prepared bridging train, but with improvised rafts made from tent materials and whatever else was at hand, supplemented by hollow logs used as floats. He crossed at night, and in the morning the Triballians found the Macedonian army on their island before they had fully processed the fact that crossing had been attempted. The psychological impact of an army materializing where it was believed to be impossible. This was something Alexander would return to again and again. The understanding that the morale of an opponent is itself a kind of territory, and that it can be conquered through surprise as effectively as ground can be conquered through force. From the Danube, he turned west to deal with the Illyrians under their king Clitus. This campaign involved harder fighting and rougher terrain, the kind of mountain country where Alexander's army could not deploy its strengths in the open field manner that made the Macedonian formation so devastating. There was a moment during this campaign when the Macedonian forces were caught in a difficult position, in ground that allowed the Illyrian army to hold the heights and threaten their flanks. Alexander managed the situation with a demonstration of military drill so precise and so calm under pressure that the Illyrian forces, watching a great army maneuver with parade ground composure while being actively threatened, apparently concluded that they were facing something they did not fully understand and began to withdraw. Alexander read the withdrawal for exactly what it was, pursued the retreating Illyrians through the night, and turned a difficult defensive situation into a decisive victory. He was still dealing with the aftermath of the Illyrian campaign, consolidating the northern borders and ensuring that the threat was genuinely resolved rather than merely deferred, when the news arrived from the south that changed the calculation of everything. Thebes had revolted. The Theban revolt of 335 BC had its origins in a rumor that Alexander was dead. Somewhere, in the confused communication networks of the ancient world, word had traveled south that the young king of Macedonia had been killed in the north, that the great army was leaderless, that the moment of opportunity that Philip's assassination had seemed to offer, and then so quickly closed, had reopened. The Thebans, who had never accepted the Macedonian hegemony with anything but resentment, who had watched their sacred band, the finest fighting force in Greece, 300 men who had been undefeated for decades, destroyed at Chaeronea, who had a Macedonian garrison installed in their citadel as a reminder of their subordination, seized the moment. They besieged the Macedonian garrison. They called on the other Greek city-states to join them in a war of liberation. Athens, that chronic and well-intentioned waverer, moved weapons and supplies toward the Theban border without quite committing to send soldiers. Alexander, who was emphatically not dead, received the news and made the decision that would define the entire subsequent character of his reign, not just as a military decision, but as a political message delivered in the loudest and most permanent vocabulary available to a king. He marched south with his army. The distance from the Illyrian frontier to Thebes was substantial, several hundred miles through varied terrain that could be expected to take an army weeks to traverse. Alexander covered it in approximately 2 weeks. The speed was itself the first message. When the Macedonian army appeared before the walls of Thebes, the city had barely had time to fortify its position, let alone receive the reinforcements it had been counting on. The second message was the offer Alexander made before the assault began. He sent terms to the Thebans: surrender, return to the League of Corinth, hand over the instigators of the revolt, and no harm would come to the city. It was a generous offer by the standards of ancient warfare, and the Thebans knew it. There were voices within Thebes that urged acceptance. There were men who understood, looking at the army outside their walls, that the mathematics of the situation did not favor resistance. But the voices of defiance were louder. Thebes had a tradition of military pride, of the sacred band, of having stood against Philip and refused submission until Chaeronea had forced it. To surrender to a 20-year-old king who might or might not survive the year seemed to those voices like a choice that foreclosed a future that might yet be recovered. They refused. The assault on Thebes was one of the most terrible events of the 4th century BC, and what made it most terrible was not the battle itself, which was fierce and bloody but not exceptionally long, but what Alexander chose to do after the battle was won. He called a meeting of the League of Corinth, and he put the question of Thebes' fate to the League's delegates. This was itself a piece of political theater. By involving the League in the decision, Alexander transformed what might have been perceived as a Macedonian act of vengeance into a judgment of the broader Greek community. The delegates, many of whom came from cities that had their own grievances against Thebes, centuries of Theban aggression and domination over their neighbors had left a long account of resentments, voted for the city's destruction. Thebes was destroyed. Not entirely. The temples were spared, and the house of the poet Pindar, whose verses Alexander loved, was specifically ordered preserved, a detail that tells us something about the kind of king who could simultaneously order a city's destruction and protect a poet's house within it. But the city itself was razed. Its population, some 30,000 people, was enslaved. The slaves were sold. The proceeds went to the Macedonian treasury. The citadel remained standing, garrisoned by Macedonian troops, but there was no longer a city of Thebes in any meaningful sense. Where one of the great cities of Greece had stood for centuries, there were now ruins and silence, and the particular kind of absence that is made only by destruction. The message reached every corner of the Greek world simultaneously, because great catastrophes travel faster than ordinary news. Athens, which had been moving supplies toward the Theban border, froze. The city that had once been willing to face Philip in open battle looked at what had happened to Thebes and reconsidered. Ambassadors were sent. Conciliatory language was employed. The Athenian orators who had been most vocal in supporting the revolt, including Demosthenes himself, were offered up to Alexander as men who could be surrendered if the king required a demonstration of Athenian good faith. Alexander, in a moment of political calculation, as precise as any military maneuver, declined to take them. He asked for only one man, a minor figure, and then let the matter rest. He was not trying to humiliate Athens. He was trying to have a functioning alliance with it. He was going to need Greek ships and Greek cooperation, and Greek silence when he crossed into Asia, and the destruction of Thebes had purchased that silence at a price that the rational part of Alexander's mind had clearly calculated as acceptable. The emotional cost of that calculation is harder to assess. Alexander, in later years, was said to have expressed regret about the destruction of Thebes, to have felt that it had been an excess, that the scale of the punishment had been disproportionate to the revolt itself. Whether this regret was genuine or political, and whether it came from the part of him that had loved Greek culture since Aristotle had taught him to, or from the part of him that understood that destroying one of the great cities of civilization was not the kind of act that history would eventually remember with admiration. These questions are not answerable with certainty. What is answerable is what the destruction of Thebes accomplished. It ended, for the foreseeable future, any serious consideration by any Greek city-state of challenging Macedonian authority. The Greek world was quiet. The northern borders were secured. The throne was consolidated. It was now the autumn of 335 BC. Alexander was 21 years old. Behind him lay a year of extraordinary, almost incomprehensible activity. Assassination, succession, the political management of Greece, 2 military campaigns in the north against 2 different peoples, and the total destruction of one of the great cities of the ancient world. Ahead of him lay something that dwarfed all of this in scale and ambition: the crossing into Asia, the campaign against the Persian Empire of Darius III, the dream that Philip had set in motion, and that Alexander was about to carry to a conclusion. No one, not Philip, not Aristotle, not the Theban delegates who had voted for their own city's destruction, not the Athenian orators who had miscalculated so badly, had yet fully imagined. He spent that autumn and winter preparing. He gave gifts to his friends and commanders, estates, revenues, the material rewards that kept the loyalty of powerful men attached to the fortunes of their king. He made sacrifices at the temples. He consulted oracles. He reduced his own personal treasury to almost nothing in the process of equipping his army and distributing gifts, and when a companion asked him what he had kept for himself from his patrimony, he reportedly answered, "Hope." It was the answer of a young man who believed so absolutely in what lay ahead that the resources of the present moment seemed almost beside the point. He was not wrong to believe it, but he could not yet know the full shape of what his belief would cost him and everyone around him in the years to come. That reckoning was still ahead, across the Hellespont, in the infinite and patient East. For now, on the eve of the crossing, in the last quiet months before the world began to move in earnest, Alexander the Great was king of Macedonia, hegemon of the League of Corinth, and a 21-year-old man standing at the edge of the known world, looking out at an horizon that had no visible end. Chapter 4. Crossing the Hellespont. The wind off the Propontis carries the smell of salt, and something older, the breath of 2 worlds pressing against each other across a narrow seam of water. The Hellespont. A strait no wider than a strong man can shout across on a calm morning, and yet it is the most consequential body of water on earth. To the west lies Greece, its marble cities, its arguing philosophers, its dusty plains baked by a sun that feels familiar and forgiving. To the east lies Asia, immeasurable, ancient, indifferent to the ambitions of young men who have never seen the far edge of it. No one, not even the oldest scholars in Athens, can say with confidence where Asia ends. It is the spring of 334 BC, and Alexander of Macedon stands at the western shore. He is 21 years old. He has been king for barely 2 years. In those 2 years he has crushed a rebellion in Thrace, razed the city of Thebes to its foundations so thoroughly that even now travelers stop at what used to be its gates and stare at empty air where buildings once stood. And he has crossed into Greece to receive the submission of city-states that once dismissed his father Philip as a northern barbarian wearing a crown. He has done all of this before his 22nd birthday. And now he stands at the edge of the known world, looking east, and he is not afraid. This is perhaps the most remarkable thing about him. Not his brilliance, not his physical courage, not even the terrible intensity of his ambition. It is his absolute, unshakable certainty that what he is about to do is not only possible, but inevitable. The East does not frighten Alexander. It calls to him the way the sea calls to men who were born beside it. Behind him, strung out along the western shore of the Hellespont, is an army. 40,000 infantry, perhaps 5,000 cavalry, a fleet of 160 triremes, and 150 transport vessels bobbing gently in the current. By the standards of the Persian Empire, which Alexander intends to dismantle, this force is modest. Almost insultingly so. The Persian king, Darius III, commands an empire that stretches from the Aegean coast of Asia Minor to the Indus Valley, an expanse of territory so vast that messengers riding horses at full gallop can travel for months without reaching its eastern limits. Darius can field armies that make Alexander's look like a patrol. He commands satraps, provincial governors with the resources of kingdoms, who each independently possess more soldiers than Alexander has brought to the water's edge. The numbers, by any rational accounting, do not favor Alexander. Alexander does not think in numbers. He thinks in moments. The crossing begins. The transport vessels are loaded first, horses snorting and stamping against the unfamiliar motion of the decks, soldiers gripping their shields and speaking quietly among themselves, officers moving along the lines with the particular calm of men who have decided to be calm and are working hard at it. The Macedonian fleet moves out into the Hellespont in disciplined formation, the oars cutting the dark water in rhythm, the gulls wheeling overhead as if they have assembled specifically to witness this. The current here runs swift and cold even in spring, pulling constantly southward toward the Aegean. The helmsmen correct for it without being told, their hands steady on the tillers, reading the water the way men who have spent their lives on it learn to read living things. Alexander does not cross with the fleet. He stands in the stern of his own vessel, a single ship faster than the transports, and he sails to the approximate middle of the Hellespont. Here, with the coast of Greece visible behind him, and the coast of Asia not yet close enough to make out individual trees, he stops. He has brought a bull, pure white, selected weeks ago for this purpose. He has brought libations. He stands in his armor, the armor that will become famous, that soldiers will describe to their grandchildren with the same reverence others reserve for temples, and he pours wine into the water. He prays. He sacrifices the bull over the prow, and the blood falls into the Hellespont and is taken immediately by the current, dispersing into the deep water, feeding the same sea that fed the Trojans and the Greeks who came to destroy them. Alexander is performing a calculation that has nothing to do with mathematics. He is locating himself in the story of the world. This strait is where East met West in the age of legend. Xerxes, the Persian king who invaded Greece a century and a half ago, built a bridge of boats across the Hellespont and marched his millions westward, and was eventually beaten back, his ambition broken at Salamis and Plataea. Alexander is crossing in the opposite direction. He is not simply a general on campaign. He is a correction, a reversal. The Persian invasion of Greece, rewritten in the other direction, answered at last. And there is something else. Something that matters to Alexander in a way that is almost impossible to explain to people who do not understand him. Troy is nearby. The Asian shore comes closer. The transports are already grounding in the shallows of the Troad, the region of northwestern Asia Minor that contains beneath its hills and its scrub oak and its fields of yellow grass the ruins of the city that Homer sang about. Alexander has known Homer since childhood. His mother, Olympias, a fierce and complicated woman who worshipped Dionysus with a passion that unnerved even devout Greeks, told him as a boy that he was descended from Achilles through her line. His tutor Aristotle gave him a copy of the Iliad annotated in the great philosopher's own hand, and Alexander has kept it with him since. It travels in his baggage, carried in a casket alongside a dagger. He has read it so many times that he can recite passages that are not among the famous ones, passages that only a reader who has given the whole of himself to a text ever truly memorizes. Achilles is Alexander's model, his ideal, his measure. Before he does anything else, before he meets with his generals, before he inspects the landing site, before he does any of the 100 things a commander must do when an army has just crossed a major water obstacle, Alexander goes to Troy. He goes on foot in armor across the fields of the Troad. The ruins are not much to look at. Troy fell centuries ago, and what remains is mostly foundation stones and the humped shapes of buried walls, grass growing over them now, livestock grazing on the hills above. Local people sell stories about which mound is Achilles' tomb and which is Hector's, and most of the stories contradict each other. It doesn't matter. Alexander is not here for archaeology. He strips off his armor at the tomb that is pointed out to him as belonging to Achilles, the greatest of the Greek warriors, the one who chose a short, glorious life over a long, forgettable one. Alexander anoints the stone with oil. He garlands it with flowers that his companions carry for him. And then, in the sight of his generals and his guard, and whatever local people have gathered to watch this strange ceremonial invasion, he actually runs around the perimeter of the tomb. He is paying honor. He is asking for something. He is announcing, in the language of action rather than words, that he intends to be what Achilles was, a man for whom immortal fame is worth any price. His companion Hephaestion, who has been his closest friend since boyhood, performs the same rite at the tomb said to belong to Patroclus, Achilles' beloved companion. The two of them stand afterward at the graves of heroes in the warm morning light, and there is something between them, some shared understanding of what this moment means, and what is being asked of them by the ambitions they carry, that no one else who is watching can fully enter. Then Alexander puts his armor back on. The ceremony is complete. The campaign begins. The army moves south and east along the coast of Asia Minor. This territory, what would one day be called Western Turkey, with its warm Aegean climate, its olive trees, its prosperous Greek cities clinging to bays and promontories, has been under Persian control for generations. The Greek cities here are not free. They pay tribute to Persian satraps, and some of them have Persian-backed tyrants installed as their rulers, men who govern in the Persian interest rather than the interest of the people they govern. Alexander has announced his intention to liberate them, which is partly genuine and partly strategic, because a reputation for liberation is enormously useful when you are marching through territories you need to not resist you. The Persians, meanwhile, are not doing nothing. The Persian satrap Arsaces, who governs the region of Hellespontine Phrygia, has assembled a force to meet Alexander. His cavalry is the best in the world by the conventional wisdom of the time. Persian and Bactrian horsemen who have grown up in the saddle, supplemented by Greek mercenaries who fight for pay rather than for Alexander's vision, and who fight with the cold professional competence of men who have separated their skills from their loyalties. The Persian commanders have received advice from a man named Memnon of Rhodes, a Greek who has committed himself entirely to Persian service, one of the finest military minds of his generation, and Memnon's advice is sensible. He has told them not to engage Alexander directly, to fall back, to burn the crops and the fields as they retreat, to deny the Macedonian army the food it needs to sustain itself, to let hunger and supply problems do what Persian swords might not be able to do against this particular opponent. The Persian commanders do not take Memnon's advice. This is a decision that will haunt them. They are proud men. They are men accustomed to commanding armies and receiving tribute and being the visible representatives of the most powerful empire the world has seen. To retreat before a young Macedonian king who has arrived with a relatively small force would be humiliating in a way they cannot bring themselves to accept. And so, in late May of 334 BC, the Persian force takes up a position on the eastern bank of the Granicus River, a fast-running stream that flows north into the Propontis, and they wait for Alexander to come to them. Alexander comes. The Granicus River in late spring runs cold and fast from the snowmelt of the mountains above, and the eastern bank where the Persians have positioned themselves rises steeply from the water, a near vertical cut of earth, soft in some places and treacherous in others, difficult terrain for men and horses trying to cross under fire. The Persian cavalry waits at the top of this bank. Below them, the river gleams in the afternoon light, pulling westward with the indifferent force of snowmelt that has been accumulating in the mountains since winter. Alexander's senior general Parmenion, a careful man and an excellent one, rides to where Alexander stands studying the bank. Parmenion is old enough to have served Philip and to have opinions earned through decades of actual command. He looks at the Granicus, the fast current, the steep bank, the ranks of Persian horsemen waiting above, and he tells Alexander that the crossing is too risky. The hour is late. They should camp on the western bank tonight and cross at dawn, when the light is better and the Persians might have shifted their position or lost their concentration. It is the advice of a man who has stayed alive for a long time by understanding when not to attack. Alexander listens. He respects Parmenion. He does not agree with him. What Parmenion sees is a dangerous river crossing with an army waiting to kill them on the far bank. What Alexander sees is the first battle of the Asian campaign. And he knows, in the deep intuitive way that he seems to know things about battle before they happen, that the first battle is not merely a military event. It is a statement. It is a message sent to every Persian satrap, every city, every people who are watching, to see whether this young king is genuinely dangerous or merely impudent. If Alexander camps on the western bank and waits for a better moment, the message is caution. And caution, in the economy of reputation that Alexander is building, is a kind of defeat. He orders the crossing. The Macedonian line moves to the river. On the left, Parmenion commands the Thessalian cavalry and the allied Greek horse. On the right, Alexander positions himself at the head of the companion cavalry, the finest heavy horse in Europe, men who have trained beside him since youth, who ride with a collective confidence that comes from absolute faith in the man who leads them. Between the two wings, the Macedonian infantry, the sarissa bearers, the high paspists, the men who form the backbone of the Macedonian system, prepare to cross. The cavalry goes first. Alexander leads them in, not waiting for the infantry, not holding back. He is in his most recognizable armor now, the white-plumed helmet that his troops can pick out in the press of battle the way sailors pick out a lighthouse in fog. He goes into the current at an angled upstream, to fight the pull of the water, and the horses struggle, but they are good horses, Macedonian and Thessalian horses bred for war. The Persians send their cavalry down to the bank's edge, and the missiles begin to fall, javelins and arrows clattering off armor and shields, and men and horses going down in the shallows. The crossing is chaos, in the way that all river crossings under fire are chaos. Men lose horses to the current. Some are hit before they reach the far bank, and the river takes them. Others make the opposite shore, and immediately begin the desperate business of climbing the steep bank, while Persian horsemen drive at them from above, trying to push them back into the water. For a long, terrible moment, the Macedonian right wing is jammed at the base of the bank, pressing upward, slipping, fighting hand-to-hand with cavalrymen who have the enormous advantage of higher ground. Alexander is in the worst of it. He makes the far bank and starts climbing, and a Persian nobleman named Spithridates rides straight at him, not at the mass of Macedonians, at Alexander specifically, at the white plume, and drives a lance that strikes Alexander's helmet. The blow is powerful enough to shear the plume away. Alexander is unhorsed or nearly unhorsed. The accounts differ on the exact mechanics, and Spithridates raises his sword for the killing blow. Clitus, called the Black, is at Alexander's side. Clitus has been one of Alexander's companions since before either of them knew what war really was, and in this moment, Clitus does something that will define his relationship with Alexander for the rest of their lives together. He cuts off Spithridates' sword arm at the shoulder. The Persian nobleman falls. Alexander regains his horse. The battle continues. The Macedonian infantry have been crossing through all of this, the phalanx pressing forward, and now they reach the far bank in enough numbers to begin the organized fighting they are trained for. The Persian infantry, largely the Greek mercenaries Memnon commands, has been held back, deployed too far behind the cavalry line to intervene in time. This is a fatal error in Persian deployment, and it becomes clear in the next hour. The Persian cavalry, without infantry support, cannot hold against the Macedonian combined arms pressing up the bank. They break. They begin to ride north and south, trying to escape along the bank. Alexander pursues. The Greek mercenaries in Persian service now face Alexander's full phalanx, and they do something that is both militarily rational and, from Alexander's perspective, profoundly offensive. They stop fighting, and they ask to surrender. They are professional soldiers. Their employer's cavalry has just been destroyed. They have no Persian support. The rational thing is to surrender on terms and negotiate. Most commanders would accept this. Alexander does not. He orders the phalanx to attack them. This is cold. It is also deliberate. Alexander intends to send a message to every Greek who serves Persia for pay, to every man who has chosen gold over the cause he has announced himself as championing. Surrender will not be rewarded. The mercenaries fight back with the ferocity of men who now understand they are fighting for their lives, not for their terms, and most of them die. A small number are taken prisoner and sent back to Macedonia in chains, where they will work the mines, a fate worse than death in the reckoning of men who have always sold their skills freely. The Battle of the Granicus is over before the sun sets. Alexander has lost perhaps 60 cavalry and 30 infantry dead. The Persians have lost thousands. Exact numbers are disputed by every ancient source that records them, but the scale of asymmetry is not in dispute. The first battle of the Asian campaign is a decisive Macedonian victory. The message is sent. Alexander buries his dead with honors. He has bronze statues made of the 25 companions who fell, and sends them to Macedonia, the first war memorials in the history of the Western world to depict individual soldiers rather than gods and heroes. He exempts the city of Macedonia from all taxes for the year. These are not merely gestures. They are the acts of a man who understands that armies are not machines but communities, and that communities require visible evidence that their members are valued. Then he moves south along the coast. The Greek cities of Asia Minor open their gates to him. Sardis, the ancient capital of Lydia, a city of such antiquity and accumulated wealth that its very name meant luxury to the Greeks, surrenders without a fight. The Persian garrison walks out, and Alexander walks in, and he climbs the great citadel above the city, and looks out over the Lydian plain in the warm afternoon, and something in him registers this moment as the kind that does not come again. His treasurer Harpalus begins the work of organizing the immense financial resources that Sardis represents. The Persian imperial system is not being dismantled, it is being redirected. The taxes that flowed to Susa and Persepolis will now flow to the Macedonian campaign chest. Ephesus falls. Miletus falls. This one requiring a brief siege, its harbor fought over by the Macedonian fleet, and the Persian navy that arrives too late to intervene decisively. Halicarnassus, a strongly fortified city on a peninsula jutting into the Aegean, proves more difficult. Memnon of Rhodes commands its defense, and Memnon is exactly as good as his reputation. He uses the walls and the harbor and the Persian fleet with an intelligence and flexibility that costs Alexander time and men. The siege of Halicarnassus is a grinding, ugly thing. Tunnels and counter-tunnels, sorties in the night, sections of wall collapsed and rebuilt, the smell of burning wood, and the cries of men caught in the machinery of a fortified city fighting for its life. In the end, Memnon evacuates Halicarnassus by sea. He does not surrender. He withdraws the garrison and the materials of war that can be moved, fires what cannot, and puts to sea with the Persian fleet. He is not beaten. He is repositioned. Alexander takes the smoking ruins of a city and calls it a victory, which, in a technical sense, it is, but Memnon remains free, remains dangerous, and remains the only Persian commander who has consistently shown an understanding of how to fight Alexander. Through the autumn and winter of 334, and into 333 BC, Alexander moves through Asia Minor with the systematic efficiency of a man who is not touring, but taking possession. He goes east along the southern coast, the Lycian and Pamphylian shores, where the mountains come down to the sea, and the roads are difficult, and the cities are old and various, and have their own complicated relationships with whoever happens to be the dominant power in any given generation. Many of them open their gates without waiting to see which way events are trending. A few require demonstration. All of them eventually submit. There is a moment on the Pamphylian coast that becomes famous in the accounts, the moment when Alexander's army needs to pass along a narrow coastal track, and the sea is too high to permit passage. Alexander camps and waits. The next morning, the wind has shifted, the sea has dropped, and the track is passable. His soldiers pass in single file along the base of the cliffs, with the sea lapping at their boots. Alexander, walking with them, tells them that the sea itself is making way for their passage. He says it as if he is reporting a fact rather than performing an interpretation. His soldiers believe him, or at least they accept the interpretation, and hold it alongside whatever private skepticism they might carry, because an army that believes its general has the sea's cooperation is an army worth having. He moves inland. He moves toward a city called Gordium. Gordium is an old Phrygian city, not glamorous, not a great commercial center, not a place with the cultural prestige of Sardis or Ephesus. But it carries a story. In the Acropolis of Gordium, in the Temple of Zeus, there sits an ancient wagon. The wagon has been there for centuries. It belonged, according to the story, to Gordias, the founder of the Phrygian dynasty. A man who came to the city in a cart, was taken by the people to be their king at the instruction of an oracle, and dedicated the cart to Zeus. The yoke of this cart is attached to the pole with a knot of cornel bark, a knot of extraordinary complexity, a knot tied so cunningly with the ends tucked so deeply inside the tangle, that no one who has examined it in the centuries since has been able to find where it begins or where it ends. The oracle attached to the wagon says this: "Whoever unties the Gordian knot will rule all of Asia." Alexander arrives in Gordium in the spring of 333 BC. He is surrounded by his generals and his companions, and whatever local officials and priests have arranged themselves to receive him, and they go together to the temple where the wagon sits. Alexander studies the knot. He is not the first conqueror, or would-be conqueror, to come here with ambition in his eyes. The knot has defeated everyone who has tried it. The accounts of what happens next vary. They have varied since antiquity, and they will continue to vary, because what happened carries too much significance for people to be content with a single version. In one account, Alexander studies the knot for a long time, turning it in his hands, looking for the end that all the others have looked for. He does not find it. And then he draws his sword and cuts through it with a single stroke. The crowd assembled in the temple absorbs this in silence. The cut end falls. The knot, which was not a knot for the purpose of holding anything in place, but a knot for the purpose of being unsolvable, is solved. That night there is a tremendous storm, thunder and lightning, such that even hardened soldiers emerge from their tents to look at the sky. And Alexander's diviners interpret the storm as the god's confirmation that he has answered the oracle correctly. In another account, he does not cut it at all. He looks at the knot, studies the post to which the yoke is attached, removes the wooden pin that holds the whole assembly to the pole, and then slides the yoke off the end. The knot remains intact. He has simply removed the problem it was attached to. This version is in some ways more interesting. It suggests a mind that does not attack problems directly, but finds the dimension in which the problem is not a problem, and some scholars have always preferred it. What is not disputed is that Alexander left Gordium with the oracle satisfied, at least to his own satisfaction, and to the satisfaction of the army that needed to believe in him. The Gordian knot is solved. Asia will be his. The divine machinery of the world has been engaged. Whether he cut it, or whether he slid the yoke off the pin, the meaning is the same. Alexander has taken a problem that everyone accepted as insoluble and has refused to accept its terms. He has stepped outside the frame that the problem constructed and found a way through. This is what he will do again and again. At the walls of cities, on the banks of rivers, in the councils of generals who tell him that what he intends is impossible. He will refuse the terms. He will find the dimension in which the impossible is merely unexpected. The army rests in Gordium. It rests and it grows. Reinforcements from Macedonia have been arriving in stages, bringing the force up toward its operational strength. And the Macedonian veterans of the earlier campaign are in excellent condition, confident, flush with the gold of Sardis and Lydia, tempered by 8 months of constant movement and small engagements into something harder and more flexible than what crossed the Hellespont. They eat well in Gordium. They sharpen their weapons. They tell stories about Granicus and Halicarnassus. They look east, and they know that east is where the real campaign begins. News arrives from the west. Memnon of Rhodes, the one Persian commander who has consistently troubled Alexander's sleep, is dead. He has died of a fever during an operation in the Aegean. He had been raiding the Macedonian supply lines, stirring up resistance in the Greek islands, making the case to anyone who would listen that Alexander could be strangled by cutting his connections to Europe. The strategy was sound. The fever was not. With Memnon gone, the Persian strategic response to Alexander loses its most sophisticated mind. Darius will have to fight a different kind of war now. A direct one. A land battle in which Persian numbers are supposed to overwhelm Macedonian quality. Alexander, when he hears the news, permits himself a moment of something that his officers read as relief and others interpret as grief. He has been fighting against Memnon the way you fight against an opponent you respect. And there is a particular loneliness in the departure of a worthy enemy. But there is no time for extended reflection. The Persians are massing somewhere beyond the Taurus Mountains. Darius himself is reported to be taking personal command. The greatest empire in the world is finally understanding that the young man who crossed the Hellespont with 40,000 men and a copy of the Iliad is not a raid or a nuisance. He is the thing itself. Alexander gives the order to move. The army strikes its camp in Gordium and turns its face to the mountains. To the south, the Taurus range rises gray and white against the spring sky, its passes still cold, its rocks still wet with the last of the season's snow. Beyond the mountains lies Cilicia. Beyond Cilicia lies Syria. Beyond Syria lies the heart of the Persian Empire. The horizon is endless. This has always been the point. He was 22 years old when he crossed the Hellespont. He is 23 now, standing in Gordium with a solved knot and an army that believes the sea makes way for him. To the east, Darius waits with the largest army that has ever been assembled in the history of organized warfare. To the west, the Aegean gleams in the spring light, connecting Alexander to the world he was born into, the world he has already irrevocably left behind. He looks east. He always looks east. The march continues. Chapter 5. Clashing with Darius. The autumn of 333 BC arrives with a strange, breathless quality, as if the earth itself has paused to witness what is about to unfold. Alexander stands on the western edge of a narrowing coastal corridor in Cilicia, the land squeezed between the ridgeline of the Amanus Mountains and the cold blue shimmer of the Mediterranean Sea. The air smells of salt and pine resin and something older, the ancient dust of civilizations that have already risen and fallen on this particular stretch of earth. He is 22 years old. He has crossed the Hellespont. He has buried his dead at the Granicus. He has walked through the gates of Troy and laid flowers on the tomb of Achilles. And now, somewhere beyond the mountain passes behind him, the greatest empire the world has ever known is marshalling its full and terrible weight against him. The name whispered through every camp, every fire, every anxious conversation among his officers is the same: Darius. Darius III, King of Kings, Lord of Persia, ruler of a domain that stretches from the Aegean coastline to the borders of India. A man who commands armies so vast that the dust they raise can be seen from hilltops days before the soldiers themselves come into view. He is not the same Darius who failed at Marathon. He is not a distant, abstract sovereign anymore. He has come personally. He has left the comfort of his palace at Persepolis and Susa, taken up the royal standard, and marched west with a force that ancient sources estimate at somewhere between 100,000 and 600,000 men, numbers so enormous that even the more conservative accounting staggers the imagination. He has brought his court with him, his mother, his wife, his daughters, his concubines, his treasurers and scribes and cooks and attendants, as if the palace of Persia has simply picked itself up and walked into the field of war. Alexander knows all of this. His intelligence network, built painstakingly through scouts and local informants and the interrogation of captured messengers, has been feeding him reports for weeks. What he does not know, what no one in his army fully understands yet, is precisely where Darius is. The Persian king has been moving, and the mountain passes of the Amanus range create a kind of strategic fog, a geographic uncertainty that will define the next several days with an almost unbearable tension. It begins with a mistake, or rather, with a misunderstanding that reshapes the entire strategic situation in a single afternoon. Alexander, believing Darius to be somewhere to the south and east in the plains around Sochi, pushes his army forward through the Pillar of Jonah, a narrow coastal pass, heading south. He is moving toward what he believes is his enemy's position. What he does not yet know is that Darius has moved north through a different pass, the Ammanic Gates, and has emerged behind Alexander's army, entering the coastal plain of Issus from the north. The two armies have, in effect, crossed paths without seeing each other. The hunter and the hunted have switched positions without either one realizing it. When the news reaches Alexander, it arrives in stages. First, a report from his rear guard, something unusual, movement to the north. Then a more urgent message, Persian troops sighted in the vicinity of Issus. And then the full and staggering truth. Darius and his entire army are now behind Alexander. Standing on the ground the Macedonians have already crossed, in possession of the field hospital at Issus where Alexander's sick and wounded soldiers have been left. Some of those men, unable to fight, unable to flee, have been captured. Some have had their hands cut off, cauterized, and been sent back to Alexander, a message, visceral and deliberate, about what is waiting for him. Alexander stops. He gathers his commanders around him, on a stretch of coastline where the sea wind cuts cold off the water. He looks at the faces of Parmenion and Ptolemy and Hephaestion and the others, men who have followed him from Macedonia, who trusted him at the Granicus when the odds were uncertain and the enemy held the high ground. He tells them what has happened. He watches their eyes. And then he tells them what he intends to do. He is going to turn around. He is going to march back north toward Darius, and he is going to fight. There is a logic to this decision that goes beyond mere courage. Alexander understands something about the geography of the situation that turns apparent disaster into strategic opportunity. The Persians, for all their numbers, have chosen to position themselves on the narrow coastal plain between the mountains and the sea, a corridor of land that, at the battle site near the Pinarus River, is perhaps 4 kilometers wide at most. This narrow ground, which Persian commanders perhaps assumed would hem the Macedonians in and make their famous cavalry maneuvers impossible, will in fact neutralize the single greatest Persian advantage, numbers. You cannot deploy 100,000 men effectively in 4 kilometers. You cannot outflank an enemy when a mountain range walls you on one side and the sea closes you in on the other. The vast Persian army, in this terrain, will be forced to fight in a dense compressed formation that plays directly into the strengths of the Macedonian phalanx and the companion cavalry. Alexander sees all of this. He explains it, and his men, hearing the clarity of his reasoning even in this moment of apparent crisis, begin to breathe again. The Macedonian army turns north. They march through the night, or at least through the fading afternoon light and into the early dark, covering ground with the particular grim efficiency of soldiers who know that battle is imminent. The mood is not panic. The Macedonians under Alexander have developed something unusual over the course of this campaign, a deep, almost cellular confidence in their commander that has been earned through a series of engagements where the initial situation looked dangerous and the outcome proved victorious. They trust him not because they are told to, but because he has demonstrated repeatedly that his tactical instincts operate at a level beyond ordinary calculation. He sees things. He reads a battlefield the way a musician reads a score, not note by note, but as a whole, feeling the shape of it, understanding where the tension will build and where it will resolve. They camp. They eat. In the morning, as the pale November light begins to find the edges of the Amanus Mountains, Alexander rides along the line of his army, a ritual he performs before every major engagement. He speaks to the men, not in broad abstractions, not in the language of empire and destiny, but personally, calling soldiers by name, referencing specific moments of valor, reminding a Thessalian cavalryman of what he did at the Granicus, telling an infantry officer from Elymiotis that he has not forgotten how that man held his section of the line when the pressure was greatest. It is an extraordinary performance, not in the theatrical sense, but in the sense of a man who has genuinely memorized the names and stories of thousands of individuals and deploys that knowledge as a form of love. Because that is what it is, in some profound way, love, the kind that exists between a commander and his army when the relationship is functioning at its highest possible level. He reaches the front and turns to look south, toward the Pinarus River and the Persian position. What he sees, even from this distance, is overwhelming. The Persian army has spread across the full width of the coastal plain. Their cavalry lines the right flank near the sea. Their Greek mercenary infantry, the best soldiers Darius commands, professional fighters who know the Macedonian phalanx from experience and respect its power, stand in the center. Behind them, in layered formations that seem to extend back toward the mountains without end, are the Persian infantry, the immortals, the levies from 100 subject nations. And somewhere in the center of all of this, elevated on a magnificent war chariot, surrounded by his royal bodyguard and the gathered nobility of the Persian Empire, is Darius himself. Alexander looks at all of this for a long moment. Then he begins giving orders. The Macedonian deployment at Issus is one of the masterpieces of ancient military architecture. Alexander places his companion cavalry on the right wing, near the mountains, under his personal command, because it is on the right that he intends to deliver the decisive blow. The Thessalian cavalry goes to the left under Parmenion, assigned to hold the line near the sea against the heavier Persian cavalry massed there. The phalanx, those dense columns of infantry armed with the sarissa, the long Macedonian pike that extends nearly 6 meters and creates an almost impenetrable wall of overlapping points, occupies the center, advancing in echelon, meaning that the right side leads slightly ahead, creating a diagonal angle of approach. This echelon formation is not accidental. It allows the right wing to make contact first, maintaining momentum, while the center and left arrive in staggered sequence, keeping the line from being outflanked. Alexander has also identified a weakness in the Persian left. The cavalry on that side has been partially drawn off to reinforce other sections of the line, leaving the approach toward Darius's personal position relatively exposed. This is what Alexander has been looking for. Not just a place to push hard, but a path that leads directly to the heart of the Persian command structure. If he can break through the left, if he can drive toward Darius himself, the battle becomes not just a tactical engagement but a psychological one, a direct challenge to the King of Kings, a test of royal nerve conducted on the open field of battle. The Pinarus River runs between the two armies, shallow but with steep banks in places, an obstacle that will disrupt formations as they cross, especially the phalanx, which requires absolute alignment to maintain its integrity. Alexander knows this. He has studied the river carefully. He accepts it as a complication and builds his timing around it. The Persian line is long. It extends across the entire width of the coastal plain. In some sections, Darius has placed sharpened stakes along the river bank to impede the Macedonian advance, a defensive precaution that speaks to a fundamentally defensive mindset. Darius wants to receive the attack, to absorb it in depth, to use his numbers to grind the Macedonians down. It is a coherent strategy. It is simply the wrong strategy when the man commanding the army pressing toward you is Alexander. The Macedonian line begins to advance. They move in disciplined silence at first, not the silence of fear, but the silence of concentration, of men who have trained thousands of hours for exactly this moment and are now running the program their bodies have memorized. The ground between the two armies narrows. The Persian archers begin to release, arrows rising in high arcs, catching the morning light for a half-second before descending. Men begin to fall. The Macedonians close their ranks and keep moving. Alexander watches the Persian left. He is watching for the moment, the exact, precise moment when he can unleash the cavalry charge that will end this. He rides slightly ahead of his companions, controlling his horse with his knees, his eyes moving constantly across the battlefield, reading it. The infantry on his right is already engaged, pushing against the Persian cavalry that has come across the mountains to threaten the Macedonian flank. He wheels a unit of allied infantry to deal with that threat, freeing his companions to focus their energy forward and left toward Darius. The moment comes. It comes when a gap opens in the Persian line, a seam between the Greek mercenaries and the Persian cavalry on the left, a brief, almost invisible loosening of the formation as units adjust and readjust in response to the advancing echelon. To another commander, it might not even register. To Alexander, it is an open door. He turns to the companions, raises his arm, and rides forward. What happens next has been described by ancient writers in varying levels of detail, but the essence is consistent and clear. The companion cavalry, perhaps 1,500 of the finest horsemen in the world, thunders across the Pinarus River and slams into the gap in the Persian line with a force that is not just physical but psychological. The sheer shock of that charge, the noise and the speed and the concentrated violence of it, creates a rupture in the Persian left that spreads outward faster than infantry can respond. The Macedonian wedge formation, a dense triangle of cavalry with Alexander at the point, drives deep into the Persian position, cutting through lighter troops, scattering formations, moving always toward the center, always toward the elevated chariot of the king. Darius sees them coming. The accounts suggest that he holds his position for a moment, that there's a brief, terrible interval in which the King of Kings watches the enemy cavalry driving toward him and attempts to maintain composure, to trust in his bodyguard, to believe that the numbers and the depth of his formation will absorb the blow. But the blow cannot be absorbed. The companion cavalry does not slow. Alexander does not slow. The royal bodyguard begins to take casualties. The men immediately around the chariot begin to die. And then Darius breaks. It is one of the pivotal moments in the story of the ancient world, and its significance cannot be overstated. The Persian king, surrounded by the full apparatus of royal power, guarded by the elite soldiers of the greatest empire on earth, turns his chariot and flees. Some accounts say his horses panicked. Others suggest he saw that the situation was genuinely lost and made a calculated decision to survive rather than die in place. Whatever the internal experience that produces this moment, the external reality is identical and devastating. The King of Kings is running from the battlefield. When an army sees its king flee, something breaks inside it. Not immediately, not in every soldier at once, but like a crack running through ice, it spreads. On the Persian right, near the sea, the cavalry under Parmenion has been fighting a hard, grinding battle. The Persian horse there is numerous and skilled, and Parmenion's Thessalians have had to work desperately to hold the line. But when word travels that Darius has fled, the Persian cavalry on the right loses its will. Men who were fighting hard moments ago begin to think about escape routes. The cohesion of the line begins to dissolve. In the center, the situation is different and more complicated. The Greek mercenaries serving Darius, the men who have sold their military expertise to the Persian Empire, are professional soldiers, and professional soldiers do not necessarily break when their employer panics. They are fighting the Macedonian phalanx in the center of the line, and the fighting is brutal. The crossing of the Pinarus River has disrupted the phalanx formation in places, opened gaps between units, created the kind of messy, disorganized contact that the long sarissa pikes are not ideally suited for. The Greek mercenaries push into those gaps. Men die. Some sections of the Macedonian center are under genuine pressure. It is here that the victory at Issus reveals its character most fully, not as a clean, effortless triumph, but as a hard-won, complicated success achieved simultaneously on multiple levels. Alexander's cavalry has shattered the Persian command structure. Parmenion's Thessalians have held the left. The phalanx, despite the disorder of the river crossing, despite the mercenary counterattack, maintains enough coherence to hold the line until the collapse of Persian will ripples inward from the flanks. When the retreat becomes general, when the Persian army, hundreds of thousands of men, begins to move backward and then to run, the mercenaries in the center find themselves isolated, surrounded on their flanks, with no choice but to attempt a fighting withdrawal. Alexander, having driven Darius from the field, turns his companions and begins pursuit. He chases the Persian king for some distance, before the gathering darkness and the chaos of a routed army make further pursuit impractical. Darius escapes. This is the central tactical frustration of the Battle of Issus, the one thing that prevents a total war-ending success, but he escapes alone. He abandons his chariot, his bow, his royal cloak, his shield. He escapes on horseback, leaving behind him everything that marked him as a king. And in the Persian camp, as Alexander's soldiers move through the captured encampment in the long evening after the battle, they discover what Darius has left behind in his flight. The royal pavilion, an enormous ornate structure by the standards of a military encampment, hung with tapestries and furnished with golden vessels and scented with the particular perfumes of the Persian court, stands intact because there was no time to dismantle it. The treasury chests are there. The cooking equipment, prepared for the royal dinner that will not now be eaten. The attendants and servants of the Persian court, who had nowhere to flee and no means of flight, are still there. And in the women's quarters of the camp, under heavy guard, because even in flight someone thought to post guards, are the family of Darius. His mother Sisygambus, a woman of regal bearing and considerable age, who has survived the rise of multiple kings, and carries herself with a gravity that commands respect even in defeat. His wife Statera, described by ancient sources as one of the most beautiful women in the known world. His daughters. His son. They are captives now. Not of some distant lieutenant, not of a Persian nobleman who might know how to navigate their situation, but of the young king of Macedonia who has just defeated Darius on an open field of battle. What Alexander does next says as much about him as anything that happens at Issus itself. When word reaches him that the Persian royal family is in the camp, he sends a message. He sends it before he has cleaned his wounds, before he has eaten, before he has done any of the things a victorious general does in the first hours after a battle. The message is simple and carefully worded. The royal women are to be treated with all the respect due to their rank and station. They are not prisoners to be humiliated. They are the mother, wife, and children of a great king, and they will be accorded the honors of that position. The next morning, Alexander goes to them in person. He brings Hephaestion, his closest friend, his companion since childhood, a man of such comparable height and bearing that ancient writers note visitors sometimes confuse the two. When they enter the royal women's quarters, Sisygambes, the queen mother, makes the understandable mistake of prostrating herself before Hephaestion rather than Alexander, led astray by the taller man's presence. When someone quietly corrects her, she is overcome with embarrassment. To have shown the prostration due the king to a lesser man, before the king himself, is a devastating breach of the formal protocol she has observed her entire life. Alexander prevents her from performing the ritual again. He helps her to her feet, and he says something that has been quoted and paraphrased in countless sources across 2.5 millennia, something whose precise wording may have shifted slightly in transmission but whose meaning has remained perfectly clear. He tells her she has not made a mistake. He tells her that Hephaestion is also Alexander. It is an extraordinary statement. It is also, reading it carefully, a statement about love, public, unapologetic, offered not in private, but in the formal context of a diplomatic encounter with the captured mother of his greatest enemy. He is saying that the man he loves most in the world is so fully an extension of himself that honoring one is honoring the other. He is saying this to Sisygambes, and he is saying it knowing it will be recorded, knowing it will travel. Sisygambes, it is reported, becomes devoted to Alexander from this day forward. Not in the way a captive becomes devoted to a captor out of fear or expedience, but genuinely. She treats him as a son, and he treats her as a grandmother, and this relationship, improbable and moving in equal measure, persists until the end of Alexander's life. The aftermath of Issus ripples outward with a speed that reflects the scale of what has happened. Darius, fleeing east toward the Euphrates, sends a letter to Alexander. It is a remarkable document, a diplomatic communication that walks a careful line between the formality of a king addressing another king and the urgent pragmatism of a man who has just lost his army and his family in the same afternoon. Darius proposes terms. He suggests friendship. He asks, in the formal language of Persian royal correspondence, for the return of his family. Alexander's reply is equally remarkable and considerably more revealing. He responds not with conciliation, but with a kind of majestic refusal. He corrects Darius's framing. Darius has addressed him as if Alexander were a subordinate or at best an equal, which Alexander is no longer willing to accept. He lays out his grievances, the Persian support for Macedonian enemies, the alleged Persian role in the assassination of his father Philip, the general history of Persian aggression against the Greek world. And then he issues what amounts to an ultimatum in the language of royal correspondence, telling Darius that if he wishes to discuss terms, he should come to Alexander directly and in person. And when he comes, he should come not as a king addressing an equal, but understanding that Alexander is now the master of all of Asia. It is a letter that reveals the dimensions of Alexander's ambition more clearly than almost anything else from this period. He is not interested in a negotiated peace that leaves the Persian Empire intact and allows Darius to return to his throne. He is interested in replacing Darius. He is interested in the whole thing: the title, the empire, the legitimacy, the position of the King of Kings transferred not through marriage or treaty but through conquest. Issus has not satisfied him. Issus has confirmed what he already believed, that this is possible, that the greatest empire in the world can be taken, and that he is the man to take it. The armies of Alexander and Darius have clashed once, in a narrow coastal corridor where geography reduced the Persian advantage to nothing, and Macedonian tactical genius reduced the margin of uncertainty to almost nothing. One king has fled. One king is still standing on the battlefield, looking east. The year turns. The winter of 333 and 332 BC passes in the particular way of winters during military campaigns, slowly, filled with logistics and administration, and the endless maintenance of an army far from home. Alexander does not chase Darius east. Not yet. There is something else that needs to be done first, something that his strategic instincts have identified as the essential prerequisite for any move into the Persian heartland. He cannot march into Asia with an unsubdued coast behind him. He cannot leave the Persian fleet, still potent, still capable of disrupting his supply lines, still able to carry Persian gold and agents to the Greek cities he has left behind him, operating freely in the eastern Mediterranean. He needs to take the coast, every port, every harbor, every city from which a Persian fleet can operate or resupply. He turns south, and the next great challenge of this campaign is already waiting for him. A city that has never been taken by a land army, protected by the sea itself, armed with the conviction of its own invincibility. But that is still ahead. For now, in the immediate aftermath of Issus, there is a moment of something that almost resembles stillness. The captured Persian camp is being sorted and catalogued. The royal women are receiving the honors Alexander has promised them. Messengers are riding in every direction. To Pella, where Antipater governs Macedonia in Alexander's absence, bearing news of the victory, to the Greek cities of Ionia, where the news will circulate through the agoras and stoas and change the calculations of every politician and merchant and philosopher who hears it, to Sparta, which has been quietly resistant to Macedonian hegemony, where the council will receive the news of Issus with a complex mixture of dismay and reassessment. Alexander sits in Darius's tent, at Darius's table, eating Darius's dinner from Darius's golden plates. His companions are around him: Hephaestion, Ptolemy, Nearchus, Craterus, the men who form the inner circle of this extraordinary enterprise. The food is elaborate, the wine is excellent, the surroundings are the most luxurious any of them have ever occupied. Alexander looks at the golden vessels, the richly woven hangings, the perfumed warmth of the tent, and he says something quiet, something that the ancient writers have preserved, though as with so many of his reported words it comes to us filtered through decades and centuries of retelling. He says, "This, it seems, is what it means to be a king." It is a complicated statement. It contains admiration and irony and hunger in roughly equal measure. It is the statement of a young man who has grown up in the austere court of Macedonia, who has lived on campaign for the better part of 2 years, who has eaten soldiers' rations and slept on cloaks spread over rocky ground, now sitting in the most opulent dining room in the known world. He is not saying it with contempt. He is not saying it as a conqueror, mocking the conquered. He is saying it as someone who has just glimpsed, for the first time, the full dimensions of what he is fighting for. The night deepens over the captured Persian camp. The stars over Cilicia are the same stars that shine over Macedonia, and over Persepolis, and over every kingdom between them. Alexander's soldiers, camped in their tens of thousands across the coastal plain, are already asleep, exhausted, alive, victorious, dreaming whatever soldiers dream after the day they have survived. The sea moves quietly in the dark beyond the edge of the camp. Alexander is 22 years old. He has defeated Darius in open battle. He holds the mother and wife and children of the King of Kings as his guests in the king's own camp. He commands the loyalty of an army that has followed him from the shores of the Hellespont to this narrow strip of coast between the mountains and the sea, and would, he knows, follow him farther still. The horizon is endless. He has never doubted it. And tonight, more than ever before, the evidence surrounds him, golden and fragrant and almost unbearably beautiful, that the horizon is also eventually reachable. He drinks the king's wine in the king's tent under the stars. And tomorrow, he will march again. Chapter 6: Pharaoh of the Nile. The sea does not yield easily to men. It has its own memory, its own pride, its own stubborn resistance to the ambitions of kings. Alexander of Macedon had crossed rivers and mountain passes, had broken armies that outnumbered his own, had bent the entire Persian satrapy of Asia Minor to his will through the force of his personality and the precision of his mind. But as he stood on the Phoenician coast in the early weeks of 332 BC, studying the island of Tyre from the mainland shore with the wind off the Mediterranean pulling at his cloak, he understood that what lay before him was something altogether different from anything he had yet attempted. Tyre was not a battlefield. It was an idea, an island fortress half a mile from shore, ringed by walls that rose in places to a height of 150 feet, garrisoned by men who had never been conquered, protected by one of the most formidable naval traditions in the ancient world. And yet Alexander had decided it must fall. The Tyrians had not expected this. They had received his ambassadors with what they believed was a reasonable offer: neutrality, friendship, access to their celebrated harbor, but they had refused him one thing, the one thing that mattered most to Alexander in that moment. They would not allow him to enter the city and offer sacrifice at the temple of Melkart, the ancient Phoenician deity whom the Greeks identified with Heracles himself. It was a seemingly small religious request. The Tyrians read it correctly as something far more dangerous. If Alexander entered Tyre, Tyre became his. And so they returned his ambassadors to him in pieces. That act sealed everything. It transformed a negotiation into a siege into an obsession, and an obsession into one of the most extraordinary engineering feats in the ancient world. The plan he devised was almost absurd in its ambition. If Tyre would not come to him, he would go to Tyre. He would build a causeway, a mole, the engineers called it, extending from the mainland shore out across the seafloor to the island itself. He would narrow the water. He would bring the land to them. His engineers consulted one another in low voices, exchanging glances that conveyed what they would not say aloud, which was that this had never been done on such a scale, that the sea bottom was unpredictable, that the Tyrian fleet would harry every meter of progress. Alexander listened to their hesitations, and then overruled them with the calm certainty of a man who did not traffic in doubt. The work began almost immediately. Thousands of soldiers became laborers. The men of the Macedonian army, the same men who had trained for years in the precise geometry of the phalanx, who had hardened their bodies for the shock of battle, now found themselves dragging timber and hauling stone, wading into cold water to drive stakes into an uncertain sea floor, filling baskets with rubble and tipping them into the shallows while the island loomed in the distance like a taunt. Alexander did not watch from a comfortable remove. He worked beside them, or rather he moved among them in that particular way of his, appearing wherever the effort was most difficult, carrying stones himself when the mood required it, talking to individual soldiers by name, making the degrading labor feel like something heroic, something consequential. It was one of his most consistent and remarkable gifts, the ability to make other men feel that whatever they were enduring at his side was the most important thing happening anywhere in the world. Progress at first was swift. The water near the shore was shallow and cooperative, and the mole took shape with a speed that surprised even the skeptics. But as it extended outward, as the depth increased and the distance from the shore grew, everything changed. The sea floor became treacherous and uneven. Currents pulled at the structure from unexpected angles, and the Tyrian fleet, those swift, low warships with their expert Phoenician sailors, began to probe and attack with increasing boldness. They would dart in close, fire-burning arrows into the wooden siege towers Alexander had erected at the mole's seaward end, and retreat before the Macedonians could respond effectively. They sent divers beneath the surface to tie ropes to the wooden pilings and pull them loose in the night. They dropped burning material onto the mole's surface from fire ships specially prepared for the purpose. Every advance Alexander achieved, the Tyrians found a way to contest. There is a particular quality to siege warfare that separates it from all other forms of military experience. A pitched battle is decided in hours. An assault on a fortified city can be measured in days. But a siege like Tyre is measured in months, and it operates on a different register of human endurance. It is not the body that is most tested, but the will, the capacity to sustain effort and attention and commitment across weeks that blur into one another without the punctuation of decisive action. Some commanders crack under this pressure. They grow impatient. They make rash decisions. They divert their attention to easier targets. Alexander was made differently. The longer the siege continued, the calmer he appeared to become, as though the resistance itself was clarifying something in him, burning away everything unnecessary and leaving only the hard core of his determination. He sent messengers north and south along the coast, pressing allied Phoenician cities and the kings of Cyprus for their naval forces. He understood that the fundamental vulnerability of his position was not the mole itself, but the absence of a fleet capable of countering Tyre's maritime superiority. While the engineering continued, the mole creeping meter by meter across the sea floor, wider now to resist the currents, flanked by additional structures to blunt the Tyrian sorties, Alexander waited for ships to arrive. And they came. By the late spring, he had assembled a fleet of extraordinary size, perhaps 80 ships from Cyprus, another fleet from the Phoenician cities that had already submitted to him, vessel after vessel joining the armada, until Alexander possessed something he had never had before in this campaign, a genuine naval force. The moment the fleet arrived, the nature of the contest shifted. The Tyrians had organized their harbor entrances carefully, blocking them with triremes anchored side by side to prevent entry. But now Alexander had the numbers to challenge them on the water directly. He sailed his fleet against the northern harbor entrance on a morning when the wind favored him, driving in close with rams and grappling hooks, fighting the kind of close-quarters naval engagement the Tyrians had always controlled and now found themselves struggling to contain. The Cypriots fought the northern harbor. The Phoenician ships pressed the southern. On the mole, the great siege towers now reached the walls themselves, and the engines upon them, the catapults, the battering rams, the arrow shooting devices that could strip a wall's defenders in minutes, began their relentless conversation with Tyre's ancient stones. For a time, the walls held. They were thick beyond reason, constructed over centuries with a seriousness of purpose that reflected the Tyrians' long historical understanding that they were always, eventually, someone's enemy. The defenders worked with disciplined ferocity, dropping burning sand from the ramparts, burning sand which could sift through armor and blister flesh in a way that nothing else could match, hurling boulders, lowering spinning wheels designed to deflect incoming missiles, fighting back with every resource their extraordinary city had hoarded across generations of maritime prosperity. They were brave, and their bravery was real, and it deserved its acknowledgement even as the walls crumbled beneath the hammers Alexander had brought to bear against them. It was July when the breach finally came. The battering rams had found a weakness in the southern wall, a section where the stone proved slightly less dense than its neighbors, and they worked at it with the patient rhythm of men who understood that all walls have a moment of surrender. When the breach opened, not a collapse but an opening, a wound in the limestone through which men could pass, Alexander was ready. He had prepared a force of his finest infantry, the Hypaspists, his elite assault troops, to lead the breach. He was among them. His officers pleaded with him to stay back, as they always did. He refused, as he always did. And when the boarding bridges were dropped from the siege towers onto the wall's upper surface, and the Macedonians poured across, Alexander was somewhere in the first wave, fighting hand to hand on a narrow surface above the sea, in a city he had spent 7 months building a road to reach. The fighting inside Tyre was terrible. The Tyrians had not surrendered in their hearts, even when the walls gave way. And they contested every street, every courtyard, every staircase with the conviction of men who understood that the fall of their city meant the end of everything they had known. But the Macedonians were inside now, and the naval forces had broken through the harbor entrances, and the city was surrounded from every direction at once. The resistance dissolved, not from any failure of courage, but from the simple arithmetic of inevitability. What followed was severe. Alexander had been kept from his sacrifice at Melkart's temple for 7 months. 7 months of backbreaking labor, of watching men die on the mole, of fires in the night, and Tyrian arrogance returned to him on the mutilated bodies of his ambassadors. He was not merciful. The city's men of fighting age were killed. The women and children were sold into slavery. The city itself, that extraordinary island metropolis, that jewel of Phoenician civilization, that hub of Mediterranean trade across 500 years, was put to the torch in significant portions. 6,000 Tyrians died in the final assault. 2,000 more were crucified along the beach. It was the harshest act of Alexander's campaign to that point, and it sent a message that traveled faster than any courier. It traveled south along the Levantine coast through Gaza, which attempted its own resistance and was rewarded with the same severity, and then it traveled further across the Sinai into Egypt, where something remarkable had been happening in the weeks and months since Alexander's advance southward from Issus had begun to restructure the political map of the eastern Mediterranean. Egypt was not like Persia. Egypt had been under Persian dominion for over a century, enduring what its people regarded as an occupation rather than a government, chafing under rulers who had shown insufficient respect for the ancient religious traditions that lay at the heart of Egyptian identity. The Persians had killed the sacred Apis bull. They had plundered temples. They had appointed satraps who ruled with the authority of conquerors rather than the legitimacy of divine sanction. Egypt's priesthood, the custodians of a civilization several thousand years old, had been waiting for something to change. And now something was changing. Alexander entered Egypt not as a conqueror, but as something stranger and more wonderful. As a liberator, as a fulfillment, as perhaps a figure that the oldest of Egypt's prophetic traditions had been anticipating. The Persian satrap Mausases, holding Egypt with a force too small and too demoralized to resist, made the calculation that was increasingly becoming the only rational calculation in this part of the world, and he surrendered without a fight. Alexander crossed into Egypt in the autumn of 332 BC, and the people received him in a way he had not been received anywhere else. There was no resistance here. There was something closer to relief. He moved through the delta, through Memphis, the great ancient capital where the Nile spread itself wide across the floodplain, and the pyramids of Giza were visible in the distance like a statement about the depth of time that made everything Alexander had done so far seem recent. He was taken to the temples. He made the proper sacrifices. He conducted himself with meticulous respect for the rituals and the priests who conducted them, understanding, with that political intelligence that was one of his most underrated qualities, that the way to hold Egypt was not through force but through legitimacy, and that legitimacy in Egypt flowed from the gods and from the men who spoke for them. At Memphis he was crowned. The ceremony was not Macedonian. It was Egyptian, ancient, and saturated with theological significance that stretched back across millennia. He wore the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. He was given the 5 royal names that each pharaoh received at his coronation, the names that connected the living king to the divine order of the universe, to Amun and Ra and Horus, to the eternal patterns that Egypt's civilization had been reading in the stars and the Nile's annual flood since before Greece had been anything more than a collection of Bronze Age villages. He was presented as the son of Amun. He was presented as the legitimate successor to a tradition so old that it made Alexander feel, perhaps for the first time, the weight of what he was accumulating. He did not remain in Memphis long. He had already conceived another plan, one that combined his architectural instincts with his political ones. Moving northwest from Memphis, along the Mediterranean coast, He reached a stretch of shoreline near the small settlement of Rhakotis, where the geography caught his attention, in the particular way that geography always caught the attention of men who thought simultaneously about commerce and defense and the long future. The site was sheltered by a long offshore island called Pharos, which created a natural double harbor. Fresh water was available from Lake Mareotis behind the coast. The position was accessible from both the Mediterranean and the Nile Delta. It was, in short, a perfect location for a great city. He walked the site himself in the early morning light, with his architects and his closest companions around him, pacing out distances, gesturing toward the horizon, talking rapidly in that way he had when an idea had taken hold of him and his mind was moving faster than his words could follow. There were no marking tools available in sufficient quantity, so the story that has come down through the centuries tells us that he had grain scattered on the ground to mark the outline of the streets and the walls and the central public spaces, the rough schematic of a city that did not yet exist, but that he could already see in his mind with complete clarity. When birds descended and ate the grain, his seers were consulted and declared it a favorable omen, that the city would nourish many peoples, would draw the world to it. He took this as confirmation of what he already knew. Alexandria would become, in the centuries following, one of the most extraordinary cities ever built, a center of learning and culture and commerce that would preserve the works of antiquity and produce new knowledge of its own, whose library would contain the accumulated intellectual wealth of the Mediterranean world, whose streets would host philosophers and mathematicians and poets and merchants from every corner of the known earth. None of that existed yet on the morning Alexander walked the shoreline at Rhakotis. There was only his vision, and the grain scattered on the ground, and the birds wheeling overhead in the winter light of Egypt. But before he could oversee the city's founding in any practical sense, before the architects could lay their first courses of stone, Alexander was drawn by something more powerful than any political ambition or architectural fancy. He was drawn west into the desert toward an oracle. The oracle of Amen at the Siwa oasis lay hundreds of miles into the Libyan desert, reachable only by a journey of extraordinary difficulty across sand and stone, through terrain that offered no landmarks and little water, under a sun that made no concessions to the ambitions of travelers. Several historical consultations of the oracle, including one by the legendary Perseus and another by Heracles, Alexander's two great mythological models, had invested the journey with the kind of significance that Alexander could not resist. There was the practical element, too, which was that a favorable pronouncement from Amen, the king of the gods in the Egyptian theological framework, would cement his legitimacy as pharaoh in a way that no military conquest alone could accomplish. But it would be a reduction to call it merely political. Something in Alexander needed what Siwa might give him. The journey nearly killed him. The desert provided none of its usual navigational aids. The stars were obscured at critical moments. The landmarks dissolved into identical expanses of sand. Water ran short. His guides lost their way. The ancient sources describe several interventions that the Macedonians read as divine: a rain that came unexpectedly, ravens or crows that called and seemed to show the direction of the path, a reassuring moisture in the air at precisely the moment despair threatened to overtake the expedition. Whether these were miracles or coincidences, or simply the kind of events that exhausted, frightened people transform into miracles in the telling, the caravan eventually found Siwa, materialized out of the desert into that sudden impossible green, date palms and olive trees, and the sound of running water, that makes an oasis feel like a gift from the earth itself. The sanctuary of Amen at Siwa was ancient even by Egyptian standards. The god was represented there in a particular form, carried in procession by the priests, surrounded by images of hands and hanging cups of silver. The consultation was private. Alexander went in alone, or nearly alone. The sources conflict on the details, And what passed between him and the god's representative, that moment of ancient questioning in the cool shadow of the sanctuary, was never fully disclosed. What Alexander said in letters to his mother was that he had received answers that pleased him, and that he would reveal more to her in person when they met again. They never met again. What he carried out of Siwa, whether he articulated it explicitly or not, was a confirmation. He was the son of Amun. He was of divine descent. This was not, in the Egyptian theological framework, an unusual claim. Every pharaoh was the son of the god, the living Horus on earth. But Alexander was not Egyptian. He was Macedonian and Greek, and the introduction of divine parentage into his own understanding of himself represented something new, something that would resonate forward through the rest of his life, and disturb some of his Macedonian companions who had grown up with a more grounded understanding of what kings were and where their authority derived from. He returned from Siwa to the coast, to the construction site that would become Alexandria, spending time there with his architects before the demands of the Persian campaign reassembled their full weight, and reminded him that Darius III still held the Persian heartland and that the war was far from finished. He reorganized Egypt's administration with characteristic thoroughness, dividing military and civil authority, appointing reliable men to each role, ensuring that the tax systems and grain supplies, Egypt's extraordinary agricultural abundance was the envy of the ancient world, would continue to function and feed both the local population and his army. He understood that Egypt was too valuable and too complex to administer carelessly. He gave it the attention it deserved. In the spring of 331 BC, he prepared to leave. Egypt would not see him again. He would conquer another 2 million square miles before an illness took him in Babylon at the age of 32, and in all that vast arc of conquest and campaign and relentless eastward motion, there would be no return to the Nile, to the temples where he had stood in the double crown, to the desert oasis where a god had spoken. Egypt would be left to his successors, and it would be one of his generals, Ptolemy, who would eventually make himself its pharaoh and establish a dynasty that would endure for 3 centuries, ending only with Cleopatra and Rome. But that was all future, invisible in the spring light of 331 BC, when Alexander's army assembled and formed its columns and turned its face north and east, back toward the Levantine coast, back toward Mesopotamia, back toward the Persian Empire still waiting to be finished. He rode at the head of the column on Bucephalus, that great black horse that had been with him since his adolescence, who had carried him at the Granicus and at Issus and would carry him further still. And as he rode, he was already thinking past Egypt, past the oracle, past the extraordinary winter in the Nile Delta, toward the next horizon and the one after that. He was always thinking ahead. The present was never quite where he lived. Behind him, the Nile continued its ancient business of flooding and receding, feeding the extraordinary black soil of its banks, sustaining the civilization that had made him a god. The pyramids stood in the desert light as they had always stood, patient and permanent, older than memory, indifferent to the ambitions of any individual man, even one who had decided he was divine. The priests returned to their rituals. The merchants moved their goods along the river's brown water. The ibis stood in the shallows, and the papyrus grew thick in the delta, and the desert held its silence at the edges of everything, vast and golden and absolute, the way it always had and always would. Alexander's Egypt was already receding into the past. But the city he had marked out in the winter light, the city whose outline had been traced in grain on a Mediterranean shoreline and then eaten by birds, was just beginning. Chapter 7. The Fall of Persia. The plain stretches out before him like a wound in the earth. It is October 331 BC, and Alexander of Macedon stands at the edge of a ridge looking down into the broad flat expanse of Gaugamela, a name that means in the old tongue of this land the camel's house. There is nothing grand about the geography. No river to anchor a flank. No forest to conceal a retreat. no hill, to give one army dominion over another. Darius has chosen this place with great deliberation. He has chosen it precisely because it offers nothing to hide behind, nothing to exploit, nothing to borrow. The Persian king has had his engineers level the ground where it was uneven, scraping away rocks and filling in ruts, so that his chariots can move without obstruction. He has prepared this killing floor the way a craftsman prepares a workbench, clearing it of everything that might interrupt the work. Alexander looks down at it from the ridge, and does not speak for a long time. His generals cluster around him. Parmenion, the old lion, his father's most trusted commander, stands at his left shoulder. Hephaestion is somewhere nearby, as he always is. Ptolemy, Craterus, Perdiccas, the men who have followed him from Macedon across 2 continents, they all wait. The dust of the plain rises in the distance, not from wind but from the movement of men. Many, many men. What they are looking at is the largest army ever assembled against them. The Persian force below stretches across the plain in a line that seems to have no end. Estimates made by Alexander's scouts place the number somewhere between 250,000 and 1,000,000, depending on who is counting and how much they wish to frighten themselves. Modern historians settle on something more cautious. Perhaps 100,000 men, perhaps 200,000, but even the conservative number is staggering when set against Alexander's force of perhaps 47,000. The Macedonian army is outnumbered, on open ground, by an enemy that has had weeks to choose and prepare its position. Parmenion looks at the plain and says what any reasonable man would say. They should attack at night. Under darkness, the Persian numbers mean less. The cavalry cannot maneuver. The chariots are useless, the archers cannot see. Parmenion is a man who has won battles by being sensible, and everything sensible about this moment points toward the cover of darkness. Alexander turns to him with an expression that is not quite amusement, and not quite impatience. He says, and the words are recorded, passed down through Arrian and Plutarch across 23 centuries, that he will not steal his victory. He will not take it in the dark like a thief. Whatever happens on that plain tomorrow, it will happen in full light, where every man can see what is done. Parmenion does not argue. He has learned, over years, not to argue about certain things. That night, as the Macedonian camp settles into the strange quiet that descends before catastrophic events, Alexander does something that will be noted and remarked upon for the rest of antiquity. He sleeps. His generals cannot. They lie in their tents or sit by fires, running through contingencies, worrying about the scythed chariots, worrying about the numbers, worrying about the elephant corps on the Persian left. One by one they drift to Alexander's tent to consult him, and one by one they find him already asleep, breathing slowly, undisturbed, as if tomorrow is an ordinary morning. Parmenion finally shakes him awake, nearly incredulous. How, he asks, can you sleep? Alexander opens his eyes and considers the question as if it is slightly absurd. He has already won the battle, he says. There is nothing left to worry about. It is either the most extraordinary confidence in the history of warfare, or something stranger still, a mind so completely at home in catastrophe that danger itself has become a kind of peace. Dawn comes slowly to Gaugamela. The sun rises behind a thin layer of haze, and in the first gray light the 2 armies come into view of each other across the plain. The Macedonians advance in the formation that Alexander has spent the night before refining in his mind. Not a static line, but a living mechanism, a formation designed to absorb pressure and redirect it, to bend without breaking, to draw the enemy forward into spaces that appear to be weaknesses but are in fact traps. At the center, the Macedonian phalanx, 18,000 men carrying sarissas, the long Macedonian pike that extends nearly 18 feet in front of its bearer, creating an impenetrable hedge of iron points that no cavalry charge and no infantry push can easily penetrate. The phalanx does not win battles by advancing. It wins battles by existing, by being an immovable object against which enemies exhaust themselves. On the right flank, Alexander himself with the companion cavalry, the finest heavy cavalry in the ancient world, riders who have trained since adolescence to fight as a unit, to accelerate into a gap at precisely the right moment, to hit an enemy formation at its hinge rather than its face. Alexander has always understood that battles are not won by strength alone. They are won by identifying the single point where a small force can produce disproportionate effect, and then being at that point at exactly the right instant. The Persian line advances first, or rather it begins to shift, expanding laterally to overlap the Macedonian flanks. Darius has more men than Alexander has battlefield, and he intends to use them by wrapping around both ends of the Macedonian line and crushing it from multiple sides simultaneously. It is a sound plan. It is, in fact, the obvious plan, and Alexander has been counting on it. As the Persian right swings outward to overlap Alexander's left flank, Alexander begins moving his entire line to the right, diagonally, steadily, drifting across the prepared ground. The movement seems almost leisurely from a distance, but its effect is precise. It drags the Persian line with it. The Persian left, commanded by the Bactrian cavalry, has to extend further and further to keep pace. The Persian line begins to stretch, and as it stretches, it thins. Darius watches this from his position at the Persian center, standing on his command chariot above the level of his soldiers, and he feels the first tremor of something he cannot entirely name. He sends the scythed chariots forward, the great machines of terror, bronze-fitted wheels spinning with blades that can cut a man in half, horses armored and maddened, driven at full gallop into the Macedonian line. They were meant to open gaps. They were meant to cause panic. What they cause instead is a demonstration of Macedonian discipline that will be discussed in military academies for centuries. The Macedonian infantry does not break. It does not run. It opens. At the moment of contact, the men in the path of the chariots simply step aside, moving in coordinated columns to the left and right, creating lanes through which the chariots thunder harmlessly, carrying their momentum through empty space and into the rear lines, where they are brought to a stop by grooms and lightly armed troops who seize the bridles and drag the horses down. The Persian Empire's most terrifying weapon has been neutralized not by force, but by discipline, by the simple willingness of men to trust their training in the moment when every instinct screams to run. And in the chaos of the chariot assault, something happens to the Persian left that Darius has been dreading. It opens. The gap is not large, perhaps 30 or 40 yards, where the Persian cavalry has overextended in trying to match Alexander's lateral drift. But to Alexander, watching from the right flank with the intensity of a man who has been looking for exactly this moment since the battle began, it might as well be a door thrown wide. He turns to his companion cavalry, and there is no elaborate order. The men around him have trained with him, ridden with him, some of them have known him since childhood. What passes between them in that moment is less a command than a recognition. This is the moment, this is the gap. This is what everything has been preparation for. The companions accelerate. It is one of the most famous cavalry charges in the history of the ancient world, and what makes it extraordinary is not its speed or its violence, though both are considerable. What makes it extraordinary is its geometry. Alexander does not drive his cavalry straight into the Persian line. He angles his charge, a wedge formation with himself at the apex, driving not at the nearest Persian soldiers but at the gap itself, slicing into the Persian left at an oblique angle that threatens to roll up the entire flank. The Persian cavalry on the left cannot turn quickly enough to meet him. They are caught mid-extension, horses wheeling, men shouting, and the companions hit them with a force that is organized, directed, and utterly merciless. They drive through. And on the other side of the Persian left wing, beyond the cavalry engagement, Alexander can see something that takes his breath away, even in the middle of battle. He can see Darius. The Persian king is visible above his own infantry, the royal chariot, the golden standard, the personal guard. He is perhaps 600 yards away. He is, for one extraordinary moment, within reach. Alexander turns the companions toward the royal chariot and drives. What happens next is contested by ancient sources and debated by historians. What is certain is that Darius turns his chariot and flees. Whether it is at this moment or slightly later, whether he sees Alexander coming or simply reacts to the collapse of his left flank, the result is the same. The king of the Persian Empire, the ruler of the largest empire the world has ever known, the self-styled descendant of gods and heir to Cyrus the Great, breaks and runs. The effect on the Persian army is instantaneous and total. An army does not fight when its king flees. This is not cowardice, it is physics. An army is held together not only by training and equipment and tactical positioning, but by the belief that something larger than itself stands behind it, that there is an organizing force at the center that can see and respond and protect. When Darius turns his horses away from the battle, he takes that organizing force with him. The Persian center begins to dissolve. The left wing is already routed. The right wing, which has actually broken through Parmenions' left and is fighting in the Macedonian rear, does not know what has happened at the center, and when they turn to find that the battle around them has changed shape completely, they too begin to disengage. Gaugamela is over. It does not feel over. Battles rarely do from the inside. The plain is still full of noise and dust, and men fighting in isolated groups, cavalry pursuing, infantry running. Alexander himself, riding hard in pursuit of Darius, is pulled back by urgent messages from Parmenion on the left. The Macedonian left is in genuine trouble, the Persian right wing has punched through, and if Alexander does not come back, the flank may collapse entirely. He turns back, frustrated, the quarry escaping. But the Persian right wing, upon seeing the companions returning in force, and learning that their king has already fled, dissolves as quickly as the rest. The plain of Gaugamela, by midday, belongs to Alexander. The Macedonian losses are difficult to determine precisely, but they are modest by the standards of the victory, somewhere between 500 and 1,200 men killed. The Persian losses are catastrophic. Ancient sources place the dead at over 40,000, which may be an exaggeration, but which captures the scale of the collapse. What Darius had assembled with such care, the leveled ground, the assembled nations, the scythed chariots, the numbers, has been undone in a single morning by a 25-year-old king from a kingdom that most Persians had barely considered a serious threat 10 years ago. Alexander rides through the aftermath in silence. He will not celebrate. Not yet. He walks his horse slowly through the field, and those who see his face in this hour describe something that is not quite triumph, something more complicated, more interior. He is looking at the cost. He is counting it. This is one of the things about Alexander that his biographers struggle to resolve: the capacity for genuine grief that coexists with his appetite for conquest. He weeps for his men, the way he weeps for his enemies. He will later order funeral rites for Persian dead, with the same seriousness he gives to Macedonian dead. Whether this represents genuine humanity, or an astute political performance, or both, is a question that will never be fully answered. What is not complicated is what the victory means. Gaugamela is not simply a battle won. It is an empire transferred. With Darius fled and his army shattered, the Persian throne is effectively vacant. The great administrative cities of the empire, Babylon, Susa, Persepolis, lie open to the south and east, undefended, their garrisons leaderless, their populations uncertain of what comes next. Alexander has not simply defeated a king. He has disassembled the organizing principle of the largest political structure in the history of the world. He turns his army south toward Babylon. The road to Babylon is long and strange. The army moves through territory that seems to grow more alien with every passing day, The flat Mesopotamian plain spreading out in every direction, threaded by irrigation channels, dotted with the ruins of civilizations so old that even the Persians do not fully remember them. The soldiers march past ziggurats built before their grandfathers were born, past cities whose names appear in texts that no one in Alexander's army can read, past landscapes shaped by rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, that feature in stories so ancient they have become mythology. Babylon. The word carries a weight unlike any other city in the ancient world. For the Greeks, it is a name synonymous with vastness, with wealth beyond computation, with excess and wonder and age. The city has stood for more than 1,000 years. It has been capital of Hammurabi's empire, the city where Nebuchadnezzar built his hanging gardens, the place where the rivers of the world seem to converge. Its walls are broad enough at the top for 2 chariots to pass each other. Its inner city contains the great temple of Marduk, whose golden statue is said to weigh many tons. It is, by the reckoning of the ancient world, simply the greatest city that exists. And as Alexander's army approaches, a strange thing happens. The city comes out to meet him. Mazius, the Persian satrap who commanded the Persian right wing at Gaugamela, the same man whose cavalry had broken through Parmenion's left, rides out with his sons to surrender. He does not come in defiance. He does not come to negotiate from strength. He comes with the pragmatic clarity of a man who has seen what happened at Gaugamela and drawn the appropriate conclusion. The Persian Empire, as a political reality, has ceased to exist. There is a new power in the world, and Mazius intends to be useful to it. Behind him comes the city. The Babylonian priests of Marduk process out in their ceremonial robes, carrying incense and flowers. The population lines the road, not as prisoners watching a conqueror, but as a city welcoming a liberator. This is not quite the performance it might seem. The Babylonians have not loved Persian rule with uncomplicated devotion. The Persians had, at various moments, offended the priesthood of Marduk, interfered with the temple finances, removed the golden statue during one military campaign. The Babylonians have their own grievances, their own reasons to find the arrival of a conqueror preferable to the continuation of the current arrangement. Alexander rides into Babylon, and he rides slowly because he wants to see it. He passes through the Ishtar Gate, whose blue-glazed tiles catch the afternoon light with an intensity that is almost physical. He moves along the processional way, the great avenue that runs through the heart of the city, flanked by the bas-relief lions of Ishtar, marching in endless procession along walls that tower above his cavalry. He can hear the city around him, the sound of thousands of people, the call of temple priests, the smell of incense and river water and animals and bread. Everything about Babylon is larger than anything he has encountered. The scale of it is not just architectural. It is temporal. Standing inside these walls, Alexander is standing inside an accumulation of time that makes his own civilization feel young. He goes first to the temples. This is not incidental. Alexander understands, with an acuity that will be the subject of considerable modern scholarship, that legitimacy is religious before it is military. He does not announce himself as a conqueror. He announces himself as a restorer. He orders the temples repaired, and the priesthoods compensated for damages suffered under Persian rule. He makes offerings to Marduk in the proper form. He instructs his engineers to rebuild the great ziggurat of Etemenanke, the temple tower that may be the basis of the biblical Tower of Babel, which the Persians had partially dismantled. What he is doing, in the language of political anthropology, is performing legitimacy. He is inserting himself into the existing structures of Babylonian religious and civic life, not as an alien conqueror, but as the proper heir to a tradition. Every gesture toward the priests, every sacrifice at the proper altars, every decree restoring traditional privileges, these are not acts of sincere personal piety alone. They are acts of governance. They say to the people of Babylon, "The world has not ended. The temples still stand. The gods are still honored. Only the man at the top has changed. He stays in Babylon for more than a month. The army rests. Men who have marched from Macedon across Asia Minor, through Egypt and the Levant, through the brutal heat of the Syrian desert and the long approach to Gaugamela, men who have been moving with only brief interruptions for the better part of 4 years, now stop. The city absorbs them the way cities have always absorbed armies, with food and wine and the simple luxury of sleeping indoors. Alexander allows it. He is not a commander who mistakes relentlessness for strategy. The army that will carry him further into Asia needs to recover its will as much as its physical strength. He himself does not rest exactly. He meets with administrators. He reviews the treasury. Babylon is not simply a symbolic prize, it is a financial engine of staggering output, a city that channels the agricultural surplus of all Mesopotamia into tax revenue and trade. The Persian Empire's wealth was not stored at Persepolis alone. It was generated year after year by the productivity of Babylonian agriculture and the sophistication of Babylonian commercial networks. Alexander needs this to continue. He appoints Masius, the Persian satrap who had surrendered, as governor of Babylon. This is a decision that surprises many of his Macedonian commanders. Why give the city back to a man who had fought against them at Gaugamela? The answer is the same answer Alexander will give in different forms throughout his reign. He is not interested in replacement. He is interested in absorption. A Persian satrap who knows how to administer Babylon, who has relationships with the priesthood and the merchant class, who understands the taxation systems and the irrigation networks and the legal traditions. This man is infinitely more valuable as a governor than any Macedonian officer who would have to learn everything from the beginning. The empire Alexander is building will not be a Macedonian empire imposed on conquered peoples. It will be something stranger, something that has no real precedent. An empire that attempts to be simultaneously Greek and Persian and Egyptian and Babylonian. Whether this vision will survive contact with his own general's ambitions, with Persian resistance, with the sheer distance of the lands he intends to conquer, is a question that the next years will answer. For now, he is in Babylon. The city is his. The empire is his. And somewhere to the east, Darius is still running. The pursuit of Darius becomes, in the months that follow, one of the stranger episodes in the strange career of Alexander the Great. It is not simply a military chase. It is something closer to a philosophical confrontation between two ideas of power: the old Persian understanding of kingship as divine inheritance, and Alexander's understanding of kingship as perpetual performance, perpetual validation through action. Darius flees east after Gaugamela with a remnant of his court, courtiers, concubines, the personal bodyguard, some remaining cavalry. He moves through Media, sending messages to his satraps demanding reinforcements, attempting to reassemble some military capacity with which to face Alexander again. But the messages come back empty, or don't come back at all. The satraps of the Eastern Empire are watching, calculating, waiting to see which way the wind finally settles. And the wind is blowing unmistakably west to east, which is to say, unmistakably in Alexander's direction. Alexander takes Susa almost without resistance. The treasury there is vast, 30,000 talents of silver, gold, accumulated over generations of Persian royal administration. He takes Persepolis, the ceremonial capital of the Persian Empire, and the treasury there is even larger, 120,000 talents of silver, a sum so enormous that it requires 3,000 camels and numerous mules simply to transport it. For a Macedonian kingdom that has been chronically short of money, that has been financing its campaigns partly through loot and partly through credit, the Persian treasuries represent an economic revolution. Alexander is now, suddenly, the wealthiest ruler in the world. At Persepolis, he does something that will be debated and argued over for as long as his story is told. He burns the palace. The great ceremonial complex at Persepolis, the Apadana with its vast columned hall, the gate of all nations, the treasury, the throne room, goes up in fire during a banquet. Ancient sources disagree about whether it is a deliberate decision or a drunken accident accelerated by a courtesan's suggestion. Thais, an Athenian hetera traveling with the army, is said to have stood up at the banquet and proposed that burning Persepolis would be fitting revenge for what Xerxes did to Athens, to the temples on the Acropolis, to the city itself, 150 years before. Alexander, the sources say, liked the idea. Torches were lit. The palace burned. Whether the story is literally true in every detail, the fire is real. The ruins are still visible today, blackened and immense, columns standing in the Iranian plateau like the bones of something colossal. And the fire, whatever caused it, is a statement. It is Alexander telling the world, telling the Persians, telling the Greeks, telling himself perhaps, that the old order is genuinely over. The ceremony of Persian power, the visual language of empire that the palace at Persepolis embodied, has been extinguished. Something new is coming. What exactly that something will be has not been fully determined yet, even in Alexander's own mind. He is 25 years old. He has conquered the Persian Empire. And he is not finished. Darius is finally run to ground in the summer of 330 BC, but it is not Alexander who kills him. The Persian king, still moving east, still attempting to gather forces, is overtaken by his own satraps. Bessus, the satrap of Bactria, and several other Persian nobles, men who have watched Darius fail, and who have calculated that a king who loses to Alexander twice is not a king worth following into a third disaster, seize Darius and place him under arrest. When Alexander's cavalry, riding ahead of the main army at full speed across the salt desert, finally catches the Persian column, they find not a king but a corpse. Darius has been stabbed by his own men. He lies in a cart, already dying when Alexander's advance riders reach him, dead by the time Alexander himself arrives. There is a story, and again the ancient sources invest it with significance, that Alexander dismounts when he sees Darius, that he kneels beside the body, that he takes off his own cloak and covers him with it. Whether this happened exactly as described, Alexander does order Darius buried with full royal honors at Persepolis. He arranges for the funeral to be conducted according to Persian royal custom. He mourns the man he has been chasing for 3 years. The gesture is understood by everyone who sees it. Alexander is not simply being generous to a defeated enemy. He is making a legal argument. If Darius was a legitimate king, then Alexander's defeat of Darius is a legitimate transfer of royal authority. If Bessus murdered Darius, then Bessus is a regicide and a rebel, and Alexander, as Darius's acknowledged successor, has both the right and the duty to pursue him and bring him to justice. The mourning at the roadside is, among other things, the founding act of Alexander's claim to be the rightful king of Persia. He stands and turns east. Bessus has already crossed into Bactria and declared himself the new king of Persia under the throne name Artaxerxes V. Alexander has a new enemy, a new justification, and a horizon that extends further than any Greek has ever written. The fall of Persia is complete. The world that Alexander was born into, the world defined by the great Persian colossus that had loomed over the Greek imagination for a century and a half, the empire of Cyrus and Darius and Xerxes, and all the gathered peoples of the East, that world is gone. In its place is something uncertain, something still being invented, something that has Alexander's hands on it and his restless mind behind it, and his cavalry moving toward it at a pace that will not, cannot stop. He is 25 years old, and the horizon keeps retreating. And so he keeps writing. Chapter 8. Into the Unknown. The fires of Persepolis had barely cooled when Alexander turned his eyes east. It was the summer of 330 BC, and the great Persian Empire, that ancient towering edifice of kings and satraps, of tribute and terror, had in the space of 3 years been broken at its knees. Darius III was gone, not by Alexander's sword, as the Macedonian king might have preferred, but by the daggers of his own men. His body had been found in a cart on a dusty road near Hecatopolis, abandoned by his conspirators like a piece of cargo no longer worth carrying. Alexander had wept at the sight of it. He had covered the dead king with his own cloak, as a conqueror sometimes does when he wishes to make clear that he alone had the right to destroy the thing he is now mourning. He ordered a royal burial. He wept, and then he moved on, because there was always something further east. The man who had ordered Darius murdered was named Bessus. He was the satrap of Bactria, a vast and rugged territory stretching across what we would today call Afghanistan and parts of Central Asia, land that bore no resemblance to the warm Mediterranean coasts where Alexander had grown up, land that had no use for poetry or philosophy, that answered only to altitude and cold, and the silence of distances too great for any army to easily cross. Bessus had declared himself the new king of Persia. He had taken the ancient royal name Artaxerxes V, wrapped himself in the robes of legitimacy, and retreated into the east, into those enormous open spaces where he believed the land itself would fight for him. He was not wrong to believe this. But he did not know Alexander. The army that marched east from Persepolis in the summer of 330 BC was still formidable, though it had been transformed by years of campaign. The men who had crossed the Hellespont 3 years earlier, young and hungry, filled with the rhetoric of pan-Hellenic vengeance and the gleam of untouched Persian gold, were now veterans in the truest sense of the word. They had stood on the banks of the Granicus and watched their comrades fall. They had broken the Persian line at Issus. They had besieged Tyre for 7 months, building a causeway across open water through sheer obstinate will. They had marched through the Egyptian desert, crossed the Tigris, and shattered the largest army Darius had ever assembled on the plains of Gaugamela. These men were soldiers in their bones now. The softness was gone. But so, in some ways, was the clarity. At the beginning, the campaign had a shape. It had a story. They were Greeks and Macedonians, carrying the torches of civilization to avenge the Persian burning of Athens 150 years earlier. That was the official telling, the one Alexander had inherited from his father Philip, and elaborated into something grander and more personal. Now, with Persepolis reduced to ash, and Darius rotting in a cart, the story required a new chapter, and not everyone in the army was certain they wanted to read it. The pursuit of Bessus was Alexander's answer to that uncertainty. As long as there was an enemy to chase, there was no time for doubt. The route east took the army through Hyrcania, south of the Caspian Sea, through territories that were green and strange and unlike anything the men had seen, lush forests dropping toward a vast inland sea, tiger-haunted jungles along the coast where the air smelled of salt and something faintly wild. Several Persian commanders surrendered during this march, among them Nabrzhanes, who had played a role in Darius's murder, and Artabazus, an old man who had once sought refuge at the court of Philip of Macedon decades earlier, and who now greeted Alexander with the warmth of a man returning to family. Alexander received them all. He was generous, almost extravagant in his clemency, because he understood something his generals sometimes did not, that the Persian Empire was not simply a thing to be conquered, it was a thing to be inherited, and you could not inherit a house by burning every room. In Hyrcania, something else happened that would prove historically significant in ways that were not immediately obvious. A delegation arrived from the Amazons, or so the story goes. A queen named Thalestris, ruler of 300 warrior women, rode to meet Alexander and requested that she might conceive a child with him, so that their offspring might combine his military genius with her people's martial tradition. Whether this actually occurred is a matter that ancient historians argued over even in their own time. Ptolemy, who was there, and later wrote a detailed memoir, said it never happened. Other sources insist it did. What the story tells us, whether literal or invented, is something about how the world was beginning to perceive Alexander, no longer merely a Macedonian king on an unusually successful campaign, but something approaching the mythological. A man to whom even the Amazons might ride 3 days for an audience. Alexander had always encouraged this perception. From Hyrcania, the army pressed east into Parthia, then south into Arya, the region around what is today the city of Herat in western Afghanistan. Here, the landscape began to change in a way that the Macedonians found unsettling. The green was gone. In its place came ochre and gray, wide valleys hemmed in by mountains that looked ancient and indifferent, plains where the wind moved the dust in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, as if the land were trying to communicate something in a language no Greek had learned. The sky here was enormous. The men had not felt so small since the crossing of the Hindu Kush, which still lay ahead of them. In Arya, trouble arrived from within. A man named Satybarzanes, who had been appointed satrap of the region by Alexander himself in an act of Macedonian magnanimity, the new policy of retaining Persian administrators in their posts, had now defected. He had killed the small Macedonian garrison left with him and declared for Bessus. It was the first serious test of Alexander's administrative strategy, and it was a personal affront. Alexander wheeled part of his army south with a speed that surprised everyone, marching the 2 days back to Arya in what the ancient sources describe as near reckless haste. Satybarzanes fled before the Macedonians could reach him. He would return later more than once, a persistent irritation. But for now he was gone, and Alexander appointed a new satrap and turned east again. The pattern was establishing itself. Move. Pacify. Appoint. Move. It was exhausting, and it was endless. Still, Alexander reached the region of Drangiana, roughly modern Sistan, straddling the border between Iran and Afghanistan, by the autumn of 330 BC. And it was here, in this flat and windswept place at the edge of what the Greeks called the end of the known world, that the campaign nearly tore itself apart from the inside. The Philotas affair. Philotas was the son of Parmenion, Alexander's most senior general, a man who had served Philip and who had for years been the quiet center of gravity in the Macedonian high command. Parmenion was old and steady, and skeptical of anything that moved too fast, including his king. He had counseled caution at the Granicus. He had urged negotiation when Darius offered terms after Issus. He had argued on the eve of Gaugamela that they should attack at night. Alexander had refused each time and been proven right each time, which had slowly, over the course of 3 years, shifted the balance of authority between them. Parmenion remained indispensable. His experience, his networks of loyalty within the army, his administrative competence, but he was no longer the voice that could check Alexander's will. His son Philotas was another matter. Philotas commanded the companion cavalry, the elite striking force that Alexander himself rode into battle, and he was, by most accounts, talented. He was also arrogant, and arrogance in a man so close to the throne of a king who was becoming increasingly sensitive about questions of loyalty was a dangerous quality. A conspiracy was uncovered. Or more precisely, a young Macedonian soldier named Dimnus began recruiting men for what appears to have been a genuine plot to kill Alexander. One of those approached went directly to Philotas with the information. Philotas sat on it for 2 days and told no one. Whether this was negligence, disbelief, or something darker, complicity, or at least a cold indifference to whether his king lived or died, was never conclusively established. But in the political climate of a campaign operating at the edge of the known world, with supply lines stretched impossibly thin and loyalty the only currency that kept the enterprise alive, the distinction barely mattered. Alexander moved with the controlled fury of a man who had been rehearsing for this moment without knowing it. Dimnus was arrested and killed resisting capture, which was convenient, because it meant he could never contradict whatever story others chose to tell. Philotas was brought before the Macedonian army. There was still, at least nominally, a tradition that such capital matters were decided by the men collectively, and he was questioned. The questioning was not gentle. Under torture, he confessed to knowledge of the plot. He implicated his father. Whether this was true or was simply the statement of a man who would say anything to make the pain stop was, again, a question that could not be cleanly answered. Philotas was executed. And then, in a decision that remains one of the more chilling moments of Alexander's career, Parmenion was killed too. The old general was in Media, far from Drangiana, commanding the rear guard and the supply routes. He did not know what had happened to his son. The message reached him before the news did. A rider arrived, carried what appeared to be a routine dispatch, and when Parmenion had nearly finished reading it, he was struck down by the men around him, men who had served alongside him for decades, who owed their positions to him, and who had been selected by Alexander precisely because their loyalty to the king was stronger than their loyalty to anyone else. The army learned what had happened, and was silent in a way that was itself a kind of speech. Alexander needed Parmenion dead because Parmenion alive, grieving, humiliated, with his networks of loyal officers throughout the army, was a node of potential mutiny that could not be left unattended at this stage of the campaign. This was cold, strategic logic, and it was almost certainly correct. It was also, by any other measure, the killing of a man who had served faithfully for decades based on evidence that was, at its most generous, circumstantial. The men marched east. What could they do? The known world was behind them. The unknown world was ahead. And Alexander was Alexander, the man who had won everything, who had never been beaten, who wore his divinity-like armor, and offered them a share of glory that no other commander in the history of the world had managed to distribute so lavishly. So they marched. The winter of 330 to 329 BC was spent in a place the Greeks called the land of the Arimaspi, a region associated in their mythology with a people who fought griffins for gold. Reality, as always, was more brutal and less poetic than myth. The army rested, reorganized, mourned in whatever private ways soldiers have always mourned, and prepared for what lay ahead, the Hindu Kush. The Hindu Kush. Even the name, in the language of the people who gave it that name centuries later, translates roughly as the killer of Hindus, a reference to the death toll among slaves being transported across it. It is a range of mountains that rises in the center of Afghanistan and cuts across the region like a spine, reaching heights of nearly 5,000 meters at its major passes. In the spring of 329 BC, Alexander chose to cross it at a pass later identified as the Kawak, one of the higher and more difficult routes. He could have taken a lower, easier crossing. He chose not to, for the same reason he had always made the harder choice, because Bessus was on the other side, and speed was the weapon he most trusted. The crossing was devastating. The army moved through snow that came up to their knees, sometimes higher. The supply wagons could not navigate the passes in many places, and so food was rationed, then reduced, then effectively disappeared. The men ate whatever they could find: the flesh of pack animals who had frozen in the night, herbs scraped from under the ice, grain that had been soaked, and then frozen solid and had to be thawed over fires that the altitude made nearly impossible to maintain. The cold at those heights is a particular kind of cold, dry and absolute, that gets into the joints and does not leave. Men went snow-blind. Men lost fingers. Some simply laid down in the snow and were gone by morning. Alexander walked among them. This was not a metaphor. When the mountain trails became too narrow for horses, he walked. He walked in the same cold they walked in. He carried nothing they did not carry, endured nothing they were not enduring. The ancient sources are consistent on this point, that Alexander's greatest hold over his men was not his strategy or his victories, but his willingness to share their suffering without complaint. He could eat less than they could eat. He could march further. He could sleep on the ground in the cold, and rise before the sun, and never or nearly never let them see him break. This was not accidental. He had been trained by Aristotle in, among other things, the philosophy of leadership, and he understood that the distance between a king and his men must be managed with great care, collapsed at precisely the right moments and restored at others. In the Hindu Kush, he collapsed it completely. They came through the other side into Bactria in the spring, half frozen and ravenous, and found that Bessus had burned the surrounding countryside to deny them supplies. The blackened fields stretched in every direction. Villages stood empty. Whatever grain had not been taken had been torched. It was a scorched earth strategy that was entirely rational, and that against a less determined army might have worked. Against Alexander it merely produced a forced march of extraordinary urgency. The army moved so fast, eating so little, that it crossed the distance to the Oxus River, today's Amu Darya, the great river that divides modern Afghanistan from the Central Asian republics, before Bessus had expected them. Bessus fled north, across the Oxus into Sogdia. The river crossing itself was a feat that illustrates the improvisational genius that Alexander's campaigns had developed over 3 years. There were no boats. The Oxus at that point is wide and fast-moving and cold. The solution was simple and clever. The men stuffed their leather tent covers with dry grass and straw, sealed them, and used them as makeshift floats, crossing the river on improvised rafts in a process that took 5 days. It was unglamorous and slow, and entirely effective. On the other side of the Oxus, Bessus finally ran out of country to hide in. His own allies, Spidomenes and Datafernes, Sogdian nobles who had supported him, now turned on him, either because they calculated that Alexander would be more merciful to those who delivered the fugitive than to those who sheltered him, or because they had their own ambitions and Bessus's usefulness had reached its end. They sent word to Alexander that they would hand him over. A small Macedonian force under Ptolemy, the future pharaoh of Egypt, then one of Alexander's closest companions, rode to receive the prisoner. When Ptolemy arrived at the designated meeting place, Bessus was standing naked in a wooden collar beside the road. He was brought to Alexander. The scene that followed was carefully choreographed. Alexander did not meet Bessus as a king receives a criminal. He met him as a Persian king receives a traitor, because that was the frame he had constructed, the one that justified everything, that made him not a foreign conqueror, but a legitimate successor who had been wronged. Bessus was asked why he had killed Darius. He gave answers that satisfied no one. He was handed over to the Persians in the army, ritually mutilated in accordance with Persian judicial custom, his nose and ears cut off, and later sent to Ecbatana, where a Persian tribunal would formally execute him. Alexander had his symbol. The regicide had been punished. The story was complete. Except that it wasn't, because Sogdia rose the moment Bessus was captured. Spidomenes, the man who had betrayed Bessus, turned out to be the most dangerous enemy Alexander would face in the entire Eastern campaign. He was not a king. He had no empire, no throne, no capital to defend, and therefore none to lose. He was a guerrilla, brilliant and patient, commanding light cavalry that could materialize from the steppe, strike, and vanish before any Macedonian response could be organized. The landscape of Sogdia, the broad plains and river valleys north of Bactria, stretching toward the great steppes, favored exactly this kind of warfare, and offered no advantage at all to the Macedonian phalanx, which required solid ground and an enemy willing to stand still and receive it. For the next 2 years, Spidomenes would be Alexander's education in the limits of conventional military power. The first lesson came quickly. Alexander had divided his forces and sent Macedonian detachments to garrison the Sogdian towns while he conducted sweeping operations across the region. One column, commanded by a general named Pharnaces, was lured deep into the steppe and ambushed near the Polytimetus River, today's Zir of Shen, by Spitamenes and his cavalry. The Macedonians, surrounded and unable to form effective defensive positions in open country, were nearly annihilated. Over 2,000 soldiers were killed, one of the worst single defeats of Alexander's entire career, though one that has received less historical attention than it deserves. Alexander received the news and said nothing immediately. He ordered the army not to speak of it. He could not pretend it had not happened, the men knew, but he could control its meaning, and what he communicated through his silence and then through the speed of his response was that this was a problem to be solved, not a catastrophe to be mourned. He began solving it methodically. The Macedonian approach to counterinsurgency, developed during the Sogdian campaigns, was, by ancient standards, sophisticated. Alexander divided his forces into multiple mobile columns that operated simultaneously across the region, denying Spitamenes the freedom of movement he needed. He systematically destroyed villages that had supported the rebellion, not out of spite, but as a calculated message. The cost of resistance would be absolute. He established a network of garrison towns, including a new city he founded on the Jaxartes River, the northernmost boundary of the Persian Empire, which he called Alexandria Eskit, Alexandria the furthest, to anchor Macedonian control across the landscape. He incorporated large numbers of local cavalry into his forces, men who knew the terrain and the people and the patterns of Sogdian movement in ways that no Macedonian ever could. And he crossed the Jaxartes. The crossing of the Jaxartes into the territory of the Scythians, nomadic people of the Great Steppe, who had never bent to Persian power, was another act of the kind of calculated boldness that characterized Alexander at his most confident. The Scythians had been observing the Macedonian operations in Sogdia with interest and occasional involvement, raiding opportunistically along the northern frontier. Alexander crossed the river on rafts and attacked them in a short, sharp action that drove them back into the steppe. He did not pursue them. The steppe was their terrain, and he was not going to repeat the disaster of Pharnaces by chasing light cavalry into open country with a heavy force. But the crossing itself, the simple act of moving his army across what had been the northernmost border of the known world, sent a message that had both military and symbolic dimensions. He was beyond the edge of the map now. He had gone further than Cyrus the Great, further than Darius, further than any conqueror before him. He stood on ground that no Greek had walked, looked north across the endless steppe, and felt, or so the sources suggest, not satisfaction but something closer to frustration. The horizon kept retreating. It always kept retreating. There was always more. In the autumn of 329 BC, Spitamenes struck again, this time moving on the city of Bactra while Alexander was occupied in the north. The garrison held barely, and Alexander wheeled south with characteristic speed. Spitamenes evaporated. This was the rhythm of the campaign now. Alexander moving, always moving, arriving somewhere that Spitamenes had just left or was about to approach, the two commanders circling each other across enormous distances in a strategic dance that the Macedonians were winning at the macro level and struggling with at the local level. The winter of 329 to 328 BC was spent in Bactria. These were long, dark months. The army was tired in a way that rest could not entirely fix, the kind of tired that comes not from physical exertion, but from the accumulating weight of years spent in foreign places where nothing was familiar. Not the food, not the language, not the faces at the market, not the stars in a slightly different configuration than the ones above Macedon. The men began to dream of home. They spoke of it quietly, the way soldiers speak of anything that might sound like complaint, carefully among those they trusted, in the small hours before dawn when the campfires were low. Alexander threw himself into administration. He reorganized the command structure of the army, promoted Macedonian and Persian officers in equal measure, and sent back to the west for reinforcements thousands of new soldiers recruited from Greece and Macedonia and the territories he had already conquered. He trained. He planned. He hosted banquets that lasted long into the night, drinking in the manner of Macedonian royalty, which was to say with considerable commitment. He was 26 years old, then 27. He had governed more territory than most empires contain, crossed mountains that had killed hundreds of his men, and was currently in the middle of a counterinsurgency campaign on the far side of the known world. He was 27 years old. The campaign of 328 BC was more of the same: multiple columns, rapid movements, methodical pacification of Sogdian valleys and fortresses. Several major Sogdian nobles were captured or surrendered. Spidomenes continued to operate, continued to raid, continued to be maddeningly elusive. But the pressure was working. His support was eroding. The Sogdian population, ground between Macedonian military power and Spidomenes' endless demands on their loyalty and resources, began to shift toward accommodation. The calculation that had made him a resistance hero was slowly reversing. In the autumn of 328 BC, at Marikanda, the ancient city that would later become Samarkand, something happened that had nothing to do with Bessus or Spidomenes, and everything to do with the internal fractures that the campaign had been accumulating like debt. A banquet. Wine. A quarrel that turned into a killing. Clitus was his name, Clitus the Black, commander of the royal squadron of the companion cavalry, a man who had saved Alexander's life at the Granicus by cutting down a Persian noble whose sword was already descending toward Alexander's exposed head. He was older than Alexander, a product of Philip's court, and he belonged to that generation of Macedonian officers who had grown increasingly uncomfortable with what they saw as Alexander's transformation, the Persian dress, the proskynesis he was beginning to require even of Greeks and Macedonians, the way he spoke of himself in relation to the gods, the distance that had grown between him and the men who had known him as Philip's son. The wine was flowing. The conversation turned, as it tended to turn at these long Macedonian banquets, to the question of glory, whose was greater, the deeds of their fathers or their own. Alexander, drinking heavily, made remarks that diminished the achievements of Philip. Clitus argued back. The argument escalated in the way that arguments between drunk men escalate, with sudden lurches from reason to something rawer and more dangerous. Clitus said things that were true. He said that Alexander owed more than he admitted to Philip, to the veterans of an older generation, to the Macedonians whose blood had built the army that Alexander was taking credit for commanding. He said that Alexander was becoming something other than Macedonian. He may have said other things that the sources record with varying degrees of reliability. Alexander picked up a spear. Several men restrained him. He was pulled back, still shouting. Clitus was hustled out of the room by others who understood that this had gone too far and needed to end before something irreparable occurred. But Clitus came back, either because he was drunk enough not to know better, or because he was drunk enough to finally say everything he had been carrying for years. He came back through the door shouting a line from Euripides, a play in which a general attacks a king. It was not subtle. Alexander threw the spear. It struck Clitus in the chest. He was dead before he hit the floor. The room went silent, in the way that rooms go silent when something has happened that cannot be undone. Alexander stared at what he had done. He pulled the spear from the body, and according to some accounts tried to turn it on himself before his guards restrained him. He locked himself in his quarters for 3 days, refusing food, refusing company, calling out Clitus's name. His officers listened at the door, uncertain what to do with a king in the grip of this particular kind of grief, the grief of a man who knows that what he has done is wrong, entirely wrong, in a way that cannot be explained away or strategically reframed. Eventually, the philosophers in his entourage were brought in. Anaxarchus of Abdera, a man of the school that believed fate governs all things, told Alexander that a king is by nature above conventional moral law, that whatever a king does is just by definition. It was the kind of philosophical comfort that is actually a trap, that takes a man already at risk of believing too much in his own exceptionalism and gives him elegant language for doing so. Alexander accepted the comfort because he needed it. He emerged from his quarters. He resumed the campaign. The killing of Clytus was the moment when the men around Alexander began to understand, fully and without the insulation of denial, what kind of king they were following. Not a monster. None of the sources portray him that way. And even in his darkest moments, there are gestures of humanity and grief that argue against simple condemnation. But a man who was becoming increasingly difficult to contain within the normal categories of human behavior. A man who had perhaps begun to believe what the oracles had told him, what his mother had whispered in his childhood, what the priests of Amen at Siwa had confirmed, that he was not entirely of this world. Spitamenes was killed in the winter of 328 to 327 BC. His own allies, Macedonian nomads from the steppe, cut off his head and sent it to Alexander as a gift, hoping to preempt Macedonian punishment for their own raids. It was an ignoble end for a man who had been genuinely formidable, who had maintained a guerrilla campaign against the greatest military machine of the ancient world for more than 2 years. But this was how such campaigns ended. Not in a great climactic battle, but in attrition, in the erosion of support, in the cold calculation of those around the fighter that he was worth more dead than alive. With Spitamenes gone, the Sogdian resistance collapsed. The final act of the Central Asian campaign was the reduction of the Sogdian Rock, a great fortress built on a cliff face that a local chieftain named Ariomes had declared impregnable. He reportedly told Alexander that he would need soldiers with wings to take it. Alexander called for volunteers who had experience in mountain climbing from the days of earlier sieges, offered generous rewards, and selected 300 men who spent the night scaling the rock face in the dark, using iron tent pegs driven into the ice as handholds. 30 men fell to their deaths. The rest reached the top at dawn. Alexander had torches waved from the summit and sent a message to Ariomes. He had found his winged soldiers. The rock surrendered. And on the rock, or in the court of one of the noble families who surrendered in its aftermath, Alexander met Roxanne. She was the daughter of a Bactrian nobleman named Oxyartes. The sources describe her as beautiful, though they would describe any woman in this position as beautiful regardless of the evidence. What is more significant than her appearance is what Alexander did with her. He married her. He married a Bactrian noblewoman without a Greek drop of blood, without the political pedigree that Macedonian tradition would have expected, in a ceremony that blended Macedonian and local custom. At some point a loaf of bread was cut with a sword and shared between them, as Macedonian weddings required. This was not a purely dynastic calculation, though it was certainly that too. Oxyartes and his networks of Bactrian loyalty were now bound to the Macedonian enterprise through ties of family. But the speed of it, the directness of it, the willingness to make a permanent personal commitment to a woman of the conquered East, this said something about where Alexander's imagination was now living. It was not in Macedon. It was not in Persia. It was somewhere else, somewhere further, somewhere that kept receding into the heat or the cold, depending on the season, somewhere past the next mountain range, across the next river, beyond the next horizon. And so, as the year 327 BC moved through its seasons, and the army prepared for what Alexander told them would be the final great adventure, the crossing of the Hindu Kush again, the passage into India, the lands that lay beyond the eastern edge of every map any Greek had ever drawn, the men of the Macedonian army began to understand with a clarity they had perhaps always felt but never quite articulated that they were not chasing Bessus anymore. They had not been chasing anyone for a long time. They were following Alexander. And Alexander was following something that had no name, that answered to no border, that could not be caught or held or governed or taxed, only pursued, endlessly, across whatever landscape lay between where he was and where he had not yet been. The campfires burned low on the Bactrian plain. The Hindu Kush stood above them in the dark, white and impassive. Somewhere beyond it, India waited in the imagination of a king who had run out of the world that other men had mapped and was now, with the calm and absolute confidence of the entirely extraordinary, preparing to map the rest of it himself. Chapter 9. The Edge of the Map. The river came to them first as sound. Long before they saw it, the men of Alexander's army heard the Indus, a low, constant roar carried on the wind from the east, threading through the mountain passes of Bactria like a rumor of something vast and unknowable. They had been marching for months through terrain that seemed designed by nature itself to break the human spirit, through the Hindu Kush a second time, through gorges that swallowed light, across high plateaus where the wind cut through wool and leather as though neither existed. And still the river called to them, promising something new, something beyond the edge of every map any of them had ever seen. It was the spring of 327 BC, and Alexander of Macedon stood at the threshold of a world that no Greek had ever entered in force. He was 28 years old. Behind him lay a decade of continuous campaigning, Egypt, Persia, Bactria, Sogdia, and a string of cities bearing his name that stretched from the Nile Delta to the borders of what the Greeks called India. Ahead of him lay the unknown. He was not afraid of the unknown. He was made for it. The crossing of the Hindu Kush that spring was itself a testament to the particular madness that governed Alexander's army, a madness that was not chaos but something closer to collective faith. Hephaestion led half the force through the Khyber Pass, that ancient corridor through the mountains wide enough for trade and diplomacy. Alexander himself took the other half through the high passes further north, through Bajaur and Swat, territories that had never submitted to Persian authority and had no intention of submitting to Macedonian authority now. The peoples of these highlands, the Aspasians, the Gurians, the Assassinians, were fighters of formidable skill and fierce independence, and they watched Alexander's columns snake through their valleys with something between curiosity and contempt. They should not have waited so long to decide. Alexander moved through these highland kingdoms with the swift, overwhelming force that had become his signature. He did not siege them patiently, did not wait for starvation to do the work of violence. He struck immediately, always, before defenders could organize, before reinforcements could arrive, before anyone had time to believe the situation was truly as desperate as it was. At Massaja, the capital of the Assassinians, he found a city defended not only by its own people, but by a garrison of Indian mercenaries, 7,000 men hired from kingdoms further east, who had come to sell their fighting skills to anyone willing to pay. The siege was fierce. A great catapult bolt caught Alexander in the ankle during one of his forward reconnaissance efforts, and he limped back to the siege lines bleeding, which caused the usual consternation among his officers and the usual irritation in Alexander himself. He hated being reminded that he was mortal. It was an inconvenience. Massaja fell. The terms of its surrender were negotiated carefully. The mercenaries granted leave to depart, and then, in the night, Alexander surrounded their camp and put them to the sword. The sources argue over whether this constituted treachery or justified military calculation. Alexander himself would not have wasted much time on the question. The mercenaries had come to fight against him. That made them enemies. The mathematics of survival in his world were rarely sentimental. By the time his forces descended from the highlands toward the Indus Valley, he had pacified, through a combination of battle, diplomacy, and strategic marriage alliance, enough of the northwestern territories to feel reasonably confident about his supply lines. He had also recruited local cavalry and infantry to supplement his own forces, a practice he had refined over years of campaigning in unfamiliar terrain. His army by this point was a remarkable composite creature. The Macedonian infantry and companion cavalry at its core, yes, but wrapped around and threaded through with Persian cavalry, Bactrian horsemen, Sogdian archers, and now Indian auxiliaries who knew the land ahead in ways no Macedonian could. And at the Indus waiting for him was Taxiles. His real name was Omphis, and he was the king of Taxila, the great city that lay just east of the Indus River in the fertile plains of what is now northern Pakistan. Taxila was wealthy, sophisticated, and strategically positioned, and Omphis had been watching the approach of Alexander's army with the kind of careful pragmatism that distinguishes survivors from martyrs. He had sent messages west months earlier, offering submission, offering alliance, offering gifts. He was a man who understood which way the wind was blowing, and he had decided that cooperation with Alexander was not merely preferable to resistance, it was the path to regional power. With Alexander's backing, he could dominate his neighbors. With Alexander as an enemy, he would simply be destroyed. When the two men met on the banks of the Indus, the encounter was theatrical, in the way that all of Alexander's great meetings with Eastern potentates had become theatrical, each side displaying its power in the grammar of gift and gesture that both Greeks and Indians understood perfectly well. Taxiles, for Alexander adopted the title as a name, the way he had adopted so many Eastern customs, came with elephants. Many elephants. 200 war elephants, presented as a gift of alliance, their great gray bodies standing in ranks on the riverbank while Alexander's horses screamed and shied away from the unfamiliar smell. The Macedonians had encountered war elephants before, at Gaugamela, where Darius had deployed a small number in his line. They had broken through that line, but the memory of those animals, enormous, impossible, armored at the brow, and guided by mahouts who sat at the neck, had not faded. 200 of them, as a gift of friendship, was both reassuring and deeply, quietly alarming. Hephaestion had already supervised the construction of a pontoon bridge across the Indus, a feat of engineering that reflected both his competence and the army's remarkable logistical capacity. The bridge was built from boats lashed together and planked over, stretching across a river that ran wide and cold from the Himalayan snowmelt. Alexander crossed it on foot among his men. He always crossed on foot among his men. It was one of the things about him that they could not help but love, even when they hated him for everything else. On the other side of the Indus lay India. What they found was not what their myths had told them to expect. Greek geographical theory, such as it was, held that India was a peninsula at the eastern edge of the world, bounded on the far side by the great ocean that encircled all the land of the earth. Alexander had absorbed this understanding completely. He believed, and the belief was central to everything that followed, that somewhere to the east, perhaps not so very far, the land gave out, and the world ocean began. To reach that ocean was to complete the conquest of everything. It was to stand at the end of the map. The reality of India was incomparably richer and stranger and more vast than any map had suggested. Taxila itself astonished them. It was a city of considerable sophistication, markets full of goods from Central Asia, the Persian heartland, and the Eastern Indian kingdoms, streets busy with merchants and scholars and priests of a dozen traditions. Alexander was particularly struck by the philosophers. India had a tradition of ascetic wisdom seekers that had reached Greek ears in garbled, exotic form, but encountering them in person was something different entirely. These were men, the Greeks called them gymnosophists, the naked philosophers, who sat in the open air in states of deliberate deprivation, skin darkened by the sun, eyes luminous with something that might have been peace or might have been a very sophisticated form of defiance. Alexander, who had always been fascinated by philosophy, even as he found it ultimately insufficient for his purposes, engaged them in debate through interpreters, posing the kind of paradoxical questions that the Socratic tradition had made fashionable. The gymnosophists answered him with a directness that he respected, one of them telling him, when Alexander asked what a man needed to be happy, that the man needed only to move from one place to another, that it was restlessness that was the enemy of happiness. Whether Alexander caught the irony, whether he heard in those words a description of everything he was and could not stop being, is a question the sources do not resolve. He recruited one of them, a man the Macedonians called Calanus, who agreed to travel with the army. Calanus would remain with Alexander's entourage for years, a visible emblem of the philosophical India Alexander claimed to be engaging rather than simply conquering, before choosing, at the end of his life, to die on a funeral pyre of his own construction, a death that shocked and moved the Macedonian soldiers far more than they expected. But philosophy was not what had brought Alexander to the Indus. What had brought him was the same thing that had always driven him east, the next horizon. He left Taxila in the spring of 326 BC and moved toward the Hydaspes, the river the modern world knows as the Jhelum, where a very different reception was waiting. Porus was his name, and he was everything Taxiles was not. Where Taxiles had calculated and submitted, Porus had calculated and refused. He was king of the territory between the Hydaspes and the next great river to the east, and he was a man of exceptional physical presence. Ancient sources describe him as standing nearly 7 feet tall, a figure of such imposing size that he seemed less like a man than like a personification of the land he ruled. He had assembled his army on the eastern bank of the Hydaspes and positioned it with military intelligence. He knew the Macedonians feared his elephants, knew that horses would not charge into their smell and sound, and so he had placed his elephant line at the front, a living wall of gray flesh and ivory that would break any cavalry charge before it developed. He intended to hold the river. He understood correctly that if Alexander could not cross, Alexander could not win. What he did not fully account for was that Alexander had spent a decade solving problems exactly like this one. The Hydaspes was running high with monsoon-fed snowmelt, wide and fast and deep. A direct crossing in the face of Porus's army would be catastrophic. The horses screaming from the elephant smell, the men fighting the current and the defenders simultaneously. The crossing turned into a slaughter before it even reached the bank. Alexander could see this. So could every officer in his army. The question was not whether a direct crossing was suicidal. The question was what to do about it. What Alexander did was conduct, for several weeks, one of the most sophisticated deception operations in ancient military history. He divided his army and spread it along the western bank over a stretch of many miles, establishing multiple camps, conducting feints, moving units up and down the river under cover of darkness and noise. He had his men shout battle cries and create the sounds of imminent crossing every night for weeks, until Porus's forces had been trained by false alarms to no longer react to the sounds of preparation on the opposite bank. He had supply boats brought up in sections and assembled at various points along the river, then disassembled and moved, until the pattern of movement became meaningless noise. He sent cavalry detachments, galloping along the bank with enough noise and dust to suggest major troop movements at every point simultaneously. Porus spent weeks responding to every feint, rushing forces up and down his own bank, wearing his men down chasing phantoms in the night. And then, one night, Alexander actually moved. He had found his crossing point 17 miles upstream from the main camp, a bend in the river where a wooded island in midstream provided cover from observation, where the bank was high enough to conceal the boats until the last moment. He crossed in the darkness before dawn, in a thunderstorm that masked the sound of oars and the splashing of horses being guided across a river they did not want to enter. He crossed with his best cavalry and his elite infantry, the companion cavalry, the Hypaspists, the Agrianian light troops, the core of his striking force, leaving the bulk of the army at the main camp under Craterus with orders to cross only when the battle was clearly engaged. The storm nearly killed him before Porus had the chance. The boats were buffeted by the current, the horses terrified, the men bailing constantly against the water that came in over the gunwales. And when they reached what they thought was the eastern bank, they found themselves not on the bank at all, but on another island, a larger island, separated from the true bank by a secondary channel that the storm had obscured. They waded across it in water that came to the chests of the shorter men, weapons held above their heads, the cavalry swimming beside them. By the time Alexander's force reached the true eastern bank, the sky was beginning to pale. He had perhaps 6 hours before full light would expose his position to Porus's scouts. He did not waste a minute of them. Porus heard of the crossing from his advance cavalry, a son sent to intercept, who found not a small reconnaissance party but Alexander himself at the head of his finest troops, and died in the engagement that followed. By the time the full picture became clear to Porus, that this was the real crossing, that the main camp was a feint, that Alexander had somehow moved his best units 17 miles upstream in a thunderstorm and crossed a monsoon-swollen river in the dark, it was too late to prevent a battle on terms entirely of Alexander's choosing. What followed on the plain north of the Hydaspes was one of the most remarkable battles of Alexander's career. Porus had approximately 30,000 infantry, 4,000 cavalry, 300 chariots, and 200 war elephants. He drew up his line with the elephants arrayed at regular intervals across the front, like towers in a wall of flesh, the infantry massed behind them, the cavalry on the flanks. It was a formidable defensive formation, designed to prevent exactly the kind of cavalry charge that Alexander's companions were built to deliver. Alexander looked at it and saw its weakness immediately. The elephants were the strength of the center, but they made the flanks rigid, made coordination across the line difficult, created zones of chaos rather than of control. He did not need to break through the center. He needed to collapse the flanks, drive the cavalry off, and then deal with the elephants once they were unsupported. He sent his light cavalry, the high horse archers, swinging wide to the right to pepper the Indian cavalry on that flank with arrows, to draw them out, and disorder them before the companions arrived. He concentrated his main cavalry mass under his own command on the right, planning a charge that would hammer the Indian left flank simultaneously. And he kept his infantry advancing slowly toward the elephant line, not to engage it directly, but to create the pressure that would fix it in place while the flanks were destroyed. The battle developed exactly as he intended, and also not at all as he intended. The elephants did what elephants do in battle, which is to say, they were simultaneously devastating and ungovernable. They crashed into the Macedonian infantry phalanx and caused extraordinary casualties, trampling men, lifting them with their tusks, scattering the tight formation that gave the phalanx its power. The Macedonians had developed, over years and across multiple encounters, a method for dealing with elephant charges. They gave way before the animals, opening their ranks to let the elephants pass through rather than be trampled by them, and then closed behind them, attacking the riders and hamstringing the animals from behind. This required extraordinary discipline and extraordinary courage, the courage to stand still while a creature the size of a house bore down on you, and then to step aside at the last moment with the calm of a man performing a practice drill. They managed it. Not perfectly, not without terrible losses, men crushed underfoot, men thrown by panicking animals, men killed in the milling chaos of an elephant confused by wounds and noise and the smell of blood, but they managed it. And as the cavalry was swept from the flanks, and Craterus's force crossed the Hydaspes at the main camp and came up from the rear, the Indian army found itself surrounded, pressed from every direction, the elephants now as dangerous to their own men as to the enemy. Porus fought to the end. He was still mounted on his elephant, still directing what resistance remained, when the battle was clearly lost, and his army was dissolving around him. Alexander sent multiple messengers to offer surrender terms. Porus drove them away. Finally, Alexander sent Taxiles, the man Porus considered a traitor and a collaborator, and even that provocation failed to break Porus's composure. He simply told Taxiles to go away or be killed. In the end, blood loss from the wounds he had accumulated, wounds he had not allowed himself to acknowledge during the battle, brought Porus down from his elephant. When Alexander finally met him face to face, when the two men stood at last in the same dust on the same battlefield, Alexander was struck, as everyone who encountered Porus was struck, by his sheer physical presence. Even bleeding, even defeated, he stood like a man who had not entirely accepted the category of defeat. Alexander asked him how he wished to be treated. Porus said, "As a king treats a king." It was the right answer. It was the only answer that could have moved Alexander, and whether Porus knew that or simply spoke from the pride that was his essential nature, he had found the precise phrase to unlock Alexander's own deepest sense of himself. Alexander restored his kingdom to him. Not merely restored it, expanded it. Made him a satrap, a partner in the administration of the eastern territories, an ally whose loyalty was purchased not by humiliation, but by the rarer currency of genuine respect. He founded 2 cities on the Hydaspes. One he named Nicaea, for victory. The other he named Bucephala, for his horse. Bucephalus had died on the eastern bank of the river after the battle. The great black stallion, the one who had been with him since boyhood, the horse that no one else could ride, the horse that had carried him from Macedon to the gates of India, died of age and exhaustion and perhaps of wounds, there on the banks of a river no horse born in Macedonia had ever crossed. He was 30 years old. Alexander mourned him with the completeness with which he mourned everything he loved, which is to say, he converted the grief immediately into monument and moved on. Bucephala. The city would carry the name to the edge of time. He pushed east. The army followed him because they always followed him, because the habit of following was by now so deeply inscribed in these men that it had become something like instinct. But as they moved deeper into the Punjab, as the heat of the Indian summer descended on them with a ferocity none of them had experienced even in Persia, as the monsoon rains began and the sky became not a ceiling but a weight, as the mud sucked at boots and the humidity bred disease in every camp, something in the army began to change. It had been changing for a long time. Since Persepolis, perhaps. Since the burning of Persepolis, which none of them had entirely understood. Since the murder of Clitus, certainly, which had shaken something fundamental in the relationship between Alexander and his oldest men. Since the proskynesis affair, when he had asked them, or seemed to ask them, to perform the Persian gesture of prostration before him, and they had refused, quietly but absolutely, in the way that men refuse things they feel touch the core of their identity. The army that stood with Alexander on the banks of the Hyphasis River in the autumn of 326 BC was not the army that had left Macedonia 10 years earlier. It was older. It was wearier. It had buried friends in 7 countries. It had accumulated wounds that did not heal cleanly in wet heat. It had been told, at every stage of the journey, that the next conquest was the last, that the next river was the border, that the next campaign would be the one that ended with the homeward road opening before them. And now, on the eastern bank of the Hyphasis, Alexander stood before them and told them that beyond this river lay the kingdom of Magadha, immensely powerful, defended by armies that made Porus's force look modest, and beyond that, not so very far, the ocean, the world ocean, the end of everything. And all they had to do was cross one more river and march a little further, and the whole world would be theirs. His officers listened to this speech. And then Coenus spoke. Coenus was not one of Alexander's intimates. He was a reliable, experienced officer, the kind of man armies depend on, and generals often underestimate, steady, clear-eyed, not given to theatrics. He stood up in the officers' assembly and said with the careful precision of a man who had thought through every word, what Alexander's officers had not previously dared to say aloud. He said the army was done. He said it was not that the men were cowards. No one in all the world could question the courage of men who had done what these men had done. He said it was not that they refused Alexander's glory. They had shared that glory and would always share it. He said it was simply that there were limits, that men had limits, that even the finest soldiers who had ever marched under any banner were still men, with bodies that wore out, and hearts that ached for home, and children who were growing up in Macedonia without fathers and wives who had become strangers in the years of absence. He said the men wanted to go home. Alexander dismissed the assembly. He retreated to his tent. He stayed there for 3 days. This was not a new tactic. He had used withdrawal before, the strategic silence, the visible wound, the implication that their refusal had genuinely hurt him. But something was different this time. The army held. The officers held. They came back to him, day after day, to say what Coenus had said, that the army was spent, that India was too large, that the ocean was too far, that enough was enough. And Alexander's silence, instead of softening them, simply reflected their own resolution back at them. On the 3rd day, he performed sacrifices and read the omens, and declared that the gods had found the omens unfavorable for continued advance. He would not say he was turning back. He would not admit aloud, in any form that would be remembered and recorded, that his men had stopped him. He found, in the language of divine displeasure, a way to retreat that preserved the shape of his authority, if not its substance. It was, perhaps, the single most psychologically revealing act of his career. This man who had never retreated, who had spent 10 years teaching the world and himself that he was unlimited, discovering that the limit was not geography or enemy arms but the exhaustion of the men he had made his instrument. He turned west. They built 12 great altars on the bank of the Hyphasis, one for each of the Olympian gods, monuments to the edge of his advance, markers for a boundary he could frame as chosen rather than imposed. The altars were enormous, oversized, built to the proportions of giants rather than men, as though Alexander needed the world to see that the things he left behind were larger than the things ordinary men built. And then the army that had crossed the Indus, fought the elephants of Porus, marched through the monsoon heat of the Punjab, turned its face westward, and began the long journey home. Coenus died shortly after the turning, of illness. One of the ancient sources notes it with a kind of grim irony, that the man who argued most powerfully for return did not survive to reach Macedonia. Alexander mourned him with a ceremony that seemed to some observers excessive and to others entirely sincere, because with Alexander these were never mutually exclusive categories. The return route was not chosen for comfort. Alexander turned south along the Hydaspes, intending to sail down to the sea, to reach the ocean by water if he could not reach it by land, to stand at the mouth of the Indus and look out at the edge of the world, salvaging from the mutiny at the Hyphasis at least this much, the ocean view, the gesture of completion. The river campaign was its own kind of war. The tribes along the Hydaspes and Assassines were not uniformly friendly, and Alexander fought them with the same comprehensive violence he had brought to the highlands northwest of the Indus. It was during one of these riverside campaigns, an assault on a town of the Mali people, that he came closest to dying. The Mali had retreated to their citadel, and Alexander's men were struggling to breach the walls. He did what he had done 100 times before, went to the front, grabbed a scaling ladder, and went up first. It was reckless in the way that all of his battlefield recklessness was reckless, which is to say, it was completely consistent with who he was, and almost guaranteed to get him killed. He reached the top of the wall, and found himself alone. His men had not followed quickly enough, whether from caution or disbelief that he would actually go over the wall. And then he did something that no sensible general in human history would have done. He jumped down inside. He fought alone in the citadel of the Mali, for what the ancient sources suggest was several minutes, which is a very long time to fight alone in a hostile courtyard. He killed the commander of the garrison with his own hand, and several others besides, before his men began to pour over the wall to his aid. By the time they reached him, he had taken a Molly arrow through the chest, through the breastplate, through the ribcage, into the lung. He collapsed. The wound nearly killed him. The arrow had to be removed, a process the sources describe with the peculiar, clinical horror of people who have witnessed field surgery of this kind. And he lost an extraordinary amount of blood, and then lay for days in a fever that his officers watched with a terror they did not allow themselves to speak aloud. The army heard that he was dead. The army nearly dissolved in the grief and panic that followed. And then Alexander, because he was Alexander, appeared on deck of his command ship and raised his hand, visible to the thousands of men crowded on the river banks, and the army made a sound that those who were there would remember for the rest of their lives. He reached the mouth of the Indus in the late summer of 325 BC. He stood at the edge of the water and looked out at the last glittering expanse of the sea, sailed his ships out through the river mouth into the open ocean, sacrificed to the gods of the deep with the extravagance that every significant moment in his life demanded, golden vessels thrown into the waves, prayers spoken over the sound of the surf, and then he looked at the horizon. It went on forever. The ocean did not end where any map had suggested. The world was larger than anyone had told him. The horizon was exactly what the word meant, a line that retreated as you advanced, always the same distance ahead, always promising what it never delivered. He looked at it for a long time. Then he turned away and ordered the army to march. Chapter 10. The Last Babylon Winter. There is a kind of silence that only the desert knows. Not the silence of peace or of sleep, or of a world holding its breath before something beautiful, but the silence of erasure. The silence of a place that has swallowed men whole and left no echo of their passing. The Gedrosian Desert, that vast and merciless corridor of baked earth and shifting dune that stretches along the southern coast of what we now call Baluchistan, is such a place. It does not welcome. It does not yield. It simply endures, ancient and indifferent, as it has endured since before the first human hand ever reached toward it and recoiled. In the autumn of 325 BC, Alexander of Macedon led his army into it anyway. He had been warned. His generals had counseled against it. The route was known, dimly, fearfully, in the accounts of Persian administrators and the whispered histories of sailors who had coasted past its shores without daring to step foot inland. Semiramis, the legendary Assyrian queen, had supposedly attempted the crossing with an army of hundreds of thousands and emerged with fewer than 20 survivors. Cyrus the Great had tried and lost nearly his entire force to its desolation. These were not merely cautionary tales. They were epitaphs for ambition. Alexander knew all of this. He proceeded regardless. To understand why is to understand something essential about the man who had spent the better part of a decade remaking the world in his own image. He was 31 years old that autumn, and he had been at war for 11 years. He had crossed the Hellespont as a young king with fire in his eyes and a copy of Homer pressed to his chest, and he had since then defeated Darius 3 times, burned Persepolis, crossed the Hindu Kush in winter, pushed his army to the banks of the Hyphasis River at the edge of the known world, and wept, the only time his men had ever seen him weep from frustration when they refused to go further. The tears were not of grief, exactly. They were of a man who could see something on the horizon that no one else could see, and who was being asked to stop looking. He had turned back from India, not by choice, but by the collective silence of an army that had simply ceased to follow. And in that withdrawal, in that unwilling pivot westward, something had shifted in him. The Gedrosian crossing was not, as some have claimed, an act of pure military logistics. It was not the most efficient route back to Babylon. It was something older and stranger than strategy. It was a dare. A dare issued to the desert itself, to fate, to the gods who had first whispered his name into the ear of his mother Olympias, and told her that her son would be something the world had never seen before. He would cross where Semiramis had failed. He would do what Cyrus could not. And the suffering, when it came, would be proof that he had tried. The army that entered Gedrosia that autumn was not the force that had crossed into Asia at the beginning of the campaign. Those early soldiers, bright with Macedonian polish and the excitement of the unknown, had long since been replaced, in spirit if not entirely in body, by something harder and stranger. These were men who had stood in the mud of Gaugamela, who had scaled the cliffs of the Sogdian rock, who had fought war elephants at the Hydaspes with the desperation of men who could no longer quite remember what safety felt like. They were veterans of an empire's making, and they wore that experience like scar tissue, protective, numbing, and heavy. There were tens of thousands of them. Soldiers, camp followers, women and children who had attached themselves to the army's long tail over years of marching. Merchants and servants, and the entire breathing ecosystem that followed a conquering force across the ancient world. All of them now entered the desert together, and all of them, in the weeks that followed, would be consumed by it. The heat came first. Not the familiar heat of a Mediterranean summer, or even the dry warmth of the Persian plateau, but something of a different character entirely. A heat that pressed down from above and rose up from below and left no angle of escape. The sand absorbed the sun and gave it back doubled. Men's sandals burned against the ground by midday. Water, when it could be found at all, was lukewarm and tasted of minerals and barely touched the thirst it was meant to satisfy. Alexander ordered the march to proceed at night and to rest during the daylight hours. This was sensible, and it helped, for a time. The nights in Gedrosia were cooler, and under the vast canopy of desert stars, the army moved in a kind of dreamlike procession, the torches and lanterns of the lead columns casting long shadows across the dunes. There was something almost beautiful about it, in the way that extreme suffering sometimes tips, unexpectedly, into a kind of stark sublimity. The men did not speak of beauty. They spoke of water. Water became the obsession, the currency, the prayer. The Gedrosian desert is not uniformly waterless. There are wells, scattered and unreliable, hidden in the folds of the landscape like secrets that the earth shares only reluctantly. Advance parties were sent ahead to locate them, to guard them, to ensure that the army would have something to drink at each day's end. Sometimes they succeeded. Sometimes they returned empty-handed and hollow-eyed, and the army lay down in the sand without drinking and tried to sleep. Then the flash floods came. It seems almost impossible, given what had come before. The searing days, the cracked earth, the desperate search for any moisture at all. But the Gedrosian coast sits within reach of the monsoon system, and in that season, in that autumn, the rains that fell somewhere inland came rushing down through dry riverbeds with catastrophic speed and volume. The army had camped one night, in the broad flat bed of what appeared to be a dry wadi, a natural depression that offered some shelter from the wind. They had settled their tents, and their fires and their sleeping children in a place that had been dry for months. The water arrived in the darkness without warning. A roar from somewhere upstream, growing in seconds from a distant rumble to something enormous and immediate. And then the flood was upon them, walls of water pouring through the camp, sweeping away tents and supplies and animals and people with the casual violence of a force that had no interest in what stood in its path. Many soldiers survived by scrambling to higher ground in the chaos of the night. Many others did not. The women and children in the camp's rear, the camp followers who traveled with the army's tail, suffered the worst of it. By morning, when the water had drained away and left only mud and debris and the terrible accounting of loss, the toll was staggering. It was one of the worst nights of the entire campaign. And there were more to come. Food ran short. The supply chain that was supposed to parallel the army's march along the coast, a fleet under the Admiral Nearchus, sailing just offshore with grain and provisions, had been delayed by contrary winds and navigational uncertainty. The fleet was out there, somewhere on the gray-green Arabian Sea, but it could not always land, and when it could not land, the army ate its pack animals. Then it ate the horses. Officers who had hidden private stores of food were ordered to surrender them to the general distribution. Alexander himself, in one of those gestures that his men never forgot, received a helmet filled with water during a particularly desperate stretch and poured it into the sand rather than drink while his soldiers went thirsty. It was theater, perhaps. Alexander was always partly theatrical, but it was the kind of theater that men remember when they are deciding whether to follow someone to the ends of the earth. They did not stop. They marched. 60 days in the Gedrosian desert. 60 days of heat and thirst and hunger, and the slow hemorrhage of men and animals and momentum. Historians debate the precise casualties, but the consensus is grim. The army that emerged from Gedrosia into the greener lands of Carmania was substantially smaller than the one that had entered the desert. Tens of thousands may have been lost. Soldiers, certainly, but more devastatingly the camp followers, the families, the human infrastructure of a decade's campaigning. Some ancient sources claim the losses exceeded those of any single battle of the entire campaign. The desert had done what no Persian army, no Indian king, no Scythian horseman had managed to do. It had genuinely broken something. What it had not broken was Alexander. He emerged from Gedrosia in late autumn of 325 BC looking, by all accounts, older, thinner, marked by the desert in ways that the dust of battle had never marked him. But the eyes, those eyes that his contemporaries described with such consistent wonder, gray or blue depending on the light, slightly mismatched, one pupil said to be permanently dilated, those eyes were still searching, still reaching for the horizon. He arrived in Carmania, and immediately threw a celebration. It was a procession of such deliberate excess that it reads, across the centuries, as a kind of declaration. A proclamation made not in words, but in spectacle. Alexander rode on a platform mounted on 8 horses, drinking and feasting with his companions for days as the army wound through Carmanian towns. The message was unmistakable: we have survived. We have done what could not be done. And we are still here, still triumphant, still the greatest army the world has ever seen. Whether the men believed it entirely, whether Alexander himself believed it entirely, is another question. The reunion with Nearchus and the fleet came shortly after, and it was one of the great reliefs of those months. Nearchus himself, weathered and salt-stained and thinner than any admiral ought to be, arrived at Alexander's court, and was at first mistaken for a vagrant by the doorkeepers. When he was finally brought before Alexander, and the two men saw each other, alive against all expectation, something in both of them seemed to loosen. The fleet had made it. The coastal survey had been completed. The dream of a sea route linking India to the Persian Gulf, one of Alexander's great strategic visions, was becoming reality. But even as Alexander celebrated, even as he looked westward toward Persia and Babylon and the vast administration of his empire, the world around him was changing in ways that no military genius could fully control. He had been gone from the Western Empire for years. In his absence, the satraps and governors he had appointed to administer his conquered territories had been, many of them, doing what men do when the eye of power is turned elsewhere. They had enriched themselves. They had abused their populations. Some had hired private mercenary armies, which Alexander had explicitly forbidden. Some had begun to act less like administrators of an empire, and more like independent rulers of their own small kingdoms, apparently reasoning that a king who had marched into the depths of India was unlikely to return to trouble them. They had reasoned incorrectly. The reckoning began almost immediately upon Alexander's return to the Western Empire. Governor after governor was summoned, investigated, and punished, some stripped of their offices, some executed. Alexander moved through the administrative disorder of his empire with the same focused violence he applied to military problems, burning away corruption with a concentrated ferocity that made clear, if it had ever been in doubt, that his absence had been temporary and his authority was not. The Persian satrap Cleander, who had plundered temples and allowed his troops to abuse the local population, was executed along with several of his officers. Others followed. The message was received. There was also the matter of the marriages. At Susa, in the spring of 324 BC, Alexander staged one of the most remarkable ceremonies of his reign. He himself took 2 new wives, Statera, the eldest daughter of Darius III, the king he had spent years pursuing and defeating, and Parysatis, daughter of the previous Persian king Artaxerxes III. The wedding was held in the Persian style, with Alexander and his bride seated across a table, and the groom reaching out to take the bride's hand and kiss her. Around him, in the same ceremony, 90 or more of his senior officers and companions took Persian wives of their own, daughters and relatives of Persian nobility, women chosen to bind the conquerors to the conquered, to weave Macedonian and Persian blood together in the next generation. It was an extraordinary vision, a deliberately dynastic, deliberately symbolic act of empire building. Alexander was not merely conquering Persia, he was becoming it. Becoming something that contained both Persia and Macedonia, that transcended the simple categories of victor and vanquished. He had been moving in this direction for years, wearing Persian dress at court, adopting Persian court rituals, recruiting Persian soldiers into his army, insisting on proskynesis, the prostration before the king, which his Macedonian companions found humiliating and his Persian subjects considered simply appropriate. The Susa weddings were the most dramatic expression of this vision yet. His Macedonian veterans were not universally pleased. The tension had been building for some time. These men had followed Alexander from Macedon at the beginning of the world, as it seemed to them, and they had bled for a decade in his service, and they had expected, if they expected anything, which perhaps they were too tired to do explicitly, that the world they had helped conquer would be theirs. Instead, they found themselves sharing it. Sharing the king's attention, sharing his court, sharing the honors of empire with Persians and Bactrians, and men of a dozen other nations whom they had defeated in the field. Alexander's vision was inclusive, in a way that felt, to many of his old soldiers, like betrayal. The crisis came at Opus, on the banks of the Tigris, in the summer of 324 BC. Alexander announced that he intended to discharge the Macedonian veterans who were too old or too injured to continue serving, to send them home to Macedonia with generous bonuses and the gratitude of their king. It ought to have been welcome news. Instead, it detonated something that had been under pressure for months. The soldiers heard in his announcement not gratitude, but dismissal. Not reward, but replacement. If he was sending them home, it was because he didn't need them anymore. He had his Persians now. He had his new empire, his new court, his new wives. He was becoming something foreign, something they no longer recognized, and they were being paid off and removed from the story. The mutiny at Opus was not a violent affair. There were no drawn swords, no blood on the riverbank. But the anger was real, and the hurt was real, and when Alexander met it with fury, with the cold, controlled rage that those who knew him had learned to fear more than his outright anger, the confrontation was one of the most charged of the entire campaign. He executed the ringleaders. He dismissed the entire army from his service, theatrically, and retreated into his tent and refused to see anyone. He spent 3 days inside, alone, while his veterans stood outside in the heat and slowly came apart. By the time he emerged, the mutiny had collapsed under the weight of its own guilt and grief. The veterans were weeping. These men who had crossed mountains and rivers and deserts and fought and killed and survived everything that the ancient world could produce, they were weeping at the thought that Alexander was truly done with them, that they had broken something they could not repair. The reconciliation that followed was one of the most emotionally raw moments of Alexander's entire life. He embraced his officers. He wept with them. He held a great banquet at which Macedonians and Persians sat together and drank from the same bowls, and Alexander prayed, publicly, explicitly, for harmony between the peoples of his empire, for partnership, for the homonoia, the unity of minds and purposes. That was the deepest political vision of his reign. The veterans were reconciled. 10,000 of them were sent home to Macedonia under the command of Craterus, carrying with them their bonuses and their memories and the weight of everything they had seen. Many of them were old men by now. Many of them would not live long after their return. But they went home, which was the thing they had wanted for years without knowing quite how to say it. Alexander did not go home. He never went home. Instead, he turned toward Ecbatana, the ancient Median capital in the mountains, where his army was resting and where his court had assembled for the autumn. And it was there, in Ecbatana, in the autumn of 324 BC, that the thing happened which broke him in a way that no desert and no mutiny had managed. Hephaestion fell ill. Hephaestion. Of all the names that populate the story of Alexander's life, none carries quite the weight of that one. They had known each other since childhood, since the schoolrooms of Macedon where Aristotle had taught them both philosophy and restraint. Though restraint was a lesson Alexander absorbed selectively. They had grown up together, trained together, and when Alexander had crossed into Asia and the great adventure had begun, Hephaestion had been there, not merely as a general or an administrator, though he was both, but as something the ancient world had a word for and the modern world struggles to name precisely. Some ancient sources are circumspect. Others are not. Alexander himself had compared their relationship to that of Achilles and Patroclus, the great pair of warriors in the Iliad, whose bond was the most celebrated and the most debated in all of Greek literature. Whether the relationship was romantic in the physical sense, or whether it was something that existed in a different category entirely, a bond of souls that expressed itself in ways the ancient world understood differently than we do, is a question that cannot be answered with certainty from across 23 centuries. What is certain is that when Hephaestion died, Alexander was destroyed. The illness came on quickly. Hephaestion had been unwell for several days, suffering from what appeared to be a fever, not unusual in that season in those mountains, among men who had pushed their bodies for a decade beyond any reasonable limit. He was 32 or 33 years old, the same age as Alexander, still young by any reckoning, and he had survived everything that the campaign had thrown at him. His physician, a man named Glaucius, had him on a regimen that appeared to be working. On the 7th day of his illness, Hephaestion seemed well enough that the physician left his bedside to attend the games that were being held in the city. He was gone for only a short while. When the physician returned, Hephaestion was dead. What followed is described in the ancient sources with the fascinated horror of people watching something come apart that they could not look away from. Alexander arrived at Hephaestion's body and lay upon it, weeping for hours. He would not be moved. He refused food. He ordered the manes and tails of all the horses and mules in the army to be cut in mourning. He had Hephaestion's physician crucified, a punishment that speaks to the chaos of grief rather than any rational justice. He ordered that the sacred flame of Ecbatana be extinguished, an honor traditionally reserved for the deaths of Persian kings. He sent to the oracle at Siwa, the same oracle in the Egyptian desert that had called him the son of Ammon all those years ago, asking whether Hephaestion should be honored as a god. The oracle replied that he could be honored as a divine hero, a step below full divinity, but an enormous honor nonetheless. Alexander ordered sacrifices and honors on a scale that staggered even those around him who were accustomed to his extravagances. The funeral pyre planned for Hephaestion was, by every ancient account, one of the most extraordinary monuments ever conceived. It was to be built at Babylon, on a scale appropriate to a man whom Alexander clearly intended to honor as his near equal. The cost was said to be 10,000 talents, a sum that beggars comprehension, that would have funded armies and cities, that was offered up to grief with the same totality that Alexander brought to everything he had ever cared about. He went to war to recover from it. In the winter of 324 and into 323 BC, Alexander led a campaign against the Kassian tribes of the Zagros Mountains, a people who had long raided the lowland communities of the empire and resisted incorporation into any governing order. The campaign was swift and ferocious and largely successful, and some ancient sources say openly what all of them seem to feel, that Alexander was fighting because it was the only thing he knew to do with his grief, that the violence was a channel for an emotion that had no other outlet. He arrived in Babylon in the spring of 323 BC. Babylon, the oldest living city in the world. The city where Hammurabi had given law to civilization, where the Ishtar Gate rose in glazed blue brick, where the Hanging Gardens, whether or not they existed precisely as legend described, were memory and metaphor for everything ancient and wondrous. Alexander entered it as he had entered it before, as conqueror and king, the lord of Asia, the heir of Cyrus, the son of Ammon. He had plans. He had always had plans. The mind that never stopped moving was moving still, even in grief, even in exhaustion. There was a campaign being organized against Arabia, a naval expedition along the Arabian coast, a project of exploration and conquest that would extend the empire's reach around the peninsula and link his eastern and western territories in a continuous chain of dominion. Ships were being prepared. Harbors were being dug. The enormous apparatus of Alexandrian ambition was assembling itself once again, because it was what he knew, because motion was the only home he had, because stopping meant the horizon stayed where it was, and he could not bear that. He threw himself into the preparations. He attended dinners and religious ceremonies, and met with ambassadors from across the known world, Libyans, Carthaginians, Celts, Scythians, Italians, peoples from the western edges of the world who had heard of this king and come to see him, to bring him gifts, to seek his favor, or simply to witness him with their own eyes before the story of his reign became entirely legend. He reviewed his fleet. He inspected the Hephaestion pyre as it rose, stage by stage, tier by tier, into the Babylonian sky. There had been omens. The ancient sources speak of them with the gravity of people who believed in such things, and who could see, looking back, how clearly they had pointed toward what was coming. A tame lion that Alexander had kept was killed by a Macedonian madman who had wandered into the royal enclosure. Strange birds fell from the walls of the city. The priests of Marduk, Babylon's great god, had warned Alexander when he first approached the city's gates not to enter from the east, because their oracles foretold disaster if he did. Alexander had initially heeded this warning and attempted an alternate route, but the terrain was marshy and impassable, and eventually, pragmatically, he had entered from the east after all. He did not, perhaps, truly believe in omens. Or rather, he believed in them selectively, as men do when the omens support the direction they were already traveling. In late May of 323 BC, Alexander attended a dinner at the house of his admiral Medius. It was a long evening of drinking, as many of his evenings had become in those final years, the wine heavier, the nights longer, the space between the cup and sleep increasingly difficult to navigate. He was not, by this point, a young man's drinker. He was a man in his early 30s who had been drinking heavily for a decade, whose body had absorbed wounds and fevers and the extraordinary physical punishment of the campaigns, who had marched through Gedrosia and wept for Hephaestion, and who was now, in Babylon, surrounded by a luxury and a silence that his restless nature could not fully metabolize into peace. After the dinner, he drank through the night. And then again, the next night. And then he was ill. The fever came on him, in the days that followed, with a steadiness that began to frighten those around him. He continued to attend to business, reviewing troops, giving instructions for the Arabian campaign, meeting with officers, but he was visibly weakening. Each morning, he was carried to perform the sacrifices that were his daily religious obligation. Each evening he was carried back, the fever still burning, the strength still draining. His generals and his companions gathered around him with the particular helplessness of men who had spent their lives solving problems through force and intelligence, and found themselves confronted with something that neither quality could address. Physicians came and went. Treatments were administered. Prayers were offered to every god in the enormous pantheon of Alexander's multicultural empire. The army, when word spread through the ranks, began to crowd around the palace. These men, some of them veterans of the whole campaign, some of them newer soldiers who had joined the army in Persia or Bactria or India, filed past his bed in the thousands one by one because they needed to see him. Because rumors in armies become certainties with terrible speed, and the certainty forming in the camp was one that the soldiers needed to either confirm or deny with their own eyes. Alexander, who had always understood his army with the instinctive fluency of the truly gifted commander, allowed them to come. He could no longer speak, but he could see them, and they could see him, and he raised his head and met their eyes as they passed, and he moved his hand in something that might have been greeting or blessing, or the beginning of a gesture that his body no longer had the strength to complete. In those final days, his commanders gathered around him and asked him the question that could no longer be avoided. To whom did he leave his kingdom? He was silent for a long time. And then, in the account that has come down through the centuries with the weight of the almost certainly true, even if the words were not quite these words exactly, he gave his answer. To the strongest. Some sources say he added, "I foresee great funeral games over my grave." Others record simply the one phrase, and let it stand. Perhaps it is enough. Perhaps the man who had spent his entire adult life being the strongest knew, in the coherence that sometimes comes at the end, that there was no one who could be what he had been. That the empire he had built would not survive him intact. That the world he had remade would unmake itself in the arguing over his bones. He died on the 10th or 11th of June, 323 BC. He was 32 years old. The ancient sources disagree, as they disagree about almost everything in Alexander's life, on the exact cause. Fever, possibly typhoid, possibly West Nile virus, possibly something else entirely. Some ancient sources, centuries later, would whisper of poison, of conspiracy, of the inevitable suspicion that attaches itself to any death that the world cannot quite believe was merely natural. Modern scholars are divided, and the question, after more than 2,000 years, is unlikely to ever be resolved with certainty. What is certain is that the greatest conqueror the world had ever produced died in the city that his hero, Achilles, might have called the most worthy capital of his ambition, having never been defeated on the field of battle, having never found the horizon he was chasing, having made of his short life something so extraordinary that the echo of it has not stopped reverberating in the 23 centuries since. The Royal Diary, a remarkable document kept by Alexander's secretariat, records the final days with the flat precision of a bureaucratic record, where he slept, when he ate, what sacrifices were performed, when the fever worsened, when speech became impossible. It is the most intimate document of his dying, and it is written in the language of administration, because that is the language his court knew, because even kings die inside the machinery of their own making. His body lay in Babylon for days before anyone could quite agree on what to do with it. The generals who would tear his empire apart in the decades to come were already, even in that first grief, calculating. The great game of succession, the wars of the Diadochi, the conflict of his successors that would consume the next generation and reshape the world he had made, was beginning before the breath had fully left him. His childhood companion, his greatest general, his husband of mind if not of ceremony, Hephaestion, had preceded him by less than a year. They were the same age. They had lived the same life, or nearly. They had stood together at Troy at the very beginning of all of it, Alexander placing a wreath on the tomb of Achilles, and Hephaestion placing a wreath on the tomb of Patroclus, the two pairs of heroes rhyming across the centuries. Outside the palace walls, Babylon continued. The Euphrates moved through it in its ancient course. The priests of Marduk tended their fires. The merchants opened their stalls in the morning, and closed them in the evening, and bargained in a dozen languages for goods that had traveled from the edges of the world to this crossroads city. The ziggurat rose against the sky, its shadow moving across the streets with the slow patience of something that has watched empires come and go, and expects to watch many more. The horizon, which had called to him all his life, was exactly where it had always been. Unreachable. Endless. He had chased it anyway. And for 32 years, that had been enough. He died on the 11th of June, 323 BC, in the ancient capital of Babylon. He was 32 years old. The greatest conqueror the world had ever produced passed away, having never been defeated on the field of battle, having never found the horizon he was chasing, and having made of his short life something so extraordinary that the echo of it has not stopped reverberating across the centuries. Outside the palace walls, Babylon continued. The Euphrates moved through it in its ancient course. The priests of Marduk tended their fires, and the merchants bargained in a dozen languages for goods that had traveled from the edges of the earth to this crossroads city. The great ziggurat rose against the sky, its shadow moving across the streets with the slow patience of something that has watched empires come and go, and expects to watch many more. The horizon, which had called to Alexander all his life, remained exactly where it had always been, unreachable, endless. He had chased it anyway. And for 32 years, that had been enough. This concludes our chronicle, Alexander the Great, Endless Horizon. Thank you for listening to this production. If this journey through ancient strategy and the complexities of human ambition has moved you, please consider leaving a review or a rating on your audiobook platform. Your support helps independent historical projects thrive and allows other listeners to discover the path of history's most restless mind. Until our next journey into the past, keep your eyes on the horizon.